Chapter 13:13. Old Ancestor Black Turtle actually believed that Qin Yu was still in Crimson Peak Strait and would never choose to leave. It was ridiculous. Sensing Netherworld Saint's worry and annoyance, a trace of mockery flashed in the eyes of the Black Turtle Patriarch. Some people always like to judge others by their own standards, but they never understood that some people in this world were different. Qin Yu was in Crimson Peak Strait. Old Ancestor Black Turtle suddenly felt a little worried. He hoped that the other true sages of the Dark World would not be as stupid as Qin Yu. Otherwise, even if there were 3 of them, they might not be able to help him. Of course, Qin Yu was still here. Since he had chosen to save people, it was not his style to give up halfway. And strictly speaking, Old Ancestor Black Turtle and Saint Qian Yu were his enemies. He had not forgotten what happened outside the Lost Garden. Saving people and taking revenge at the same time. However, everything was beautiful in his imagination, but he needed to be careful in his actions. Otherwise, not to mention saving people and taking revenge, it would be good enough if he was not killed. For example, there was one thing that Qin Yu felt uneasy about. Why did Qian Yu and Bai Yu, the 2 dark true sages, not see through his identity? In other words, it was so easy for him to impersonate them. This matter did not seem reliable. Was it a trap for him? It did not seem like it. With this doubt, Qin Yu activated the scale that Long Xing gave him. After a burst of noise, Long Xing's voice sounded in his mind. Is everything going well, Mr. Ninth? Although he kept telling himself that he must be calm, Qin Yu had been in Crimson Peak Strait for so long, and there was no movement at all. Long Xing's curiosity was about to explode. However, it was enough for Qin Yu to catch it. He smiled and said, "Something unexpected happened, so there are some things I don't understand. I want to ask Lord Long Xing." Ahem. Long Xing coughed lightly. "Mr. Ninth, please speak." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. "Lord Long Xing, do you know anything about the Dark World?" "Dark transformation," Long Xing blurted out, his voice solemn. "Did Mr. Ninth meet a cultivator of the Dark World in Crimson Peak Strait?" Qin Yu's heart stirred. It seemed that the Dragon Saint knew a lot about the Dark World. His mind quickly turned, and he didn't hide anything. "Yes, it's the Dark World's Thousand Nether Saint. He is now in the Crimson Summit Strait, and he wants to help the Black Turtle Old Ancestor complete the darkness transformation." Long Xing was silent for a few breaths, then said with slight surprise, "That shouldn't be the case. Although I can't see through that black tortoise's strength, its bloodline level isn't low, and it is also a peerless tortoise powerhouse known for its long lifespan. Its lifespan should be extremely long, so why did it choose to transform into darkness? Could it be that the Dark World is using this as a lure to help him break through to the true divine level? Qin Yu knew the answer, but he wouldn't explain it. Otherwise, wouldn't that be telling Dragon Sage about the pre-celestial spirit? Although this was no longer a secret that no one knew about and there were many people who doubted it, as long as Qin Yu didn't personally admit it, there was still some concealment. Don't underestimate this concealment. It was enough to help Qin Yu avoid a great deal of trouble. Cough. "Lord Dragon Sage, what I want to know is, are the true sages of the Dark World not familiar with each other? And according to what I know now, the number of true sages in the Dark World seems to be far more than what the rumors say." Although he was confused before, Qin Yu quickly guessed that the key reason why he hadn't been exposed for pretending to be a darkness true sage was that the Thousand Nether Sage had already been prepared to summon 2 darkness true sages from the Dark World to descend upon the Crimson Peak Strait. He just happened to be there. After that, it was obviously a drama where you thought I knew you, and I thought you knew me, but in the end, neither of us knew each other. Let's not delve into this for now. The Thousand Nether Sage had casually decided to summon 2 darkness true sages. This clearly showed that the number of true sages in the Dark World was definitely not a small number. This was a little shocking. It should be known that in the entire vast Yang world, there were only so many true sages who could be counted with their names. Moreover, most of them were old monsters who had lived for countless years, such as the Yard Master, who had already experienced 3 divine catastrophes. The latest newly advanced half-sage was Renichi Shishan, who had been killed by Qin Yu. Not to mention true sages, there were very few of them. The world of darkness was said to be a place where light could not reach. In reality, it was just a dark corner of the Haoyang world. For there to be so many true sages in such a small place, it was obvious that there was a problem here. Longxing seemed to know something. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "With Miss Ninth's cultivation, you are indeed qualified to know some things. As for why the dark world exists, to be honest, even the Sage Dao Circle has not been able to ascertain it. However, the rulers obviously know something. Therefore, the dark world and us are probably in a state of not interfering with each other. Moreover, the dark world's true sages have to pay a huge price to appear in the vast Yang world. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, they rarely appear in the world, nor do they cause trouble everywhere. In the history of the vast Yang world, they are more like some unimportant shadows. But shadows have always existed. In other words, the dark world has existed since a very long time ago. As for how long it has been, I'm afraid that even your old peach seller might not be able to tell. In short, the dark world is very mysterious. Until now, no one has been able to unveil its veil. As for what you said about the familiarity between the dark true sages, Qin Yu said in a low voice, this is very important to me. Lord Longsheng, please tell me the truth. Longsheng smiled bitterly. Actually, there is nothing to hide. The main thing is that I don't understand. The number of true sages in the dark world seems to be constantly changing. To put it simply, perhaps one day, a completely unfamiliar dark true sage will suddenly appear. After being active for a period of time, he will disappear without a trace, never to appear again. Then, another unfamiliar dark true sage will appear, and the process will repeat. Therefore, you asked me if there's a problem of not being familiar with each other between the darkness true sages. I think it's possible, because the true sages in the dark world are constantly changing. No one knows where the darkness true sages that appear and disappear go to. This is also an unsolvable secret. Qin Yu's heart trembled. Through his conversation with Longsheng, he realized that he seemed to have underestimated the background of the dark world. Not to mention other things, for the rulers to know about it and not deal with it, this point alone was shocking enough. Not to mention, there were all sorts of mysterious and inconceivable things inside. The number of true sages actually changed. However, this also explained why Qian Yu and Bai Su, the 2 true sages, did not expose Qin Yu's identity previously. It turned out that in the dark world, true sages might not have met each other before. They might even be complete strangers. In other words, as long as one was careful and did some preparation, it was possible to play the role of a dark true sage. Thank you, Lord Longsheng, for telling me. I understand. Longsheng said, Mr. Ninth, the dark world is not to be trifled with. If it is not necessary, it is best not to tangle with them. Qin Yu raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. After knowing these things about the dark world, if he had a choice, he really did not want to provoke them. But the key was that the dark transformation ritual on the Tsangzhu siblings had already begun. Unless he let it go, he would not be able to avoid it. Or perhaps he could pay a price to change Qian Yu's mind and save the Tsangzhu siblings' lives. Lord Longsheng seems to know about the dark transformation ritual. I won't hide it from you. I entered the Scarlet Peak straight to save someone, so it involves. There was no need to say it too clearly. Longsheng was a smart person. He immediately smiled bitterly. Impossible. Mr. Ninth, you better give up on this idea. Over the countless years, the dark world will take the initiative to contact cultivators who meet the requirements and help them complete the dark transformation ritual to become creatures of the dark world. I am not clear about the specific requirements, but every cultivator who is invited must be at the top level of the vast young world, such as a Permitha true sage or an existence like the black turtle old ancestor. After the dark transformation ritual is completed, they will obtain a new life and their hidden dangers will be eliminated, becoming one of the permanent dark true sages. Long Xing paused for a moment. As I said before, the number of true sages in the dark world is constantly changing. They often appear for a brief moment before disappearing without a trace. In addition, there are also some dark true sages that can remain active in the vast young world for a long time. For instance, the 1000 Nether true sage you mentioned. And he was also a true sage of the vast young world that successfully transformed 10,000 years ago. So, you should understand? To the dark world, every successful dark transformation ritual is incomparably precious. Once it is involved, no one can change it. The dark world is like the shadow of the vast young world. It rarely interferes in the affairs of the world, and the only times it has fought was because of the dark transformation ritual. So, Mr. Ninth does not need to have any expectations for this. Permanent dark true sage. After understanding this concept, Qin Yu understood that what he wanted to do was impossible. As he thought, opening a new path was extremely difficult. If he had to face them head-on, he would have to face them head-on. There was no other way. As for offending people, Qin Yu bitterly smiled. With his current cultivation, if he was careful, he shouldn't be killed, right? Thank you, Lord Longsheng. After ending the conversation, Qin Yu took a deep breath and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. Although Longsheng had said that he could speak at any time if there was a need, he could only take it as it wasn't true. Would Longsheng, who knew the ins and outs of the dark world, casually make enemies with Qin Yu? Don't be naive. However, these were only Longsheng's side of the story. Although Qin Yu felt that the possibility of him being deceived was not high, he didn't choose to believe it completely. After a slight hesitation, Qin Yu flipped his hand and took out a peach blossom. This item was given to him by the yard master, and its function was similar to the dragon scale. He inserted his divine consciousness into it. This time, the noise was louder and lasted longer. It was probably related to the distance that he had traveled. Chapter 13-14. Finally, the voice of the yard master came from the other side. It's me. What's the matter? Her tone was very calm, without any abnormality. But for some reason, Qin Yu sensed a trace of weakness in it. Without asking immediately, he asked hesitantly, Master, how's your recovery? It's no big deal. The yard master said lightly, It's a great loss to communicate across a small world over such a long distance. So tell me what's the matter. Qin Yu relaxed a little. If she still had the mood to argue, it wouldn't be serious. Master, I have something to ask. Immediately, he briefly told her about the Dark World and the Scarlet Summit Strait. After listening to him, the yard master fell silent. The Dark World. She seemed to be organizing her words. Qin Yu, your best choice now is to give up on saving people. Qin Yu. The yard master's attitude was more straightforward, and her meaning was clearer. The dark world was not to be trifled with, and he should avoid conflict as much as possible. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu said, Master, Songzhu saved me. If not for her, I would have died in the Lost Garden, and I wouldn't be here today. The yard master's voice was calm. Have you decided? Yes. The yard master said, Then what are you still hesitating for? This seems to make a lot of sense. No, I was just thinking of confirming it with you again. What Longsheng said is basically correct. The dark world values transformers very much. If you ruin this, they won't let you go easily. Be mentally prepared in advance. At the end of the conversation, Qin Yu smiled bitterly. From the yard master's point of view, things seemed to be more serious than he had imagined. One couldn't lie to oneself, so Qin Yu had to admit that at this moment, he did have the idea of escaping. He wouldn't provoke the dark world, and he could also protect himself. No, if the Dark World had really confirmed the matter regarding the primordial spirit through the Black Turtle ancestor, Qin Yu felt that it would be very difficult for him to escape unscathed. Strictly speaking, Qin Yu had miscalculated. If he had known that the Dark World was so tricky, he would have thought of another way instead of using the power of the primordial spirit as bait. After taking a deep breath and exhaling, Qin Yu's expression became calm again. There was no such thing as regret in the world of adults, because it was meaningless and would make people fall into a depressed state. Moreover, Qin Yu couldn't just turn around and abandon Sangju and her brother. Since that was the case, there was no need to think about these things and add to his worries. Since he had decided to disguise himself as a darkness true divine descending upon the Crimson Peak Strait, he had to adjust his plans accordingly. Furthermore, he had to speed up the process. He had to finish everything before True Sage Bai Tu arrived. Qin Yu turned and walked away. Before long, his figure appeared outside a group of buildings. He didn't know who the master of this place was, nor did he care. But there was one thing he was sure of, and that was that he was related to the Black Turtle Patriarch by blood. If you want to blame someone, blame that ancestor of yours. As he muttered, he entered. Not long after, a furious roar came from within. Master is dead! Master is dead! Countless members of the sea race soared into the sky. Their master had been silently killed, and none of them could escape the blame. At this moment, their eyes were all scarlet red, as if they were vicious beasts that were about to devour someone. But unfortunately, no matter how hard they stared, they couldn't find any clues. Because at this time, Qin Yu had already left. He had arrived at the second residence he had chosen. He changed his face and easily entered. With the guidance of a drop of blood from the Black Turtle Great Ancestor, it was very easy to find the master. Bang! He pushed open the door and entered. The middle-aged seafolk frowned. He put down the disheveled maid in his arms and said, "You bastard, who let you in?" "Sorry, I'll be leaving soon." Qin Yu lifted a hand and pointed out a finger. With a muffled sound, a red and white substance sprayed out. With a large hole in the forehead of the middle-aged seafolk, his corpse fell to the ground. The maid's screams caused a second commotion. Qin Yu turned and left. In the following half a day, murders occurred one after another in the Scarlet Summit Strait, all of them close descendants of the Black Turtle Patriarch. For a time, everyone was in a state of panic and fear. When he killed the 13th person, Qin Yu finally left behind a message. Hand over the Zhangzhu and Songhua siblings, otherwise he would slaughter all the descendants of the Black Turtle bloodline. There was no response, so the killing continued. The descendants of the Black Turtle, that had enjoyed a high and lofty status, were now completely frightened out of their wit. They cried out as they rushed outside the Black Turtle Palace, begging the old ancestor to kill the murderer and protect them from harm. For a time, the sounds of crying shook the heavens. Fear, they were truly afraid. In fact, when Qin Yu killed the third person, the descendants of the Black Turtle realized that something was wrong and responded one after another. At the beginning, they were not afraid. Instead, they grinned and looked forward to the murderer delivering himself to their door. This was the confidence that the noble and powerful descendants of the Black Turtle should have. But the development of events soon shattered their confidence, because even if they were fully prepared, no one could stop the arrival of the slaughter. Even now, they did not know who the murderer was. It was not until Qin Yu killed the 13th person and left behind a message that the terrified descendants of the Black Turtle suddenly realized that the murderer was the enemy of the old ancestor. An existence that dared to be the enemy of the old ancestor, killing them was as easy as taking something from his pocket, like slaughtering chickens or dogs. Of course, the Black Turtle Patriarch knew who the murderer was, but no matter how loud the cries outside shook the heavens, there was not the slightest change in his expression. Across from him, the corners of St. Thousand Nether's mouth curled up, and there was even a hint of excitement in his smile. Qin Yu was really still in the Scarlet Summit Strait. Good, this was simply too good. Although it seemed that the Black Turtle Patriarch did not care about the deaths and injuries of these juniors, it was still better to restrain himself at this time and not be too obvious. With a light cough, St. Thousand Nether said, "Brother Turtle, do you want to let these juniors temporarily hide here to take refuge? Otherwise, Qin Yu will be flustered and exasperated, and I fear he will start a massacre again." The Black Turtle Patriarch said, "If he wants to kill, then let him kill. I don't care about the life or death of some good-for-nothing juniors." This was the truth. He did not care about these bloodline descendants at all. Moreover, after they were transformed into dark creatures, the bloodline connection between them would completely cease to exist. Since that was the case, even if these descendants were killed by Qin Yu, he would not even blink. But now, the Black Turtle Patriarch still frowned, his eyes filled with surprise. What he could not figure out was why Qin Yu would do this. Was it really as he said, that he wanted to use this stupid action to force him to release the Hidden Pearl siblings? Ridiculous! Hidden Pearl and Hidden Flower were involved in the transformation of darkness, and this was his only chance to continue living. Let alone these bloodline descendants, even if Qin Yu slaughtered the entire Scarlet Summit Strait, the Black Turtle Patriarch would not even blink. With Qin Yu's intelligence, how could he not understand this? Or could it be that because he had suddenly obtained a formidable strength, his heart had inflated, causing this junior to lose all reason and become impulsive and irritable? Because he had failed to assassinate Qin Yu and couldn't find any other way to save Hidden Pearl and Hidden Flower, did he lose his mind and start a massacre? If this was really the case, then it was truly disappointing. The inheritor of the pre-celestial spirit's strength was actually such an idiot. Chapter 13-15. The 25th. Looking at the corpse in front of him, Qin Yu turned and walked away. His lips curved up in a sneer. "I think the Black Turtle Old Ancestor must be cursing me for being an idiot right now." The stone pagoda's calm voice echoed out. "How can grass understand a bird? Master's exquisite arrangements are not something they can understand. Stone Pagoda, you've changed. In the past, you wouldn't have done this sort of flattery so openly." Qin Yu jokingly scolded. The Stone Pagoda was silent for a moment. "Because the one who flattered you so openly is no longer here. I was worried that Master wouldn't be used to it, so I made a change." Qin Yu stepped forwards. His entire figure and appearance instantly changed. In the blink of an eye, he was a completely unfamiliar seafolk. "There is indeed a problem with the shadow of the abyss, but I believe we will meet again. So, you just need to be yourself. Don't think about being an all-rounder." "Yes, Master," the Stone Pagoda respectfully said. "You have already killed 25 seafolk. You still need to kill 11 more to complete the task. But, the Black Turtle descendants that meet the requirements are mostly gathered outside the Black Turtle Old Ancestor's palace. Should we go over?" Qin Yu shook his head. "No need. If my guess is correct, these people will soon be driven back. We just need to wait." He looked up at the red stone wall and the palaces that stretched out into the distance. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. "I'm actually looking forward to when Thousand Nether will appear. With that old turtle's cautious personality, he will definitely send him to probe me. And St. Thousand Nether probably wants to use this opportunity to confirm that I am still in the Scarlet Summit Strait." The Stone Pagoda said, "Everything is within Master's grasp. Here we go again. Let's not talk about anything else, but your flattery skills are a bit lacking compared to the shadow of the abyss." Qin Yu looked down at his own shadow. In truth, he also wanted to know just what had happened to the old turtle. Was this a backup plan of the Abyss Will? If this was the case, then this fellow had likely been schemed against from the very start. Thinking about it, it was also quite sad. If this was really the case, then the Abyss Will had taken such a great deal of trouble to enter the vast Yang world. Qin Yu thought of Teacher Liao. This woman's true identity was still a mystery. Why did she enter the abyss? He shook his head and suppressed these thoughts. He didn't want to think about it for now. His intuition told him that they would meet again in the future. Then, he would wait until they met to find out what had happened. 6:36. It wasn't just because it sounded easy to say. In fact, the number itself contained a certain pattern. There were still 11 more. If he wanted to achieve the best results, he couldn't miss any of them. He had to hurry up. There were still a lot of things to do. Outside the palace complex, the descendants of the Black Tortoise, who were crying in fear and begging for the ancestors' protection, all looked desperate after hearing the order. What do you mean by returning home? You have been killed like this. Ancestor, your words are not convincing at all. It's clear that you don't want to get involved. In fact, if you think about it more darkly, you want to chase all of us back so that we can be killed. Why? Why was that? Ancestor, please open your eyes wide and look clearly. We are all your bloodline descendants. He was roaring in his heart, and his eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. However, this clearly did not affect the development of the situation at all. The will of the Black Turtle Patriarch was their destiny that they could not defy. The ancestor has abandoned us, but we can't just accept our fate like this. Yes, if we join forces, the villains may not dare to come again. Let's do it this way. Gather the experts of the sect together. It's not so easy to kill us. The descendants of the Black Tortoise growled with red eyes. Qin Yu stood in the crowd, watching this group of descendants of the Black Tortoise, who were like trapped beasts, roaring and forming a group to leave. He turned and glanced in the direction of the palace. Although he had already guessed the next move of the Black Turtle Patriarch, he still had to sigh at the cold hearts of these old bastards when he saw this scene. But sighing was just sighing. There were still 11 heads missing, and Qin Yu would not be lenient. Moreover, these descendants of the Black Tortoise gathered together, which could save a lot of time. They didn't have to run around and kill them one by one. In addition, Qin Yu's eyes flashed. If the 1,000 Nether Saint wanted to come, this would be the last chance. Lord Dragon Sage was very confused. Since talking to Qin Yu, he knew that there must be a big problem in the Crimson Peak Strait. If it were before, he would be very happy and take the initiative to join forces with Qin Yu to get rid of this big trouble. However, it just so happened that this matter involved the Dark World. Thus, Lord Longxing immediately changed his mind. Nonsense, that was the Dark World. Who knew how many secrets were hidden in it? It was not an exaggeration to say that it was unfathomable. It was necessary to observe. At the same time, Dragon Sage ordered Black Armor to activate the spies planted in the Crimson Peak Strait to pass the news to the outside. Although this was very dangerous, and might even expose the manpower that the East Sea had painstakingly arranged over the years, Lord Dragon Sage could not care less. He had to know what Qin Yu was going to do. Then the news was passed out. Qin Yu was killing people. To be honest, this was very normal. Knowing that it involved the Dark World, he did not choose to keep the peace. He would definitely make a wave of trouble. But the key was that these people Qin Yu killed were of no use. Of course, this could not be said. These descendants of the Black Tortoise were all very strong. They were the upper echelons of power in the Crimson Peak Strait. After killing them, the entire Crimson Peak Strait would be completely chaotic. But this was no threat to the Black Turtle Patriarch. After many years of dealing with him, they had fought and killed each other many times. Dragon Sage knew the Black Turtle Patriarch very well. He did not care about things like bloodline descendants. No matter how many Qin Yu killed, they could not threaten him. To use this method to force the Black Turtle Patriarch to release the people. Haha, it was nice to say that he was naive, but it was simply stupid. But this boy Qin Yu didn't seem like an idiot. Or perhaps he had some other goal in killing these people. The latest news came out. The descendants of the Black Tortoise had almost all gathered together to protect themselves. A bright light bloomed in Dragon Sage's eyes. Either Qin Yu gave up the current action of killing to vent his anger, or he could only continue to kill these people. The former was fine, but if it was the latter, in other words, Qin Yu would lose his invisibility ability. The Black Tortoise or the Thousand Nether Saint only needed to wait for him. What would he do? Qin Yu chose to continue killing. The simulation and transformation ability of the Body of Rules was indeed amazing, but it was still very difficult to deceive the senses of the saint. But with the power of the innate spirit, all of this became perfect, enough for Qin Yu to pass off the fake as the real one. Therefore, the action of the descendants of the Black Tortoise to survive was actually useless. On the contrary, it would only put themselves in more danger. Because there were so many people, it was too easy for Qin Yu to blend in. For example, he was thinking now, who should he kill first? With a cursory glance in the huge hall, there were at least dozens of descendants of the Black Tortoise gathered here. It was too easy to achieve the goal. Who the hell is the murderer? Since he dared to be the enemy of the Patriarch, why did he kill us juniors to vent his anger? A descendant of the Black Tortoise said angrily, but he could not hide the paleness of his face. Didn't I say it was related to Tsang Zhu and Tsang Hua? I knew they were jinxes and would definitely cause trouble. I just want to know, how did the murderer kill? The brothers and sisters who died before, the 7th and the 12th, were not easy to provoke, but they were directly killed without any movement. I heard that it was a direct attack. The whole process was very fast. When the 7th died, the maid beside him said that the murderer opened the door and killed him, not giving him a chance to resist. How is that possible? The 7th's strength is not far from the Saint Realm. Even if a Saint Realm expert attacked, he should be able to block 1 or 2 attacks, right? Perhaps he was poisoned in advance. Just as he finished speaking, someone patted his shoulder. Hey, he wasn't poisoned. He really was killed directly. In the next moment there was a muffled puff. Brain juice mixed with blood sprayed out, and the scene suddenly fell silent. Qin Yu said lightly, "Did you see? He was killed like this. The murderer is here. Kill him! Hurry up and do it!" In the midst of screams, a group of descendants of the Black Tortoise fled in all directions. Qin Yu stretched his body, lifted his hand, and pressed forward, crushing several sea-race cultivators who rushed over to him into dregs on the spot. Then, his 5 fingers suddenly tightened inwards. Space fiercely distorted, and 2 descendants of the Black Tortoise were sucked in. Puff, puff, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Suddenly, there was a large flower of dark red blood. There were 3. The efficiency of killing was indeed amazing. At this moment, Qin Yu's eyes flashed, and he heavily stamped his foot. Boom! The ground collapsed, and the terrifying impact of power was like a tide, instantly blasting in all directions. Then, like a thick fog, darkness suddenly descended, sealing off the entire hall. But now, the shockwave of strength that erupted from that stomp caused the area where Qin Yu was standing to be completely blank. Saint Thousand Nether, today is a grudge between me and the Black Tortoise old ancestor. Are you sure you want to intervene? Pretending to be ignorant was something that required great skill. For example, right now, Qin Yu clearly knew everything, and he was plotting against the other party, but he still had to act like he didn't know anything in front of others. This was a test of skill. Fortunately, with Qin Yu's current level of acting, it was basically no problem for him to do this. It could even be said that he could do it with ease. For example, his slightly frowning eyebrows, the gloominess in his eyes, and a trace of just the right amount of fear, were all seen by Thousand Nether. In the darkness, his calm voice sounded, "Mr. Ninth, the Black Tortoise old ancestor is on good terms with the Dark World. Please be magnanimous and don't continue to cause trouble in the Crimson Peak Strait. As long as Mr. Ninth is willing to retreat, everything that happened before will be written off. The Dark World can guarantee that they will not pursue this matter in the future." With this level of skill, he could definitely win the Best Actor award. If he hadn't personally participated in the entire process of St. Thousand Nether summoning other dark true saints to descend to the Crimson Peak straight to kill people, he might have really believed it. This voice, this tone, this sincerity from the heart, it was simply perfect. Sure enough, there is always a higher mountain, and the career of acting will never reach its peak. We need to guard against arrogance and impatience, and learn humbly. Qin Yu's eyebrows furrowed even tighter, and a trace of struggle flashed in his eyes as he attempted to make a final effort. I have no intention of becoming enemies with the Dark World, but Sang Zhu is my woman. I must save her and leave. If the Dark World is willing to stand idly by, I will be eternally grateful. St. Thousand Nether sighed. If so, the Dark World can only choose to be enemies with Mr. Ninth. Chapter 13:16. Forgive me for offending you. Qin Yu shouted out loud and punched out. Thousand Nether waved his sleeves to block it. Darkness fell from all directions like a tide. In the confrontation of true divine level powers, the hall was torn to pieces like paper. The sea race gathered here were like ants in front of a landslide. They had no power to resist, and could only scream in despair. In truth, compared to Qin Yu's killing speed, it was countless times faster. 9. The stone tower counted. 2 more descendants of the black turtle to make up 36 people. Qin Yu said, Thousand Nether, do you really want to stop me today? It's not that I want to stop Miss Ninth, it's that you don't want to stop. Thousand Nether's expression was solemn. Enough people have died in Crimson Peak Strait. Enough is enough. You think I can stop just because you want me to? So what if it's the Dark World? Qin Yu laughed wildly. He raised his hand and pressed down. A descendant of the black turtle ancestor exploded in the air. He looked at Thousand Nether with a cold and ruthless expression. That's it for today. If you dare to stop me again, don't blame me for being rude. He turned and left. In the direction that Qin Yu left, a descendant of the black turtle ancestor thought that he had escaped, but his expression suddenly changed and he exploded into pieces. Ha 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 ha. What followed was Qin Yu's wild laughter. Then, he swaggered away, vanishing from sight. Thousand Nether's face was pale, but he was smiling in his heart. Arrogant, overbearing, strong, ruthless. Qin Yu's current performance perfectly matched the image of a young man who had suddenly become dizzy with power. Very good. It seemed that the black turtle ancestor's judgment was right. Qin Yu would not give up so easily. Then he would continue to tangle with him. When Hundred Trace and the other Darkness True Divine arrived, they could combine their power and summon the fire of eternal night. At that time, it would be Qin Yu's death. New news was sent back to the Dragon Palace. Qin Yu's killing spree had drawn out Thousand Nether. The two sides did not entangle for long. After a short fight, Qin Yu took the initiative to retreat. After Dragon Sage read the news, he could not help but raise his hand and rub his eyebrows. He felt even more confused. What was Qin Yu doing? They seemed arrogant, domineering, and massacring without restraint, but in fact, in his eyes, they were like headless flies buzzing around without any practical use other than making people feel annoyed. The newly ascended Miss Peach Garden's ninth lady was only at this level? If that was the case, then the Crimson Peak Strait would be a calamity. Should he inform the yard master? After all, Qin Yu was in the East Sea. If something were to happen to him, it would be hard for him to clear his name. As for the yard master, she was known to be a person who did not listen to reason at all. Just as Lord Longsheng was feeling a headache and a little disappointed, his complexion suddenly changed. After thinking for a moment, he coughed and said with a smile, "What's the matter, Miss Ninth? Lord Dragon Sage should already know what I've done." Qin Yu's voice rang out in the Grand Hall. The smile on Longsheng's face didn't diminish. "I just heard the news that Miss Ninth went on a killing spree in the Crimson Summit Strait. Her power is truly awe-inspiring," Qin Yu lightly said. "I fear that after Lord Dragon Sage hears this news, he will curse me in his heart for my stupidity." He might even think about notifying Honorable Master lest I die in the Scarlet Summit Strait and cause trouble for Lord Dragon Sage. Dragon Sage, you can guess what I'm thinking. What else do you want me to say? Ah ha ha ha, Miss Ninth must be joking. Since you've done this, you must have your own reasons. How could I dare to criticize you? Qin Yu said, Is that so? Then I have the heart of a petty person. I hope Lord Dragon Sage won't take offense. Although you're apologizing, I still feel that you're cursing me in a roundabout way. Lord Dragon Sage took a deep breath and decided not to pester him any further. He directly said, What's the matter, Miss Ninth? Now he reacted. With what Qin Yu had just said, his previous speculations were no longer valid. Qin Yu was not stupid. He absolutely had his own reasons for doing what he did in the Scarlet Summit Strait. Qin Yu said, I have a matter to trouble Lord Dragon Sage. Please open your comprehensive senses in the East Sea. Once the aura of darkness descends, inform me immediately. It was simple if it wasn't a big deal. At most, it would just consume some strength. But the meaning revealed in his words was a bit startling. Dragon Sage already knew that the Thousand Nether Saint was in the Scarlet Summit Strait. Listening to Qin Yu's words, it seemed that someone from the Dark World was coming. With Qin Yu's cultivation, he didn't need to care about ordinary characters, much less the dignified Dragon Sage of the East Sea. In other words, Qin Yu judged that this person was strong enough that he had to treat him with caution. Darkness True Sage. It wasn't difficult to figure this out. Dragon Sage's complexion changed and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He said in a dry voice, What does Miss Ninth mean? People from the Dark World are coming. Could it be that you want to? He didn't say the word kill, but the meaning was clear. This surname Qin really wanted to blow up the heavens. In this world, others could not wait to hide from the Dark World. But he was different. Not only did he oppose them, but he also wanted to kill them. Not to mention whether or not he could succeed. Even if he did, the grudge between them would be too great. The Dark World would not let this matter rest. And most importantly, the East Sea would be dragged in. The consequences would be unimaginable. Qin Yu said, Lord Dragon Sage is overthinking things. I have a clear understanding of my own strength. With my strength alone, it is impossible for me to slaughter a true sage. Dragon Sage was startled. What did Qin Yu mean by that? With your own strength alone, you want to pull me into your group? Miss Ninth, the East Sea has no intention of becoming enemies with the Dark World. No matter what you want to do, I will not interfere. This was called a firm attitude, without any room for compromise. Qin Yu was speechless. It had to be known that not long ago, the Dragon Sage had said something like, If you have something to say, I won't decline. Although he knew that you were just running your mouth, in such a short period of time, there was no one else who could swallow those words into their stomach. Moreover, Dragon Sage's imagination was quite rich. Qin Yu's goal was to save people. Killing people was at most a side effect. So before he finished saving people, he didn't think of touching anyone. At least, not now. Dragon Sage, rest assured that I absolutely do not have any plans to kill a true sage from the Dark World. I can swear to this that the only reason I am searching for the coordinates of a true sage is because it is necessary for the follow-up plan. Dragon Sage was silent for a long time. I can agree to this. I ask Miss Ninth to keep your promise, otherwise I will have no choice but to interfere. Moreover, there is one more thing I must tell Miss Ninth. The number of times the dragon scale can be used is limited. After I contact you, it will probably break. Qin Yu rubbed his temples. I understand. After the call ended, he bitterly smiled. He thought that these old fellows were really thick-skinned. He hadn't heard that the number of times the dragon scale could be used was limited. It was clear that he had sensed trouble and wanted to withdraw. He couldn't blame Dragon Sage. After all, strictly speaking, he had helped a great deal. Moreover, It wasn't a mistake for him to protect himself when the situation wasn't right. The East Sea was Dragon Sage's territory. As long as he wanted to, he could sense any fluctuations of strength. The only possible flaw in the plan had been patched up. Next, Qin Yu only needed to wait for this true sage by Yu to arrive. Of course, wasting time was shameful. While he waited, he might be able to polish the follow-up plan and avoid mistakes as much as possible. Qin Yu opened his hand. Between his fingers, besides a drop of old ancestor black turtle's blood, there was also a black crystal. This thing was formed from a highly compressed dark power. It was something that Qin Yu had casually picked up when he was killing people. No matter how cautious Saint Thousand Nether was, he still wouldn't have imagined that he would be schemed against like this. Shuar Qin Yu quickly left, leaving the Scarlet Summit straight. The reason was simple. Since he wanted to suppress him, he couldn't be detected. Thus, this true sage by Yu definitely wouldn't directly arrive at the Scarlet Summit straight. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. Somewhere on the seabed, Qin Yu was sitting cross-legged. He suddenly opened his eyes and the dragon's scale flew in front of him. He's here. A divine sense fluctuation transmitted a coordinate. Before Qin Yu could respond, there was a loud cracking sound as the dragon's scale turned to powder. Lord Dragon Sage was quite decisive. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He wasn't in the mood to think about these things. He lifted a hand and tore through space. He stepped in. The moment his figure submerged, a rich darkness erupted, submerging him within. True Sage Baiyu had arrived. He was indeed extremely cautious. When he entered the East Sea, he made as little noise as possible and restrained his aura as much as possible. This involved the Peach Garden's Qin Yu as well as the legendary pre-celestial spirit, so he couldn't be too careful. Otherwise, once news of this leaked out, the Dark World would be forced into a passive position. But a true sage was still a true sage. Wherever he was his own domain. At this time, the sea below was as flat as a mirror, without a single fluctuation. True Sage Baiyu lifted a hand to determine his position. But just as he was about to leave, the mirror-like sea below suddenly shattered into countless pieces. In the next moment, the space in front of him shattered and a rich darkness gushed out. True Sage Baiyu's complexion changed and he relaxed. This was someone from the Dark World. Moreover, he seemed to have seen this aura before. His eyes flashed. True Sage Baiyu said in a low voice, "It's you. On the day Thousand Nether summoned me, you and I met." He hadn't been seen through. In truth, the first glance was the most dangerous. As long as he could deceive them, everything else would be much simpler. Of course, this was only relatively speaking. Acting as an actor in front of a true sage wasn't easy at all. The slightest bit of carelessness could cause all of his previous efforts to be wasted. In the darkness, Qin Yu deeply chuckled. "You must be unfamiliar with me, but that's fine. The reason I came here today is to make friends with you." There was a bit of arrogance in his politeness. True Sage Baiyu frowned. "It's fine to make friends, but your movements today are far too great. This is the East Sea, the Dragon Sage's holy Dao domain." "Hehe, True Sage Baiyu, are you worried that the Dragon Sage will discover that you and I were suppressing Qin Yu in the Scarlet Summit Strait?" Qin Yu's voice was cold. "You worry too much. If it weren't for the Dragon Sage's help, how could I have locked onto your position?" True Sage Baiyu's complexion changed. "You are saying that Thousand Nether chose to join forces with the Dragon Sage? I'm sorry, Lord Dragon Sage. Although I know you are very resistant, I still have to trick you. In any case, what happened in the East Sea will be blown up, and you won't be able to wash yourself clean no matter what, so you should help me share some of the burden." "That's right, True Sage Baiyu is right. That is why I came here today. I want to make friends with you." Chapter 13-17. Qin Yu continued. Qian Yu, the Black Tortoise, and the Dragon Sage decided to work together to suppress Qin Yu and divide the power of the pre-celestial spirit in his body. "But I don't trust the Dragon Sage, and I don't trust Qian Yu. True Saint Bai Yu frowned. He felt that things were a little strange. Qian Yu was actually working with the Dragon Sage. This was something he had not expected. However, this was the East Sea after all. It was obviously impossible to completely hide what had happened in the Crimson Peak Strait from Longsheng. Until now, the East Sea hadn't made any moves, and Qian Yu hadn't given an explanation for this matter either. That was the nature of the human heart. Once they had doubts, there was no need to say anything else. They would fill in the gaps on their own. This had nothing to do with cultivation realms. What was being calculated was human nature, or rather, the dark side of human nature that all living beings possessed. What do you want? Qian Yu snapped his fingers. It's very simple. You and I are both latecomers. If we don't want to end up empty-handed or be pushed out, then let's join forces. True Sage Bai Tu sneered. Why would I believe you? Qian Yu said, because besides this, you have no better choice. As he finished speaking, he took a step backwards and tore through space. Darkness flooded in like a tide. True Saint Bai Yu, I will arrive at the Crimson Summit Strait a little later than you. After that, you can see the reaction of Qian Yu and the others. If you don't understand, please remain silent for the time being. I will explain it to you later. At that time, perhaps you will believe me. After Longsheng had given him the coordinates, he had been sensing from afar. However, what surprised him was that he had not sensed Qian Yu's aura. Instead, two incomparably tyrannical dark forces had appeared. Could it be that the world of darkness had sent two darkness true sages to the Red Peak Strait? Qian Yu realized this, so he didn't dare to act rashly. However, the most important thing now was to figure out what the dark world wanted to do. If it was just the importance of the darkness conversion ritual, there was no need to make such a big fuss about it. After all, it was not a simple matter for the darkness true sage to appear in the vast Yang world. One would have to pay a huge price, unless they had a more important purpose besides the darkness transformation ritual. What could it be? He didn't need to think too much to grasp the crux of the matter. Qian Yu. Could it be that in the Scarlet Summit Strait, someone had already discovered the secret he was hiding? That's right, it's like this, it must be like this. According to the style of the Dark World, they would only react like this when there was a great benefit. In the Lost Garden, Qian Yu had obtained a heaven-defying lucky chance in the Peach Garden 9 paths, allowing him to leap to the peak of the world and even obtain a glorious battle record of slaying a saint. There was definitely something wrong with this. Everyone wanted to unravel this secret and even obtain it, including the East Sea Dragon Sage. That was why he was able to pinpoint the key directly. As for whether one of the two Darkness True Saints was Qian Yu in disguise, Longsheng didn't even think about it. Even Sage Thousand Nether and Patriarch Black Turtle had not considered this aspect. The reason was simple. There had never been anyone in this world who could impersonate a true divine. It was not only because of the absolute power, but also because of the true divine aura, which could not be faked at all. His eyes were cloudy and uncertain. Dragon Sage's thoughts were fiercely battling. He couldn't help but feel an impulse to join the internal strife of the Scarlet Peak Strait. If it really was possible, then offending the Dark World in order to obtain Qian Yu's secrets wasn't an unacceptable matter. After all, everything in this world was about karma. As long as the expected benefits were great enough, the risk of being beheaded could be ignored. Calm down. Calm down. Longsheng took a deep breath. He had experienced countless hardships in his life. He had long passed the age of being impulsive and not caring about anything. Since he had sensed the possibility of what was going to happen in the Scarlet Peak Canyon, it was impossible to pretend that he didn't know. Qian Yu's life and death was his own problem. However, Longsheng was extremely interested in the secret of the Lost Garden. But it was obviously not wise to act rashly. Not to mention whether things were as he thought, even if it was really so, including Qian Nether, there were already 3 darkness true saints gathered in the Scarlet Peak Strait. With the addition of Patriarch Black Turtle, there would be 4 true divine existences. This was a very terrifying force. Even if a true divine were to face 4 people of the same level, if he didn't want to die, he could only escape in a sorry state. The reason why Long Xing dared to interfere despite knowing this was because this was the East Sea, his home ground. If he was willing to sacrifice some of his Taoist connotation and borrow the power of the entire East Sea, it was not impossible for him to fight against 2 people alone. This was Long Xing's greatest reliance. In addition, he could hide in the dark and attack when they were unprepared. If he chose the right time, there was still a possibility of success. This was more than enough. To be able to become a true divine, Long Xing was not an indecisive person. Just the information he obtained today was worth the risk. A bright light burst out from the depths of Long Xing's eyes as he took a step forward and his figure abruptly disappeared. In a world of ice and snow, in the camp of the East Sea's sea race, Black Armor's complexion changed. "Who is it?" Space shook and Long Xing stepped out. "It's me." Black Armor hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate greets Lord Long Xing." "Get up. Don't tell anyone else that I'm here." Long Xing waved his hand and said in a low voice, "Mobilize all forces at all costs. I want to know everything that happens in the Scarlet Peak Strait." Hidden stakes were precious. If they were used, there would inevitably be clues. Once they were discovered, there would be heavy casualties. But so what? Saints were high above and had stepped onto the other side of cultivation. They were no longer ordinary people and only sought the supreme great Tao. The ruler's vacancy, he, East Sea Long Xing, was also interested in it. So what if some people died? Even if it was 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times, it was still worth it. Black Armor could faintly smell the cold and ruthless aura of Lord Long Xing. He didn't know what was happening, but it was clear that something horrifying was about to happen. "Yes, subordinate will do it immediately." He didn't dare to speak any nonsense. He turned and hurried away. Schwa Saint Thousand Nether opened his eyes, a look of joy on his face. Saint Bayou had arrived. He had already sensed his aura. He stood up and stepped down. Space twisted and his figure appeared at the edge of the Scarlet Peak Strait. He cupped his hands together and said, "True Saint Bayou, you've finally arrived." His eyes swept around and he frowned. "Your friend didn't come with you?" "Friend?" This term grated on True Saint Bayou's ears. This was because not too long ago, a strange darkness True Saint had appeared and said that he wanted to be friends with him. His first reaction was, how did Thousand Nether know about this? Thinking back to what the mysterious darkness True Saint had said before he left, True Saint Bayou took a deep breath and calmed his thoughts. He lightly said, "He isn't with me." Saint Thousand Nether's eyes darkened. He took a deep breath and said, "Qin Yu is currently in the Scarlet Peak Strait, but he definitely won't stay here forever. Moreover, if he discovers that we have arrived here, all our efforts will be for naught. So, if possible, I would like to ask Saint Bayou to hurry up your friend. We don't have much time left." Bayou frowned inwardly. He couldn't figure out what was going on. But looking at Thousand Nether's current appearance, it didn't seem like he was faking it. He thought for a moment and was about to say something when a deep laugh sounded out. "Saint Thousand Nether, there is no need to be anxious. I have arrived." Darkness quietly surged out. An icy cold aura spread out, revealing endless despair. It was like an eternal night had arrived. This aura. Saint Thousand Nether frowned. He didn't know why, but he felt that it was somewhat familiar. Besides that, there was also something strange about it. However, he didn't think too much about it. Since this was Saint Bayou's friend, there was naturally no problem with his identity. He immediately smiled and said, "Good. Since the 2 of you have arrived, we can begin and draw out Qin Yu." Wrapped in darkness, Qin Yu chuckled. "Of course. We traveled tens of thousands of miles to come here for this matter. Thousand Nether, go and prepare. Saint Bayou glanced at him but didn't say anything. Thousand Nether's eyes swept over the two. He smiled and nodded. Okay. He turned around, a gloomy look in his eyes. There was definitely some problem between this Bayou and this mysterious darkness true divine. But that didn't matter. With the binding of the Dark Oath and the Black Turtle Old Ancestor about to complete his transformation, he didn't need to fear them. Schwar Thousand Nether's figure vanished from sight. Bayou's eyes were icy cold. You can explain now. Qin Yu smiled deeply. It's very simple. The matter of me meeting you before was arranged by Qian Yu. His goal was to make you careless and think that you've already joined forces with me. In reality, you've been excluded by everyone. So that was how it was. No wonder the Dragon Sage had helped and provided this person with coordinate. This was one of the points that True Divine Bayou hadn't been able to figure out. But here came the problem. Qian Nether's arrangements didn't make him doubt him. After all, if he didn't mention the Eastern Sea Dragon Sage, how could this person lock onto his position? This was a dead knot. Qin Yu smiled. He flipped his hand and a black crystal flew out. True Divine Bayou should recognize this aura, right? It's Qian Nether's power of darkness. This is the token he gave me. With this, I can sense your approximate position. If you ask me how I locked onto your position, I will say that it is because of my own cultivation that I am particularly sensitive to darkness aura. Of course, this thing can't be used too far away. But at close range, it is enough to confuse one's vision and make it impossible for True Divine Bayou to identify you. Qin Yu smiled. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Okay. True Divine Bayou took a step back and vanished from sight. At the same time, all of his aura disappeared. Qin Yu turned around and pointed. You are here. He turned and pointed again. Here. Here. He turned again. Here. Space shook. True Divine Bayou appeared with a pale face. He already believed everything Qin Yu said. He had no choice but to believe. As a true divine, he had absolute confidence in his ability to restrain his aura. Even if he faced a darkness true divine, if he deliberately hid it, he would not be discovered. But now, facing Qin Yu, it was like he had been placed under the sun. There was no place for him to hide. Why did Qian Nether's power of darkness have such an effect? Could it be that this fellow had wanted to deal with him a long time ago? That's right, that must be it. Otherwise, how could he specially cultivate a method to lock onto his aura? But why? There was no enmity between them. Although there had been some conflicts of interest, strictly speaking, they weren't worth mentioning. No, he was thinking too much. Although there was no enmity between them, they had a common goal. Quota, it must be for that quota. Damn it, once Qian Nether completed this transformation that involved the Black Turtle Old Ancestor, he would have the qualifications to compete. That must be it, that must be it. Previously, it was said that some things about the human heart weren't completely correct, but it was clear that it was correct once again. Bayou, who had figured it out, no longer had any doubts about Qin Yu. He said in a deep voice, "Okay, I will join forces with you." In the darkness, Qin Yu snapped his fingers and laughed. Believe me, True Divine Bayou, this is definitely the best decision you have made. This result was simply perfect. Chapter 13:18. At the Crimson Peak Strait, where Yin and Yang met, Sage Qian Yu pushed open the door and entered. He said in a deep voice, "Brother Turtle, the two true sages of the dark world have arrived. We can begin now." Within the tortoiseshell, the Black Turtle Old Ancestor opened his eyes. Within the dim yellow turbidity, a brilliant light erupted. "I'll have to trouble you with everything else, Qian Yu. It is my duty to help Brother Turtle complete his darkness transformation." Sage Thousand Nether paused for a moment. However, the two darkness true sages that descended seemed to be related to each other. The Black Turtle Patriarch said, In any case, I'm naturally on your side, Qian Yu. Ha ha, good. Then I won't have to worry about anything else. I'll give it my all. Sage Thousand Nether laughed loudly and gestured with his hand. Brother Turtle, let's go. The ancestor of the black turtle nodded, and the turtle shell floated out of the hall. His deep voice resounded throughout the palace. My loyal subordinates, now is the time for you to protect me. Rumble, the palace built on the crimson rock wall suddenly trembled. Pieces of stone shattered, revealing a black hole that led underground. Following that, burly figures with powerful auras walked out from the ground and knelt on the ground with fanatical expressions. We swear to protect the ancestor with our lives. We swear to protect the ancestor with our lives. Patriarch Black Turtle waved his hand. Let's go. Countless figures soared into the sky and surrounded the Black Turtle Patriarch and the 1,000 Nether Saint as they flew toward the dungeon. The journey was smooth, and there were no accidents. The entire dungeon was surrounded by the fanatical members of the Sea Clan. Patriarch Xiangui turned around and asked, Qian Yu, where are the other 2 true sages? Sage Thousand Nether looked up at the dungeon. They have already entered. He was not surprised by this. The aura of the darkness transformation ceremony naturally could not be hidden from the senses of Bai Zhu and Bai Zhu. Without saying anything else, Patriarch Black Turtle stepped into the dungeon. They passed through a long passageway and arrived at the deepest depths of the dungeon. The door was open and true Saint Baiyu and Qin Yu stood at the entrance, their bodies submerged in darkness. Qian Yu cupped his hands. This is true Sage Baiyu, Qin Yu lightly said. I am Myriad Flow. The order of the order was really coincidental. The corner of Qian Yu's mouth twitched. Even if it's a fake name, can't you be a little more serious? Patriarch Black Turtle calmly cupped his hands. Thank you, true saints, for taking the trouble to come here. After today, I will definitely repay you. Seeing true Saint Baiu's cold expression, as if he had no intention of speaking, Qin Yu smiled and said, Old Ancestor Black Turtle is too polite. The reason we came here is because there are enough benefits to be obtained. Then, let us begin. All right. The Black Turtle ancestor stepped into the deepest part of the dungeon. Zhang Zhu and Zhang Zhu suddenly opened their eyes, fear appearing on their faces at the same time. Patriarch. The depths of his eyes were filled with despair. It was obvious that time was up. Once the darkness transformation ritual was completed, they would die without a burial. The Black Turtle Patriarch's gaze swept across them. Don't blame me. This is your fate. He walked over to Zhang Zhu and Zhang Hua and sat down cross-legged. Qian Yu, I'll have to trouble you. Sage Thousand Nether nodded. Brother Turtle, don't worry. Taking a step forward, the extremely dense darkness in this space immediately boiled. It was like an endless black fog that instantly covered everything. Zhang Zhu and Zhang Hua froze, pain on their faces. Blood seeped out from their pores, constantly dripping to the ground. Then, this blood seemed to be pulled by an invisible strength, constantly extending outwards like a living creature. Wherever it passed, marks would be activated, absorbing the blood of the siblings and releasing a crimson halo of light. But this blood-red light didn't pierce through the darkness. Instead, it fused together, forming a strange black and red mixture that gave off a strange and icy feeling. From within the turtle shell, the Black Turtle Patriarch let out a cry of joy and pain. The darkness transformation ritual had begun. Sage Thousand Nether said, True Saints Baiyu and Wanlu, please enter the darkness transformation ritual. Make sure to hide your aura. Once Qin Yu appears, immediately join forces to suppress him. After a pause, his voice became even more dignified. I ask that you 2 true saints do not interfere with the darkness transformation ritual. If an accident occurs, it will be difficult for you and I to escape responsibility. This was the reason why Thousand Nether and the others entered the darkness transformation ritual. When it came to the layout of the dark world, No one dared to act recklessly. Bio nodded without expression and stepped in. Qin Yu chuckled. Of course, we don't want to provoke any trouble. But in truth, what did the layout of the dark world have to do with him? He had made so many preparations just for this moment. If he didn't interfere, wouldn't it be a waste? After all, his goal was to save people. So, Thousand Nether was wrong, completely and utterly wrong. Above the Scarlet Summit Strait, passing through the endless seawater, one arrived at a vast expanse of white. At this time, strong winds roared, stirring up countless snowflakes that wailed and wailed in the air. The originally gloomy skies were now as black as ink. A terrifying aura was released from it, pressing down on them like mountains, making it hard for them to breathe. In the tent, Longsheng stood up. The darkness transformation ritual had begun. This matter violated the rules of the Vast Yang world, and was not permitted by the will of Vast Yang. Thus, heavenly tribulation would descend. The strong winds and the pitch-black skies were only the prelude to heavenly tribulation. But right now, Longsheng didn't care about this. Since the Black Turtle Patriarch dared to open the darkness transformation ritual, he must have made preparations. The key was Qin Yu. This was the best chance to kill the Black Turtle Patriarch. If he wanted to attack, he would do so now. Would he come or not? He already knew that there were 3 darkness true saints descending upon the Scarlet Summit Strait. Normal people would choose to retreat. But Qin Yu might not do so. He was well aware of the unfathomable depths of the dark world, but he still chose to be their enemy. Outside the Lost Garden, he fought 1 against 2 and put Netherworld Saint and Thousand Nether Saint at a disadvantage. In the end, he even joined forces with the Yard Master to kill Netherworld Saint. This undoubtedly gave Qin Yu great confidence. Today, if Qin Yu retreated and gave up on saving people, Longsheng would pretend that he had never been here. But if he was courting death, and Longsheng didn't mind taking a share of the spoils. In any case, he was going to die anyway. Rather than being taken away by the dark world, he might as well take advantage of him. Outside the dungeon, the sea race cultivators standing around suddenly roared up into the sky. Blood-colored flames suddenly erupted from their bodies, fusing together in the blink of an eye and rushing into the sky like a prairie fire. The flesh and blood of these sea race cultivators were burned to ashes by the flames, leaving only white bones standing in the bloody flames. Roar, roar. Roars constantly reverberated. A giant phantom emerged from the bloody flames. It stood up straight and roared angrily at the sky. Rumble, rumble, the seawater tumbled. Undercurrents formed beneath the deep sea, and under the influence of the Vast Yang will, they rushed into the Scarlet Crest straight from all directions. This was a warning from the heavens and earth. The majestic and thick city walls collapsed beneath the impact of the undercurrent. The entire city fell into chaos. Countless buildings were torn to pieces and the seafolk living in the city screamed in panic as they fled in all directions. But beneath the wrath of the heavens and earth, even if they were only slightly affected, it wasn't something that ordinary seafolk could resist. As the darkness transmutation ritual began, it was destined that the Scarlet Crest Strait would become a living hell on earth. Perhaps not even 1 or 2 out of 10 of these seafolk would survive. The Black Turtle Old Ancestor was well aware of this, and Thousand Nether, who was responsible for presiding over the darkness transmutation ritual, also knew. But they hadn't done anything. They were only some insignificant seafolk, so if they died, they died. Moreover, killing these seafolk could slightly offset the might of the heavenly tribulation from the Vast Yang world. Although it wasn't much, just a little was worth it to them. The darkness transmutation ritual began. The Black Turtle Old Ancestor's strength was drawn out, forming a giant bead that floated between him, Songhua and Songzhu. 2 thick ribbons of light wrapped around the 3 people. As the darkness transmutation ritual began, darkness appeared within the sphere, like ink pouring into water, spreading outwards. At the same time, the auras of the Black Turtle Old Ancestor, Songzhu, and Songhua constantly transformed. The darkness transmutation ritual was not recognized by the vast Yang world. In particular, with the black turtle old ancestor's cultivation, his choice would be recognized by the world's will as a betrayal. Thus, when the tribulation arrived, all life would be erased. This was a punishment from the vast Yang world. No one could avoid it. Not even the black turtle old ancestor. Thus, he needed Songzhu and Songhua to be his scapegoat. When the heavenly tribulation arrived, Songzhu and Songhua, who had been transformed into the darkness attribute and were one with his strength, would be annihilated. As for him, he could escape this calamity. He could take back the strength of the darkness transformation and begin a new life. The specific process was certainly much more complicated than this, but all we needed to know was the general course of events. Everything went smoothly. The black turtle old ancestor was cautious enough and had made ample preparations. Songzhu and Songhua were nearly perfectly compatible with his strength. This caused the darkness transmutation process to progress faster than expected. In at most an hour, everything would be completed. Thousand Nether presided over the darkness transmutation. If this matter was successfully completed, he would also receive a reward from the dark world. After all, the smooth birth of a true saint that resided in the dark world was an inestimable wealth to the dark world. But now, Thousand Nether was faintly anxious. This was because Qin Yu had yet to appear. The darkness transmutation ritual was when the black turtle old ancestor was at his weakest and also his last chance to save someone. Had he chosen to leave? No, Qin Yu was definitely still there. Thousand Nether took a deep breath. He had an intuition that Qin Yu was hiding in the shadows, paying attention to the continuation of the darkness transmutation ritual. Yes, it was like this. As time passed, his intuition became increasingly intense. Do it, Qin Yu, quickly do it. I will personally bury you and strip away everything that originally belonged to you. In fact, Thousand Nether's intuition was correct. Qin Yu was indeed paying attention to the progress of the darkness transmutation ritual. Not just that, but he was currently standing within the Great Transformation Array. And most importantly, Qin Yu had already begun. He casually flicked his finger, and the blood of the black turtle old ancestor fell onto a dark red mark on the ground. The blood was instantly absorbed, and the blood-red halo of light released by the mark became even stronger before everything returned to tranquility. As expected, there was no rejection. Qin Yu glanced at the Songzhu and Songhua siblings, and then at the happy black turtle old ancestor. He sighed inwardly. Although he had realized that this old fellow was cruel and merciless, he felt that his limits had been refreshed. Chapter 13:19. Not surprisingly, Songzhu and Songhua were the direct descendants of the Black Turtle Patriarch. To put it more bluntly, they were his daughters and sons. Only in this way could the two of them be almost perfectly compatible with the power of the Black Turtle Patriarch and be able to merge their bloodlines. Perhaps Songzhu and Songhua didn't know this before, but now, under the Dark Transformation ritual, they were almost one with the Black Turtle Patriarch and could feel the attraction of their bloodlines. This was truly a cruel thing that was hard to accept. The aura of the heavenly tribulation was getting stronger and stronger. The cities in the Crimson Summit Strait had become ruins. The undercurrent carried a terrifying power and rushed madly towards the dungeon. The crimson flames that soared to the sky blocked the undercurrent. The giant phantom within continued to silently roar towards the sky. Suddenly, a roar sounded above the 9 heavens. It was the roar of thunder, and also the final warning to the Black Turtle Patriarch. The dark transformation ritual was nearing its end. The light ball floating above his head, which contained all the power of the Black Turtle Patriarch, was almost completely black, as if it contained an entire sea of ink. The Black Turtle Patriarch opened his eyes and let out a low roar. "You forced me to do this, you forced me to do this. I want to live, I want to live. You can't give me lifespan, so I can only take it from somewhere else. No one can stop me, not even the heavens." As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up. At this moment, his whole body seemed to reverse the flow of time. The wrinkles on his face quickly flattened and disappeared, and his skin became fresh and lustrous again. In the blink of an eye, he changed from an old and decayed man who could die at any time to a middle-aged man with a straight back, sharp eyebrows, and majestic aura. His eyes were as black as the endless black sea. The dark transformation was complete. The next moment, above the dark sky, thunder exploded. It was so bright that it directly lit up the entire sky. The thunder crashed down, and the seawater directly disintegrated. Before it touched the thunder itself, it evaporated and dissipated. Then, a strange scene appeared. In the extreme north of the endless East Sea, a black hole appeared in the snow-white world of ice, like a suddenly opened mouth, swallowing everything. Whether it was ice or seawater, all obstacles disappeared in the face of the thunder of the heavenly tribulation. A straight passage appeared, straight into the crimson summit straight to the dungeon. The monstrous blood-red light collapsed as soon as it came into contact with it. The huge phantom let out an angry roar as it disintegrated inch by inch. The sea race cultivators, who had burned their flesh and blood and were only left with white bones, were crushed to pieces at the same time. Yes, this was the might of the vast Yang-Will's obliteration, and nothing could resist it. If not for this, the Black Turtle Patriarch would have transformed into darkness long ago. Why did he have to suffer until now? Saint Thousand Nether, who was managing the darkness transformation ritual, felt his heart tighten. Although he was more concerned about when Qin Yu would appear, he couldn't allow anything to happen to old ancestor Black Turtle. Fortunately, the Black Turtle Patriarch was well prepared. It was not a big problem to use his 2 children as substitutes. As long as he could survive the heavenly tribulation, he could truly be reborn. If Qin Yu were to make a move, he would definitely do it before the heavenly tribulation ended. In other words, this was the best opportunity. Qin Yu could appear at any moment. As he thought of this, True Sage Thousand Nether took a deep breath and sent a message. True Sage Bai Zhu and True Sage Wan Lu, prepare to take action at any time. Yes. No problem. Qin Yu was the one with the most words. His tone was relaxed because he was in a good mood right now. There were countless evil people in the world, but how many could he meet? But since he had met one, he was naturally happy to be able to send him on his way. Was the Black Turtle Patriarch an evil person? Then it depended on the perspective. From his point of view, everything he did was for survival. And survival was the instinctive pursuit of all living beings in the world. Of course, it could not be considered wrong. But from the perspective of the Zhangzhou siblings, the Black Turtle Patriarch was simply scum. Flaying his skin, pulling out his tendons, grinding his bones and scattering his ashes could barely dispel their hatred. Coincidentally, Qin Yu was from the perspective of the Zhangzhou siblings today. And this feeling of pushing people into the abyss while being ignorant, TSK, not to mention, it really made him feel a little good. He had a psychological sense of superiority. Even the Dragon Sage of the East Sea could not do anything to the dignified Black Turtle Patriarch. His turtle shell was impervious to swords and spears, and his defense was so strong that it made people feel despair. But so what? Wasn't he still schemed against by me? No wonder there were so many bad people in the world. Turned out that it really felt good to scheme against others. Moreover, it saved him energy. Otherwise, if he really had to face the Black Turtle Patriarch head-on, then even if he succeeded in the end, he would still have to break a few of his teeth. Qian Yu was waiting for Qin Yu to come out, but Qin Yu knew that he would soon lose the mood. Heavenly thunder descended. The entire earth trembled and the dungeon was instantly pierced through. Blinding lightning flooded everyone's eyes. The Black Turtle Patriarch's complexion changed. He roared and punched out. The pitch-black sphere above his head released an endless power of darkness, vast and mighty like a dragon. The momentum was astonishing and the strength was boundless. But in front of heavenly tribulation, everything was dregs. The pitch-black dragon instantly shattered and the darkness was torn apart by thunder. In the next moment, the turtle shell was wrapped in lightning. The black turtle patriarch spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with shock, anger, and horror. "Qianyu, what is going on?" The target of heavenly tribulation was actually him. It shouldn't have been like this. The heavenly tribulation had already locked onto Tsangzhu and Tsanghua. He should have controlled the power of darkness to resist it, and after withstanding it several times, they would be struck down by the tribulation thunder and be reborn. But now, the heavenly tribulation came crashing down on him without the slightest bit of hesitation. The darkness transmutation ritual was managed by Qian Yu and the entire layout of the ritual was completed by him. If such a fatal mistake occurred, the first person to blame would be him. If it weren't for the fact that he needed Qian Yu to solve the problem and reverse the situation, the Black Turtle Patriarch swore that he would personally tear him to shreds. Bang! Another thunderous roar erupted above his head, spreading into the Black Turtle Patriarch's ears. This was the soul-luring bell. "Qian Yu!" Rumble, rumble. The second bolt of tribulation lightning fell, and the tortoise shell was wrapped in raging lightning. Inside, the Black Turtle Patriarch's whole body was twitching, and tiny wounds appeared on the surface of his body. He looked like a pottery figurine that had been smashed and then glued back together. Qian Yu was stunned. His thoughts went blank for a moment and his complexion paled. There was a problem with the darkness transmutation ritual, and the substitute hadn't worked. No, it wasn't just that. It was more like the position of the main body and substitute had been reversed. Tsangzhu and Tsanghua, who should have withstood the heavenly tribulation, were safe and sound, but the Black Turtle Patriarch had already begun to experience tribulation. But the key point was that this was not a heavenly tribulation that could be forcefully resisted. It was an erasure from the will of the vast young world. Once it began, it would only end when the tribulation taker perished. If the Black Turtle Patriarch was killed by the heavenly tribulation, Saint Qian Yu's heart chilled. If he ruined the plans of the dark world, even with his status he would have to pay a heavy price. But the question was, how could this be? He was the one who completed the entire ceremony, and he was the one who presided over the entire transformation process today. Everything had gone smoothly and normally without any problems. But the Black Turtle Patriarch had become the one to withstand the heavenly tribulation. Bang! The third bolt of tribulation thunder fell. "Qian Yu!" The Black Turtle Patriarch cried out in pain. The cracks on the surface of his body accelerated, and the flesh and blood that had been restored to life began to fall off, turning into powder beneath the ravaging lightning. His tall and straight body became stooped once more. As the flesh and blood fell off, his body began to rot. The blood that flowed out turned pitch black and emitted a foul stench. At the same time, with loud crackling sounds, black energy constantly left his body. This was the strength of darkness being stripped away. The mucus formed by the rotting flesh on the surface of Xiao Chen's body kept bubbling. It was like he had been thrown into a pot of boiling oil and was being fried. The pain was unimaginable. Saint Qian Yu's forehead was covered with sweat. He roared out, "I know. Don't shout anymore. Let me think about what went wrong. There must have been a problem." Suddenly, his eyes turned and fell on by Zhu and Qin Yu, who had been alarmed by the sudden change and had appeared one after another. There was no problem with his operation, and there was also no problem with the darkness transformation ritual. Now that such a major mistake had occurred, the greatest possibility was that someone was playing tricks on him, and these two true saints of darkness were the greatest suspects. But now, before Saint Qian Yu could speak, Qin Yu sneered. His cold and gloomy voice was suffused with an oppressive pressure that left one in despair. Qian, you shouldn't be suspecting that the two of us did something, right? You were the one who presided over the ritual and everything was within your perception. Even if the two of us mobilized the slightest bit of strength, you would still be able to sense it, so why would you make such an expression, or perhaps you already decided to deliberately frame us? True Saint Bai, you already harbored a deep hatred towards Qianyu. You brat, you have been plotting against me for who knows how many years, and you even hypocritically called me to come to the East Sea. I even thought that you wanted to share a lucky chance with me. But now, it seems that you were clearly worried that I didn't die a miserable enough death, and now you want to pin a big hat on me. As for why Saint Qian Yu and Patriarch Xiangui, who were originally working together, ended up like this, True Saint Bai too believed that it must be the extremely sinister and cunning Qian Yu who was up to no good. He must be plotting something again. True Saint Bai Yu coldly sneered as he met his gaze. Qian Yu, I will truthfully report this matter to the dark world. True Saint Qian Yu was about to go crazy. First of all, what Qian Yu said was correct. But what Bai Yu said was even more terrifying. He felt as if he had fallen into a trap that had been laid out long ago. Who was it? Who was it? Suddenly, a figure appeared in the depths of his mind. Then, he thought about how this person still hadn't appeared. Qian Yu, it must be Qian Yu. True Saint Qian Yu screamed. He's here, he's here. To think that he could even guess this correctly. Qian Yu felt that he had to take back his previous judgment of Saint Qian Yu. In truth, this person was quite intelligent. Beneath the cover of darkness, Qian Yu's lips curved up in a cold smile. The bit of blood that he had placed into the mark did indeed come from the black turtle old ancestor, but it wasn't just that. There was also something else. After he killed the 36 descendants of the black turtle old ancestor, he had stripped out something from their soul fragment. When it fused into the drop of blood, this drop of blood turned into a simple but terrifying puppet. According to the stone pagoda, it was called the 36 soul locking puppet and its target was the black turtle old ancestor. The name was complex and it was troublesome to create. But it seemed that the results were quite good. This puppet entered the transformation ceremony and was absorbed by the mark. It became a living target that attracted the heavenly tribulation, forcefully replacing Saint Qian Yu's arrangements and causing the heavenly tribulation to fall onto the black turtle old ancestor's head. If it weren't for this, where would Qian Yu have found the time to kill so many people? How could he have gathered the number 6636? Saint Qian Yu had guessed correctly, but unfortunately, there was no reward. Not just that, but the black turtle old ancestor didn't want to hear him say anything. Qian Yu did it? When did he do it? Everything was clearly handled by him, but in the end, all he did was casually shout and he wanted to extricate himself? There was no such reasoning in this world. And the most important thing right now was that he didn't care who did all of this. All he wanted was to live on. Whoever didn't let him live, he would drag them down with him. The black turtle patriarch, who had been reduced to a pile of rotten flesh, let out a hysterical roar. I don't care what the reason is. You have to save me, Qian Yu. I can't die. I absolutely can't die. He paused for a moment and then roared out each word from the depths of his throat. If I cannot live, you will be buried with me. This was a pleasant surprise. The dying black turtle old ancestor had gone crazy. Even if he hadn't lost his reason, there wasn't much left of him. Just by looking at his rotten flesh and staring at Qian Yu, one could tell that he wasn't joking around. The boat of friendship had capsized just like that, and it had even capsized so thoroughly. Stone Pagoda, can this soul-locking puppet of yours be solved? The Stone Pagoda said, I can. You can, and yet you speak so calmly. There must be a prerequisite. The Stone Pagoda lightly said, I need time. With a true saint boundary, even if I find the root of the problem, it will take at least a quarter hour. Qian Yu praised, well done. let alone a quarter hour. With the black turtle old ancestor's current condition, a few more bolts of heavenly thunder would shatter him to pieces. Qian Yu's complexion paled. He hadn't found the problem, and even if he did, he might not be able to solve it immediately. He feared the black turtle old ancestor could not be saved. How did things reach this step? Everything was clearly under his control. He had set up a trap to lure Qian Yu, waiting for him to appear so that he could attack with 100 trace and myriad flow. After suppressing him, everyone would divide up his flesh and drink his blood. Saint Qian Yu couldn't figure it out, but his silence allowed the black turtle old ancestor to clearly see his fate. He would die. In truth, many years ago, when he escaped from the lost garden, the black turtle old ancestor had an intuition that he would die a difficult death. Later experiences proved his intuition correct. Apart from the beginning, he had fallen into a painful torment. No one was willing to die, much less the black turtle old ancestor who was strong enough to fight a true saint head-on and not be at a disadvantage. Moreover, the reason he couldn't step into the true saint realm was not because his talent was lacking, nor was it because his cultivation was lacking. The only reason was that he came from the lost garden. The black turtle old ancestor certainly wasn't willing. He tried countless methods, but all of them ended in failure. Just as the black turtle old ancestor was about to accept his fate, the world of darkness came knocking on his door. In truth, it had been said more than once that one of the cruelest things in the world was to give you hope and then push you back into the abyss. This was enough to destroy anyone's will and cause the greatest anger and despair. For instance, the black turtle old ancestor. Qian, you can't save me, you can't save me. It's your fault, it's all your fault. You betrayed my trust. Die, I want you to die with me. The black turtle old ancestor's completely rotten face was fierce and horrifying. Saint Qian Yu's complexion changed. Black turtle, don't go crazy. This has nothing to do with me. What he said was the truth, but unfortunately, no one listened to him. Bang! A terrifying strength instantly arrived. Saint Qian Yu was sent flying away. Before he could catch his breath, his pupils shrank and shock filled his face. Because at this time, the rotten black turtle old ancestor was rushing towards him, his turtle shell sparkling with lightning. Die, I will drag you down with me. Crazy. This black turtle old ancestor had gone completely crazy. Chapter 13:20. Thousand Nether wanted to curse out loud. In terms of strength, he was a grand true saint and certainly did not fear the black turtle old ancestor. But this old bastard was currently undergoing tribulation. He was the one presiding over the darkness transformation ceremony. Strictly speaking, there was a connection between him and the black turtle old ancestor. If the vast Yangwell locked onto him and placed him in the same place as the black turtle old ancestor, he would not be able to cry even if he wanted to. Although the probability wasn't high, even if it was only 1 in 1,000, Thousand Nether did not dare to take this risk. What nonsense! Today was the vast Yangwell's erasure tribulation thunder. Once touched, it would not rest until one died. Thus, as he watched the black turtle old ancestor rush towards him, Thousand Nether only had one thought. This old bastard really wanted to drag him down with him. Of course, this was impossible. Let alone a door, there was not even a window. What hidden trump cards! What trouble! What worries! But Thousand Nether only knew one thing. He could not be entangled by the black turtle old ancestor. Bang! Black flames suddenly descended, wrapping around black turtle patriarch. They burned wantonly, but they gave off a strange feeling, as if they were flowing in liquid. There was no heat at all, and instead, they emitted a boundless icy chill. True Saint Bai Yu blurted out, "The flame of eternal night." He stared at Thousand Nether, his face filled with anger and horror. There was also a hint of fear that he could not hide. Qian Yu could also feel the terror of the flame of eternal night. Just looking at it would make one feel a burning pain. It was cold and deathly still, but it could burn everything in the world into nothingness. Sure enough, every true saint had a trump card in their hand. If the black turtle old ancestor had not gone crazy, he would not have taken it out. But now, looking at true saint Bai Yu's reaction, it seemed he could counterattack and completely break apart the relationship between them. At this time there was a vibration. It was the furnace he had obtained in the endless sea. Qin Yu had no time to think. He suppressed this vibration and his thoughts raced. After several breaths of time, he roared out, "Thousand Nether Saint, what a good 1,000 Nether Saint! Everything that happened today was probably your plot." Plot. These words stimulated true Saint Bai Yu's sensitive nerve. From the moment he arrived in the East Sea, he had already been schemed against. Even now, he still could not see the situation clearly. He suddenly raised his head and said in a deep voice, "Wan Lu, what are you trying to say?" In the darkness, Qin Yu's deep and low voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. "He, things are already laid out in front of us. 100 Trace, do you still not understand? The flames of eternal night. This is the flames of eternal night." Ahem, alright, to be honest, Qin Yu had no idea what this thing was or what it was used for. But it didn't matter as long as true Saint Bai Yu knew. Looking at his reaction just now, he could roughly guess what was going on. His thoughts raced and he continued to roar, "The 9 Qin Yu of the Peach Garden, the good fortune of the Lost Garden, the strength of a pre-celestial spirit, hee, what a great pie, but from start to finish we haven't seen a single trace of Qin Yu. Sage 1,000 Nether, on the other hand, you single-handedly controlled the darkness transformation ritual and sent Patriarch Black Turtle into a desperate situation. Then, you summoned the fire of eternal night. Now that he is the one suffering, I'm afraid that it will be my and true Saint Bai Tu's turn next, right? Qian Yu, oh Qian Yu, I have truly underestimated you. You actually dare to have such evil thoughts. Are you going to betray the dark world? How dare you?" True Saint Bai Tu's expression changed again and again. The anger and fear in his eyes turned into extreme coldness as he glared at Sage 1,000 Nether. It was as if he had finally seen through this person. "Qian Yu, you are courting death." With an angry roar, the terrifying aura of the darkness true Saint erupted like a volcano. It must be like this. There was no Qin Yu of the Peach Garden at all. All of this was Qian Yu and Patriarch Black Turtle's plot. It was just that Black Turtle was too stupid and fell into Qian Yu's trap, which was why he ended up like this. As for true Saint 1,000 Nether Skull, it was clear at a glance. This bastard actually wanted to devour their darkness source. Betray the dark world? No, Qian Yu wanted to become the new master of the dark world. As long as he succeeded in his plot and used the fire of eternal night to devour their darkness source, not even the great wilderness would be able to do anything to him. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. The more he thought about it, the stronger his killing intent became. Fortunately, Patriarch Black Turtle had gone crazy and used the heavenly tribulation to force out Qian Yu's true colors. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Boom, another bolt of tribulation lightning fell. The fire of eternal night was instantly pierced through, but it didn't collapse. Just this point alone was enough to show how terrifying it was. Qian Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. He waved his hand to repair the damage to the fire of eternal night. His mouth was so bitter that he wanted to cry. He couldn't help but doubt his life once more. How did things end up like this? That's right, he had hidden the fire of eternal night. But in all honesty, Qian Yu had never thought of harming Bai Yu and Wan Lu. At most, he was preparing to use it at a critical moment. He would borrow the power of Bai Yu and Wan Lu to push the power of the fire of eternal night to the limit and directly burn Qin Yu to death. With the deterrence of the fire of eternal night, Qian Yu was very confident. But who knew that things would turn out like this? And more importantly, the yellow mud had fallen into his pant. Even if he had 100 mouths, he wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. because Qin Yu's words sounded plausible. The Scarlet Peak Strait had been destroyed and most of the sea race had died. It would be difficult for him to find a witness to prove that Qin Yu was really here. Even if he found one, would Bai Yu and Wan Lu believe him? Meeting their eyes, Qian Yu's heart was even more bitter. Listen to me, it's not like this. Just as Saint Qian Yu's heart was filled with bitterness and he was powerless to explain, Lord Dragon Sage in the tent could no longer sit still. The heavenly tribulations fell one after another. If nothing went wrong, it would end soon. But at this moment, a terrifying collision of auras erupted. What was this? It was obvious that Qin Yu had made a move. He had actually made a move. Although he had expected it, when it really happened, Dragon Sage couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He thought that this kid was really a tiger. Wasn't it good for him to be alive? Why did he have to risk his life? It was just women. There were many of them in this world. Not to mention, with Qin Yu's cultivation, he could get as many as he wanted with a flick of his finger. Yet, he was willing to give up his life for such a trivial matter. Lord Dragon Sage didn't want to say whether he was stupid or not. In fact, he felt that he didn't have time to think about such nonsense. Because Qin Yu's aura hadn't appeared. What did this mean? What a simple matter. This meant that Qin Yu had already been suppressed by someone. 3 Darkness True Saints. When the Black Turtle Old Ancestor survived the heavenly tribulations and completely transformed into darkness, there would be 4. If he wanted to make a move, he had to be quick. Perhaps a group of Darkness True Saints were suppressing Qin Yu. If he was late, he wouldn't be able to make it. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to do it now. Roar, with a dragon's roar, the entire tent was instantly torn apart. Lord Dragon Sage, who had returned to his true form, brazenly tore through the sea surface and headed straight for the Scarlet Peak Strait. He didn't think of taking everything for himself, but if Lord Dragon Sage wanted to eat the meat, he wanted a share of the benefits. If anyone dared to refuse, he would catch them and kill them. As for Qin Yu, he was courting death. He couldn't blame anyone else. Of course, he couldn't blame Dragon Sage. The Yard Master would definitely cause trouble for him later. But after he ate the meat, his strength would definitely skyrocket. At that time, it would be hard to say who would be the one to beat up. With this thought in mind, Lord Dragon Sage approached. Saints might care a little about human relationships, but in the end, the only thing they cared about was cultivation. And Qin Yu now represented Dragon Sage's advancement. He might even be able to fill the vacancy of the ruler. Sage Thousand Nether was interrupted halfway through his sentence. He looked up abruptly and his pupils shrank. It's Dragon Sage of the East Sea. Why is this old guy here? And with such a murderous and fiery look? He didn't realize that the moment Dragon Sage's aura appeared, the murderous intent in True Saint Bai Yu's eyes skyrocketed. It was true. Originally, Bai Yu had some doubts about Qian Nether's cooperation with Dragon Sage of the East Sea. This was because the Dark World would rarely make contact with the true saints of the outside world unless it was absolutely necessary. But now that Qian Nether had been exposed, and Dragon Sage of the East Sea was coming to kill him, wasn't this evidence enough? So what Wan Lu said was true. No, maybe he only knew what was on the surface. All the conspiracies originated from Qian Nether, and he was the one who planned everything. In the darkness, Qin Yu smiled. He thought to himself, you can't blame me for this. Lord Dragon Sage was the one who rushed in first. If there's trouble after this, you have to share half of it with me. This feeling of being a scapegoat and having a companion was indeed very comfortable. Rumble, the seawater above his head was torn apart, letting out an earth-shattering roar. In order to intimidate all the Darkness True Sages, Long Sheng had brought out 120% of his strength. Together with the might of the East Ocean, it was truly earth-shattering. Qin Yu rushed into the sky, and a cold roar came from the darkness. Bai Yu, go deal with Qian Nether. If you and I want to live, let's fight. True Saint Bayou took a deep breath, and looked at Qin Yu, who rushed into the sky. A trace of emotion flashed in his eyes. There are still good people in my dark world. In the East Sea, Dragon Sage had obtained the power of the small world, and the aura he released now was terrifyingly strong. In comparison, Chien Nether, who had lost the flame of eternal night, was undoubtedly easier to deal with. He chose a strong enemy, and gave Chien Nether, who was easy to deal with. He was a good person. Of course, the reason why True Saint Bayou gave him the good guy card was because True Saint Wan Lu had never lied to him. He was a trustworthy companion. Taking a deep breath, True Saint Bayou took a step forward. Chien Nether die. He would definitely not betray his companion's trust and let True Saint Wan Lu fall into a situation where he was pincered. If he could escape unscathed today, he would definitely ask for Chu Wan Lu's real name. He would definitely befriend him. Lord Dragon Sage suddenly realized that the situation was a little different from what he had imagined. Where was Qin Yu? Why didn't he see this brat? There were indeed 3 Darkness True Saints, but all of them were at daggers drawn. It didn't seem like they were going to join forces to drink blood and eat meat. Just as Lord Dragon Sage was frowning in thought, a Darkness True Saint rushed into the sky. His aura was terrifying, and darkness covered the sky. Long Sage, you actually dared to join forces with Chien Nether to plot against us. You are courting death. What are you saying? This dragon doesn't understand. Long Sage felt that the script was wrong, but the other party didn't give him a chance to speak at all. A terrifying power of darkness came crashing down. Wrong, something must have gone wrong somewhere. But now, Long Sage didn't have the time to think. He opened his mouth and spat out a breath, which collided with the power of darkness. The surrounding seawater instantly exploded, forming a frightening pale white shockwave that roared and swept in all directions. So strong. Wasn't it said that when a Darkness True Saint appeared in the world, they would be suppressed by the will of the world? Could it be that the person in front of him was an exception? Although he wasn't afraid, Long Sage didn't want to fight for no reason at all. With meat to eat, he didn't fear anything. But if he had to risk his life without any benefits, and even become mortal enemies with the Darkness True Saint, this was simply too much of a loss. Wait a moment. Lord Dragon Sage's eyes widened abruptly, and he nearly choked on his saliva. Chapter 13:21. Because at this moment, a voice rang in his mind. Thank you, Lord Dragon Sage, for your help. I am very grateful. Qin Yu. It's Qin Yu. Cough, 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 cough. Who the hell can tell me what the hell is going on? Is my old dragon's ears not working well, or has the world gone crazy? It's a Darkness True Divine in front of me. As if sensing Lord Dragon Sage's disbelief, the voice continued, Lord Dragon Sage, you heard it right. It's me, Qin Yu of the Peach Garden. I won't say too many words of gratitude. Next, I hope Lord Dragon Sage will cooperate with me and continue to act. Then, we can watch the 2 Darkness True Divine fight with their lives. Long Sage's eyes widened and he seemed to have lost his soul. At this moment, he suddenly understood everything. How could there be 2 Darkness True Divine? It was Qin Yu who had been pretending from the beginning. Then, he didn't know what he did to make the situation like this. He didn't look carefully just now. Now that he glanced around, the 2 Darkness True Divine were fighting with each other. Looking at their movements and aura, they were definitely fighting with their lives. Apart from that, there was a ball of black flame which seemed to contain something. Flame of Eternal Night. F*CK. It's the ultimate weapon of the darkness world. It actually appeared here. Suddenly, a heaven's tribulation fell and lightning exploded, illuminating the thing that was wrapped inside. Old Ancestor Black Turtle. It was actually Old Ancestor Black Turtle. He might be mistaken about other things, but he would never mistake the turtle shell that broke one of his dragon teeth. The heaven's tribulation was actually Old Ancestor Black Turtle. How could this be? Since the darkness world wanted to help him complete the transformation, they must have made full preparations. Wait, now that two darkness true divine were fighting with their lives in front of him, what else was impossible? Qin Yu, it must be Qin Yu. Long Sage swore that all this was definitely related to him. What did this guy do? Not only could he disguise as a darkness true divine, but he also provoked old ancestor Black Turtle into the abyss. He was simply a devil. Lord Dragon Sage's complexion changed again and again. A sharp light burst out from the depths of his eyes. Yes, what Qin Yu said is correct. I only came here because of the close relationship between the East Sea and the Peach Blossom Garden. In addition, I also think highly of the Peach Blossom Gardens, Mr. Ninth. That's it. I'm good at acting. Isn't it just a fake fight? Back then, that bastard who planted the peaches and sold the peaches also pretended to fight with me, but he was shameless and suddenly dealt a heavy blow. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so embarrassed back then. Lord Longxing tried his best to calm down as he thought of all these messy thoughts. He forced a smile and said, "Ahem, it seems like I did something unnecessary. Even without my help, Miss Ninth could have easily settled everything." To tell the truth, Qin Yu could guess Longxing's purpose in rushing into the Scarlet Peak straight even if he didn't use his knees to think. However, the world of adults was like this. They could still be good friends even if they saw through it. Otherwise, there was no way they could survive in this difficult world. He didn't blame her, but even if he could understand her, it would offset the guilt he felt before. So, he would plot against her. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. Lord Dragon Sage, what are you saying? If it wasn't for your help, how could I, Qin, be so relaxed? He paused for a moment before he continued, but then again, East Sea is a big place. It doesn't seem like I'm alone. Even if I'm hated by the dark world, the Yard Master can still push all the blame onto me. TSK, but Lord Dragon Sage, I'm afraid it's going to be difficult. Hearing this, Longxing almost shed tears of regret. If he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have rushed in even if he was beaten to death. But what was done could not be undone, and the yellow mud fell on his pants. Even if it wasn't done to him, it would still be the same. Afterwards, I'll explain to the dark world that I was just passing by. Do you think they'll believe me? I'll believe you, my ass. With a wry smile, Longxing said, "Please advise me, Miss Ninth. If I can avoid becoming enemies with the dark world, that would be for the best." Qin Yu punched out and the dark aura surged. From the outside, it looked absolutely imposing and majestic. Don't just talk. You have to act professionally, Lord Dragon Sage. Otherwise, you won't be able to watch the show and will be dragged off the stage. After waiting for Longxing to respond, he coughed lightly and continued, "It's hard to say. You're already here. Don't worry about whether you've intervened or not. Even the death of the old ancestor Black Turtle won't be enough to clear his name." Longxing swallowed a curse at the tip of his tongue. "It's all your fault, you bastard. You're the one who poked the hornet's nest. Why should I be punished together with you?" But after thinking about it, Qin Yu didn't ask him to come, and he barged in by himself. Therefore, Longxing's face became even more ugly. He wished he could give himself a big slap. He thought to himself, "I've sinned. I've really sinned. Miss Ninth is right. So, what do you think we should do next?" "Bear it. Once this matter is over, I'll definitely stay away from Qin Yu. This kid is a jinx. Wherever he goes, trouble follows. There's no limit to his torment." Qin Yu flicked his sleeves, and there was another earth-shattering commotion. The corner of his mouth twitched. "But actually, it's simple. Qin Yu wanted to make a move on me, so he summoned two Darkness True Saints. Of course, Lord Longxing saw the truth. There was an accident during the summoning process. Anyway, there's one thing I'm sure of. Be it Qin Yu or Saint Bai Yu, they won't tell anyone else about this. In other words, as long as we do it cleanly, no one will know what happened here." Longxing was dumbfounded. He looked at Qin Yu, then at Qin Yu again. After confirming that Qin Yu wasn't joking, he sucked in a breath of cold air. His words were simple and easy, but the meaning behind them was too king scary. Simply put, Qin Yu wanted to kill people. He wanted to kill Saint Bai Yu and Qian Yu, the two darkness true saints. What did he think a true saint was? A harmless and delicious cabbage that grew by the roadside? Could he just casually chop them up and cook them? If a true saint could be killed so easily, they wouldn't be worthy of being called a big shot. They would have died a long time ago. Qin Yu had just killed one not long ago. The Netherworld saint's corpse hadn't even turned cold yet. Maybe he really thought that killing a true saint was a routine operation. Arrogant. Simply arrogant. Even if he was willing to cooperate, even if the two darkness true saints turned hostile for some reason, there was basically no chance of success. As long as there was the slightest sign, they would turn around and leave. There was no way to stop them. Long Xing felt like he was going crazy. He had to control his emotions and force himself not to show it. Mr. Ninth, I think this method might. He was interrupted midway. Qin Yu calmly said, Lord Long Xing, do you think it won't work? Of course, I admit that there is some difficulty. Perhaps Lord Long Xing can give a better suggestion. If I knew what to do, why would I still be talking nonsense with you? Long Xing's voice began to tremble. Is there really no other way? Qin Yu shook his head. There is nothing in this world that doesn't require a price. If Lord Long Xing doesn't want to be enemies with the darkness world, this is the only way. Kill Qian Yu and Bai Yu and cover up everything that happened in the Scarlet Peak Strait. At that time, even if we are suspected, we can't admit it. If the darkness world doesn't have concrete evidence, would they dare to attack the East Sea? The rulers won't let them do as they please. Of course, then again, Lord Long Xing can also leave now. In any case, you really haven't done anything and are different from me. Perhaps you can explain things? Long Xing clenched his teeth so hard that they nearly shattered. He wanted to slap himself in the face once more. He could clearly see that Qin Yu had been planning to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots from the start. It was just that he was a bit stupid and obediently delivered himself to Qin Yu's door. No matter what, he could still leave now, and he was also different from me. This was clearly a threat, a direct threat. The meaning was clear. If he couldn't kill Qian Yu and Bai Yu today, then he would be hunted down by the darkness world, and he wouldn't be able to live in peace either. He would definitely be dragged into this mess. This surnamed Qin, he was shameless enough, ruthless enough. He took a deep breath and let out a long breath. Good. I will join forces with Mr. Ninth. Long Xing accepted his fate. Tell me what to do. Qin Yu praised him and then briefly explained the situation. The dragon god took a deep breath and roared, Qian Yu, since the matter has been exposed, then hurry up and kill them to prevent any future troubles. His acting skills were indeed top-notch. His tone was filled with exasperation and helplessness, followed by an icy cold killing intent. It couldn't be any more real. It was so real that Qian Yu's mind buzzed. He couldn't help but wonder if he had really joined forces with the East Sea Dragon Sage and had forgotten about it because his brain wasn't working well. No, it couldn't be like that. There was no such thing. Ah! Qian Yu roared into the sky. Anger and annoyance intertwined in his chest, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He was on the verge of exploding. Who could tell him what had happened? The interrogation of his soul appeared for the third time. How did things develop to this point? Bai Yu sneered. It's useless even if you shout. Qian Yu, your scheme has been completely exposed. Today, I will act on behalf of the darkness world and eliminate you, traitor. It wasn't me. I didn't do anything, Qin Yu. It must be Qin Yu. He must have called the East Sea Dragon Sage. Say whatever you want, I only believe what I see. Qian Yu should stop quibbling, no one can save you. Qian Yu spat out another mouthful of blood. This feeling of being wrongly accused yet being powerless to prove himself was truly terrible. His breathing became heavy and his eyes turned blood red. In the current situation, it didn't matter what happened. The black turtle old ancestor was finished. He would definitely be punished, and with Bai Yu and Wan Lu testifying against him, what awaited him was a horrifying punishment. With his status as a true saint, he might not die, but he would be suppressed in the darkness world and wouldn't be able to see the light of day for many years. Moreover, during this time, he would be interrogated over and over again. Just thinking about it made one's heart skip a beat. There was no escape. All the cultivators of the darkness world had been locked down. Unless they died, they would never be able to leave the darkness world. Qian Yu's eyes turned increasingly blood-red. He suddenly roared, "You forced me, you forced me!" He lifted a hand and pressed down. Flames of eternal night, refine him. Chapter 13:22. The black liquid-like flames instantly disappeared from old ancestor Black Turtle's body. It opened up like a giant mouth and swallowed true Saint Bai Yu. As for Bai Yu, although he still had his turtle shell, he had already become a pile of rotten meat. It was only because his vitality was strong that he didn't die. The flame of eternal night was burning. It was even more than when he blocked old ancestor Black Turtle, so its power was naturally stronger. In other words, Sage Thousand Nether still had a backup plan. TSK, he was really cautious and sinister. True Saint Bai Yu roared in anger, "Thousand Nether, you finally admit your wild ambitions. I will not let you do as you wish." Sage Thousand Nether's face was pale. He laughed crazily. "I have wild ambitions. I want to swallow your darkness source, so what?" His blood-red eyes became especially bright. Unable to advance or retreat, Qian Nether, who was in despair, suddenly found a path in front of him. With the help of the flame of eternal night, he could kill Bai Yu and Wan Lu, these two bastards. Then, he could swallow the two puppets left behind by old ancestor Black Turtle. This was the same as stealing the source of three darkness true saint. At that time, his strength would reach a level that no one could match, and he would become the ruler of the dark world. Even the great wilderness would have to acknowledge his existence. Yes, that was it. As the saying goes, when the mountain is at the end of the stream, there is a glimmer of hope. This could describe Qian Nether's current state of mind. "Didn't you want to force me to death? Good, very good. Then let's see who will die first." After old ancestor Black Turtle, Sage Thousand Nether also went crazy. In truth, even Qian Yu, the creator of the entire plan, didn't think he would achieve such an impressive result. He hadn't even shown his face or moved his hands, but he had made two true saints go crazy. Who would believe this? He could brag about it for a lifetime. But soon, Qian Yu could no longer be excited. This was because the furnace was causing trouble again. This time was different from before. He tried to suppress it, but he couldn't. It was obvious that the furnace was completely excited. It faintly sent a threatening message to Qian Yu. "If you dare to suppress me and not let me out, I will turn against you." At this critical moment, why is a furnace going crazy? Did you see the mother furnace? Qian Yu patiently communicated with it. After several breaths of silence, his eyes brightened. There was no mother furnace, but the reason why the flame of eternal night was so irritable, as if it had taken an aphrodisiac, was because of the flame of eternal night. That intense desire was about to explode. That's right, the cauldron wanted to consume the flame of eternal night. Qian Yu confirmed with it again and again. After obtaining an affirmative response, he suddenly said, "Lord Dragon Sage, pretend to be defeated and retreat, hurry." What was this kid trying to do? His thoughts had only spun halfway when Lord Dragon Sage let out a shrill cry, and his enormous body tumbled backwards explosively while large mouthfuls of dragon blood sprayed madly from his mouth. This professional acting was simply tear-jerking. "Qian Yu, I've been tricked. Hold on for a while, I'll be back soon." As he spat out blood, he struggled to fly far away. His shaky posture and large amounts of shattered dragon scales all indicated that our Lord Dragon Sage was currently severely injured. It didn't matter what the reason was. If he was told to leave, then leave. Whoever wanted to stay was a coward. Qin Yu's lips twitched. In his heart, he labeled Lord Dragon Sage as an invincible actor. He turned around and rushed out. Darkness followed him like a shadow, rumbling like a raging river. True Saint Baiyu, there is no need to worry. I'm here to help you. Like a boulder falling into the sea, he did not stop at all and rushed straight into the flame of eternal night. At this moment, True Saint Baiyu's eyes were moist. Wan Luzhen is my best friend. If I can escape unscathed, I will chop off his head and drink his blood wine, becoming sworn brothers with him. Taking a deep breath, True Saint Baiyu laughed out loud, his heroic spirit clear. Good. The two of us will join forces to destroy the flame of eternal night and kill Qian Yu. Boom! Sage Baiyu's explosive strength was even stronger. Qian Yu gritted his teeth. You two bastards, you really are in the same boat. Are you willing to risk your life to save me? Good, very good. I'll send the two of you to die together. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He activated the great Tao of darkness and crazily activated the flame of eternal night. Burn, burn, burn. I'll burn the two of you to ashes and the darkness source will be mine. Crazy. All of them had gone completely crazy. Of course, Longxing could not really leave. After flying for a distance, he retracted his aura and hid, waiting to see what Qin Yu would do. Then, he saw Qin Yu charging into the flame of eternal night like a fool. That was the most terrifying power in the dark world. The flame of eternal night that even rulers had to retreat from. It could burn everything in the world, leaving behind only the purest energy source. It was also known as the flame of the burning world. Even if it was a true sage, once he was trapped in it, he would be burned to ashes if he could not escape in time. Qin Yu was courting death. Longxing's first thought was that he had to leave this place as far as possible. Otherwise, he might go crazy with Qin Yu. But his feet seemed to be rooted to the ground. He could not move at all as he stared at the flame of eternal night. This was because his instincts were telling him that Qin Yu, who was as cunning as a fox and had everyone in the palm of his hand, would definitely not seek death. He has a scheme. He must have a scheme. Longxing had guessed correctly. After entering the flame of eternal night, Qin Yu did not fear it at all. This terrifying flame had not been extinguished even by heavenly tribulation. All of the flame of eternal night that approached him disappeared without a trace. The furnace used Qin Yu's body as a medium, desperately opening its mouth and swallowing the flame of eternal night. As it swallowed the flame of eternal night, the furnace's aura gradually changed. As for what exactly happened, Qin Yu could not be sure. But the feeling that the furnace gave him was like it was being reborn. It was as if the furnace had been in a rough state before, and only after swallowing the flame of eternal night would it truly release its brilliance. Hum hum, a faint tremor spread out from the divine seal. Qin Yu tried his best to suppress it, preventing the galaxy divine seal phenomenon from descending. It was as if it had already expected something. The speed at which the furnace swallowed the flame of eternal night became faster and faster. That mysterious feeling grew stronger and stronger until it reached a certain limit. Then, there was no change. Instead, there was a hint of stagnation. A thought suddenly appeared in Qin Yu's mind. The furnace's transformation had reached a critical juncture. But, the quantity and power of the flame of eternal night was not enough to support it take the final step. In other words, it needed a stronger stimulus. This matter was simple. Qian Yu, is this all you've got? You want to refine us and seize the source of darkness? That is simply wishful thinking. Qin Yu fiendishly laughed. I will come out soon. At that time, I will chase you down to the heavens and hunt you down to the ground. True Saint Baiyu was filled with awe. At this time, he felt a trace of admiration towards True Saint Wan Lu. He was currently within the flame of eternal night, so he naturally knew how terrifying it was. Even with his cultivation, although he could barely resist it, he still felt excruciating pain. It was as if his entire body was being burned in a pill furnace. But look at true Saint Wan Lu. This was a true man, a true man. He did not fear it at all, and his aura did not diminish in the slightest. When he said, to go up to the heavens and hunt down to the ground, it was enough to make one's blood boil. I will definitely befriend this brother of mine. I will fight anyone who tries to stop me. Ha ha ha. Brother Wan Lu is right. As long as the two of us do not die, this day next year will be your death anniversary, Qian Yu. Qian Yu, his eyes were so red that they were about to bleed. These two bastards, even though they are trapped in the flame of eternal night, they still dare to be so arrogant. Even Auntie cannot tolerate this. Of course, the most important point was that Qian Yu had to admit that what they said was right. If he did not use the flame of eternal night to burn them to death, then with his Tao accumulations greatly damaged, he might really be killed. In this world, every true sage who could reach this realm was not an ordinary person. Not to mention, Qian Yu was someone who had completed the darkness transformation and continued to live as a darkness true sage. In terms of ruthlessness and ferocity, he would not lose to anyone. You want to kill me? Then let's see if the two of you can survive. True Saint Qian Yu roared. His entire body exploded, turning into endless darkness that was injected into the flame of eternal night. At this moment, he completely released his Tao and chose to cut off all means of retreat. By killing Bai Yu and Wan Lu and seizing their source of darkness, his Tao could naturally condense again and become even stronger. Otherwise, his Tao would collapse and he would die. Boom! After obtaining the support of a true sage's Tao, the flame of eternal night suddenly rose. A terrifying cold was released and the entire Scarlet Summit Strait was covered in ice. Kacha or kacha. The sound of ice freezing could be heard continuously and rapidly spread outward. The entire northernmost part of the East Sea was instantly turned into a huge ice sheet. It was pitch black and would not melt for eternity. Hiding outside the pitch-black ice sheet, Long Xing's heart suddenly sped up. He realized a fact. As long as Qian Yu did not die, his target of killing Qian Yu was already halfway completed. But the key was, could Qian Yu survive under this level of flame of eternal night? Long Xing knew that he could not do it. If Qian Yu died, in other words, if Qian Yu survived, he would let East Sea go? At that time, it would be Qian Yu's turn to kill him to prevent future troubles. Thinking of this, Long Xing almost rushed out to kill him to prevent future troubles. He had no choice. The flame of eternal night was too terrifying. If he went out, he would only die as fuel. As the dragon sage of the East Sea, he could only wait helplessly in the face of a life-or-death situation. This was really a sad thing for him. Qian Yu, don't die. Please don't die. This old dragon is begging you. Not long ago, Long Xing realized that he had been tricked. Just like Qian Yu and Bai Yu, the two idiots, he had fallen into Qian Yu's trap. Long Xing cursed in his heart countless times. He wished that this bastard would be torn to pieces. But not long after, he changed his mind. He prayed piously, begging Qian Yu to survive. This was life, or rather, the life of a dragon. In short, no matter what life was, it was always changing. One moment it was like this, the next moment it was like that. So, what you felt now might not be your true feelings. Everything that made you curse now might become an experience that you would constantly recall in the future. Long Xing was an example. Of course, his prayer was effective. Or rather, it was unnecessary. Because Qian Yu felt that his current state was extremely good. Chapter 13:23. It turned out that the yard master had lied. So the big stove was that big stove. This was the thought that had been churning in Qian Yu's mind for a moment, but soon he could not be bothered to think about it. Because as Thousand Nether went all out and completely released his great Tao, the flame of eternal night soared and finally satisfied the furnace's final transformation. At this moment, Qin Yu received a trace of ecstasy from the furnace. He vaguely understood the story of what had happened to it. Many years ago, there was a madman who fell into the sea of bitterness and couldn't see the other side. Finally, he decided to use the furnace in his hand to forge his own great Tao and cross the sea of bitterness to become a true saint. He made countless attempts, but all of them ended in failure. Because he had forged his own great Tao, he violated the rules of the vast Yang world and finally fell into the heavenly tribulation. The furnace was the madman's last attempt. When he fell into the heavenly tribulation, it flashed with light and was tempered by the tribulation thunder. Unfortunately, his life had come to an end, so he could only pour his own obsession into it and wait for others to find it. Strictly speaking, the furnace that was completed in the heavenly tribulation could only be regarded as a semi-finished product. It still lacked a final process before it could be truly completed. But today, the flame of eternal night that Thousand Nether Saint had sent down had filled in the last gap of the furnace, helping it to be reborn and complete. This furnace could actually forge the great Tao. Hum, the divine seal shook violently. The phantom of an endless galaxy appeared in Qin Yu's mind. At this time, a phantom of a belt of light that ran through the galaxy appeared. Although it was blurry, Qin Yu could feel an incomparably powerful aura from it. This was the great Tao that the half-saints who were trapped in the sea of bitterness yearned for. It could cross the sea of bitterness and reach the other side to become a true saint. From then on, they would be immortal and truly coexist with the world. This was the highest realm that billions of cultivators in the world yearned for. It just appeared without any warning. To be honest, Qin Yu was a little confused. He raised his hand and rubbed between his eyebrows. Because he had used too much strength, even with his powerful body of rules, his eyebrows had turned red. But this didn't help Qin Yu at all. His mind became clearer. What he walked was the path of a true divinity. He was a man who would use his divine seal to transform into a river of stars and ultimately reflect the entire world. So, why did he suddenly have his own great Tao? It should be known that compared to orthodox cultivation, they were two completely different paths. The true God Tao did not tread the sea of bitterness. What was the use of the great Tao? Alright, this last question would definitely make the half-sages weep. Then, anger would rise in their hearts, and evil thoughts would spread from both sides. They would pounce on Qin Yu and strangle him to death. To reach the other side of the great Tao, to become a supreme true saint, to coexist with the heavens and the earth. This was the pursuit of these people tirelessly. For this, they were willing to endure the erosion of the sea of bitterness and struggle to survive in pain. How dare you speak like that? Are you even human? You're a demon. Qin Yu took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He also felt that these words were a bit too much, so he quickly swallowed them back down and digested them. Then, he began to smile. It was like having a full meal in the middle of winter, quietly basking in the sun. It was extremely comfortable. Was there anything more blissful in this world than not having to do anything and having a path to the heavens directly placed under his feet? Qin Yu will use his own experience to tell you that he hasn't. Compared to this, all the so-called pleasures in the world were simply too weak. That was why Qin Yu's current state was truly excellent. It was simply unprecedentedly good. Eternal night. Hello, Hellfire. Can you be wilder and more domineering? Don't stop, please don't stop. True Saint Bai Yu's heart was almost overflowing with emotion. True Saint Wan Lu was truly a close friend of his, a good brother that he absolutely could not miss in this life. Qian Yu released his great Tao with all his might, and the power of the flame of eternal night skyrocketed. If he hadn't stepped forward and withstood most of the power of the flame of eternal night, true Saint Bai Yu felt that he would not have been able to hold on. Thinking of this, feelings of respect and admiration poured out like a torrential river. He sighed inwardly at true Saint Wan Lu's strength. It was truly unfathomable. Today, with Brother Wan Lu here, we will definitely be able to survive. We will kill Qian Yu and support the Dark World. That's right, support the Dark World. With Brother Wan Lu's character and strength, you should shoulder a greater responsibility. After we return, I, by you, will gather everyone and recommend Brother Wan Lu to obtain a spot and become the new ruler of the Dark World. From this moment onwards, the famous true Saint Bai Tu in the Dark World was completely convinced. Sage Qian Yu was about to go crazy. He attacked at all costs and used all his strength, raising the power of the flame of eternal night to the maximum. But the two of them were not dead. No, not only were they not dead, they were using some unknown method to quickly deplete the flame of eternal night. As the person controlling everything, Sage Qian Yu could clearly sense everything. It wasn't Sage Bai Yu. Although he was strong, he didn't have such a method. Wan Lu, it must be him. Damn it, who exactly was this unfamiliar true divine of darkness? Even if he came from the great wilderness, he shouldn't have such a method. After all, the flame of eternal night was an existence that even rulers had to avoid. Sage Qian Yu couldn't understand. But this was the truth. As time passed, the unease and fear grew. He started to doubt his own beliefs. Perhaps he really couldn't kill the two of them. The moment this thought appeared, it was like a poisonous snake biting at his heart. Because the situation had developed into a terrifying situation where if Bai Yu and Wan Lu didn't die, he would be killed. Should he escape now? If he abandoned most of his Tao, he might be able to condense the great Tao again. And with the obstruction of the flame of eternal night, there was still a chance he could escape. Even if he were to be suppressed in the world of darkness and suffer all sorts of pain and torment, even unable to see the light of day for a long time, compared to death, all of this wasn't completely unacceptable. Humans were like this. Fickleness was synonymous with people. For instance, things like bottom lines would rise and fall according to the environment. Before, Sage Qian Yu would rather go crazy and risk his life than end up being suppressed in the world of darkness. That was because he felt that there was a high chance of success if he took the gamble. And as long as he succeeded, there would be light at the end of the tunnel. His future would be bright, and it could even be said to be a brand new world. But when he discovered that if he risked his life, he might really end up losing his life, he felt that being suppressed in the world of darkness was something acceptable. Sage Qian Yu's hesitation was perfectly reflected in the raging flame of eternal night. It began to become less wild, and it even gave off a feeling of hesitation and retreat. This certainly affected Qian Yu's current comfortable experience. As soon as he realized this, he guessed the truth. Sage Qian Yu was terrified and wanted to run away. The great path of light between the stars was becoming increasingly solid. It gave Qian Yu all sorts of experiences that were different from the true divinity Tao. And more importantly, as it appeared, Qian Yu could feel his lifespan changing. It was once said that the true divinity Tao could increase one's strength, but it couldn't allow a cultivator to obtain a life force that matched their strength. After Qian Yu broke through his limits and reached the boundary of the Galaxy Divine Seal, this situation was alleviated. He could feel his own life force rapidly rising. But now, as the great Tao Phantom crossed the galaxy, Qian Yu could clearly feel his life force erupting once more. It was rapidly growing. Whether it was the speed or the increase, it was a pleasant surprise. Disregarding the fact that the condensing of the great Tao would give Qian Yu a massive increase in strength, just the increase in his life force was enough for Qian Yu to think of a way to extend his lifespan as much as possible. He withstood the burning of the flame of eternal night. Taking a deep breath, he roared out from deep within the flame of eternal night. "Qian, you are afraid, right? Ha ha ha, have you discovered that even if you go all out you can't harm us? That's right, it's just as you thought, I do have a way to deal with the flame of eternal night. You can run away now, but as I said before, no matter where you go, I will chase you down until you die. This was true Saint Myriad Flow. Saint Thousand Nether's pupils shrank. In this world, there was no one who didn't fear death. Hearing this naked threat filled with killing intent, he was no exception. However, smart people would often be able to detect the different signals contained within the same sentence. For instance, right now there was no need for Myriad Flow to speak at all. If he really wanted to kill him, then remaining silent was the best choice. Why did he have to be so flamboyant? Wasn't this a warning to Qianyu to stop making useless attempts and hurry up and escape? There were many possibilities. For instance, Saint Myriad Flow believed that everything was in his control, so he acted without scruples and wasn't afraid that Qianyu would run away ahead of time. Or perhaps he was dizzy and spoke without thinking, or perhaps, but among all these possibilities, there was one that Saint Thousand Nether was incomparably clear on. True Saint Myriad Flow couldn't hold on any longer. Perhaps it could be said that he couldn't hold on any longer, and was just clenching his teeth and enduring. So, when Saint Myriad Flow sensed the tiniest bit of hesitation, he couldn't help but open his mouth in an attempt to scare him away. This was the perfect explanation. Saint Thousand Nether's eyes were filled with hesitation, unwillingness, and helplessness. After a brief and intense struggle, he suddenly became firm. One was to flee in a sorry state. Even if he managed to preserve his life, he would still suffer the tragic fate of being suppressed. The other was to persist a little longer and become the final victor, starting a brand new life. Was there a need to hesitate over which choice to make? Bang! The flame of eternal night instantly went wild. Qianyu laughed. Qianyu, do you really not fear death? Good, then let's see how long you can last. The energy fluctuations he released suddenly became intense. At the same time, the rate at which the flame of eternal night was being consumed also increased. Qianyu should have been worried, but at this moment, his eyes brightened and a happy smile appeared on his face. It seemed that he had made the right bet. True Saint Myriad Flow was indeed an arrow at the end of its flight. He wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. What happened afterwards seemed to prove Qianyu's guess. The intense energy fluctuations suddenly weakened and the consumption of the flame of eternal night greatly decreased. Ha 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 ha! Saint Thousand Nether laughed. True Saint Myriad Flow's methods are truly good. To think that he could resist the flame of eternal night for so long. But, I fear that the one laughing in the end will be me. Chapter 13:24. A single mistake, it really was just a single mistake. If it weren't for true Saint Myriad Flow losing his patience at the critical moment and revealing his weakness, he would have likely escaped. The two choices were like the difference between the heavens and earth. Today, he had the last laugh. He had obtained the source energies of 3 true saints and soared into the heavens. The world would be different from before. True Saint Thousand Nether was proud of himself. Luckily, in this critical moment, he didn't lose his composure and accurately grasped the flaws his opponent revealed. Laugh, of course he had to laugh. He had to laugh as loud as he could, laugh as brazenly as he could. Qian Nether, don't be so arrogant. Brother Myriad Flow might not be able to withstand it, but I, Bai Su, am not dead yet. It is still unknown who will have the last laugh. With a roar, tyrannical fluctuations of strength erupted from the flame of eternal night. For a time, it distorted as if it would explode at any moment. With a cough, Qian Nether's complexion sank. He clenched his teeth. I didn't expect true Saint Bai Su to be hiding his strength. Do you want to turn the tide today? How laughable! Bang! The flame of eternal night increased in size once again. The most intuitive feeling was that the ice sheet that had sealed the extreme North Sea region was expanding in size amidst the cracking sound. Long Sheng was forced back again and again. He could feel the temperature in the air rapidly falling and the light in his eyes became increasingly dim. At this time, the ice sheet suddenly expanded. It was clear that Saint Thousand Nether was putting forth his full strength to finish today's battle. In other words, he was fully confident he could kill True Saint by Su and Qin Yu, otherwise he wouldn't have done this. It was over, it was all over. Once Saint Thousand Nether swallowed their source energies, he would turn around and look for him. After all, he was the only living witness of today's events in the Scarlet Summit Strait. If he killed him, then he could completely cover up this matter. He could say whatever he wanted afterwards. If it were him, he would definitely do the same. Thinking of this, Lord Longsheng's hopes turned to dust. A shivering thought rose up in his mind. Unless he ran away now, but if he couldn't find him, Chien Nether would surely vent his anger on the entire East Sea. At that time, countless lives would be lost and his country would be torn apart. Longsheng trembled. Reason told him to run away immediately. As long as he was alive, the East Sea would not be destroyed and there would still be a chance for revenge. But from the moment it was born, this had been its home. After becoming a sage, the Dragon Saint had many better choices, but it had chosen the East Sea without hesitation. His people were here, his bloodline was here, and there were countless members of the sea race who had attached themselves to him. How could he leave? He couldn't leave. Taking a deep breath, Longsheng took out a scale, branded it with his divine sense, and crushed it into powder. Longsheng took a deep breath. Qin Yu is about to die. It's up to you whether or not you come to save him. As long as you come, you'll have to help me. Dragon didn't name before. To tell the truth, Longsheng didn't know how to explain it. After all, this matter was something that could be seen through but not exposed. Given the yard master's temper, it was hard to say whether she would make a move on Qian Yu or him first once they arrived at the East Sea. He was no match for the yard master. The miserable beatings he had received in the past were still vivid in his mind. But now Longsheng had no choice. He could do whatever he wanted. He had to find someone to help him. True Sage Baiyu was putting his life on the line. He was really putting his life on the line as he fought against the flame of eternal night controlled by Qianyu. Brother Wanlu, don't worry. As long as I, Baiyu, am still alive, I will not let anything happen to you. Qin Yu's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, I need you in my current state. Save? Baizu was quite a funny person. And his brain tsk. Maybe it was because the world of darkness was too dark. He needed more light to shine on and gain more intelligence. But he had to admit that these words made him feel good. Qin Yu's mouth twitched in disdain. He subconsciously thought, why don't I let him go this time? After all, there was no enmity between them. Although Bailu Yu's goal was to kill him, he had been changed by Qin Yu from the very start. Then, he had been led by the nose all the way to this day. But, for some unknown reason, he now trusted Qin Yu and called him Brother Wanlu with sincerity. But I have to silence them. If I leave one person alive, even though True Sage Baiyu doesn't know much, there will still be trouble. This is not in line with my original intention. Qin Yu felt a slight headache. He glanced at where True Sage Baiyu was and thought to himself, forget it. Given the current situation, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long anyway. Once Sage Qian Yu used the flame of eternal night to kill him, he would kill Qian Yu and take revenge for Baiyu. He would then be able to leave in peace. Yes, that's it. How could he think of such a perfect plan? Qin Yu let out a comfortable breath. He closed his eyes and looked at the world of his mind. The divine seal had descended into the galaxy, and a band of light had appeared. It was becoming increasingly solid, like a true galaxy in a vast and boundless star chart. As it became more solid, Qin Yu vaguely felt that the entire star chart was gradually changing. It was becoming more profound and real. If the star chart presented by the Star River Divine Seal was a reflection of the real world, then the water reflected was several times cleaner than before. Therefore, the star chart was much clearer. Reality proved that Qin Yu's eyesight was good. Although True Saint Baiyu was strong, the fire of eternal night was indeed terrifying. Moreover, it seemed to have a strong restraining effect on true saints who walked the great Tao of darkness. He couldn't hold on any longer. His aura was rapidly dropping. He could at most hold on for a little longer before he was burned into a pile of ashes. Qin Yu secretly said, "Go to hell. We don't have any friendship. You came here to kill me. I have done my best to avenge you after you die." Ha 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 ha. It was Sage Qian Nether who was laughing. Just as he had thought, not only was his laughter loud, but it was also extremely unbridled. "True Saint Bai Yu, aren't you very powerful? Why can't you do it now? You want to kill me with just the two of you? You really don't know what's good for you." He suddenly looked up, and his sinister laughter spread through the pitch-black ice sheet. "Qin Yu, you're still here, right? These two idiots don't believe me no matter what, but I know everything. You're right here. Although I can't figure out how you did it, it seems like you're the only one who can do it. I have to admit that you're indeed powerful. But I've won now. I'll soon be able to devour their darkness source energy. Why aren't you attacking? Let me tell you, this is your last chance. If you don't attack now, it'll be too late. Killing 2 was killing. Killing 3 was also killing. The power of the fire of eternal night had been proven. Qin Yu would die the moment he stepped out. Sage Qian Nether was very confident. Of course, he wanted to kill 3 birds with 1 stone and bury Qin Yu as well. In order to lure him to attack, Qian Nether revealed his true state. His face was pale and he was panting. His hair was drenched in sweat and stuck to his face. He was battered and weak to the extreme. He didn't disguise himself. Qin Yu could definitely see that he was weak now. As long as he couldn't resist the temptation and attacked, he would die. Yes. As for why he had said those words, in fact, it was the inspiration that Wan Lu had given him. Sometimes, saying some wrong words would expose one's true state. What Qian Nether wanted was to expose himself. He wanted Qin Yu to know that he was really weak and that he was deliberately bluffing to scare him. This was a brilliant and flexible use of his power. Unfortunately, Qin Yu clearly didn't fall for it. Or rather, after seeing the terror of the fire of eternal night, he had decisively escaped. What an annoying and intelligent prey. But it didn't matter. You might be able to escape today, but you can't escape forever. Since he knew about the power of the Khanate spirit, he had to obtain it. At that time, he might be able to use it to break free from the control of the dark world. He might even be able to transcend in one fell swoop and achieve the goal that the dark world had coveted for countless years, to fill the vacancy of the ruler. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Then, he was a little disappointed that Qin Yu didn't attack. Otherwise, he might be able to achieve what he had wanted just now. Sage Qian Nether had a helpless look on his face. Qin Yu opened his eyes and looked at where Sage Bai Yu was. This guy's aura had almost disappeared. It seemed like he was already dead. Then, he looked at Qian Nether. The helplessness on this guy's face was like a giant mocking symbol. Of course, he was mocking himself. Qin Yu felt that true Sage Bai Yu was stupid just now. But now, it seemed that Qian Nether was the dumbest heaven-class king. Alas, fighting with this kind of idiot was really beneath his dignity. Even if he won in the end, his inner sense of accomplishment would be very low. Forget it, forget it. For the sake of the fire of eternal night, I'll bear with it a little longer. Anyway, I don't have much time left. Outside the ice sheet, Lord Dragon Sage's expression was solemn. His eyes showed that he was facing death with equanimity. Inside the ice sheet, Sage Qian Nether was neither sad nor happy. He was just waiting for the final harvest. Of course, his emotionlessness was definitely an act. Right now, he was so excited that he was about to explode. The death of the black turtle old ancestor should have been a huge disaster. Who would have thought that the current situation would take a turn for the better? This was fate. Perhaps I, Qian Nether, am destined to be the main character of the world. Even if I did not have the intention to do anything, fate has pushed me to the heart of the struggle. Since it is predestined, I cannot let this fate that the heavens have given me down. From today onwards, my fate is in my own hands. No one can bully me or oppress me any more. I, Chien Nether, will be a man of indomitable spirit. I will make the entire vast Yang realm prostrate before me. Just you wait. I, Chien Nether, have a very good memory. Even if I do not have a small notebook, I will remember every single one of them clearly. I will spit out what you ate from me. I will return double what you took from me, one debt at a time. I will settle this slowly. Chien Nether's mind went blank. He licked his lips and thought, I have been fantasizing for a long time. Almost half of the people who offended me have died. Why is true sage Wan Lu still not dead? Chien Nether checked his aura and found that it was extremely weak, like a fragile candle flame that would be extinguished with a casual blow. However, the crucial thing was that this state had already been maintained for a long time. It looked like it would be extinguished at any moment, but it did not. It was as if there was a layer of glass covering it. Sage Chien Nether shuddered. At this moment, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. A bone-piercing chill rose from his tailbone and spread throughout his entire body in the blink of an eye. He stared at the fire of eternal night, his eyes widening. His mouth moved as if he wanted to say something, but he found that he could not utter a single syllable. Chapter 13:25. Light laughter suddenly rang out. It was exceptionally clear and ear-piercing in the huge ice sheet where the fire of eternal night was silently burning. I have to admit that you are still a distance away from dying from stupidity, because you actually realized it before you died. It was as if a huge funnel had suddenly appeared in the flame of eternal night, which was as black as liquid. Then, with a few gulps, the flame of eternal night was completely drained. The one who fell to the ground with a plop was true sage Bai Yu. His entire body had been burnt black, but his vitality was frighteningly exuberant. He was actually still alive. Qin Yu looked at him and could not help but sigh. Can't you just die obediently? Why do you have to make things difficult for me? I was just thinking that avenging you would be the most benevolent thing I could do. But you are not even dead now. How can I avenge you? Can't I learn from true sage Thousand Nether? In terms of cooperation, he was practically burning himself to help others. Let's not talk about stupidity, let's not talk about sincerity. In any case, he was a good person. This was Qin Yu's final conclusion. Cough cough, after all, death is the most important thing. Sage Thousand Nether began to tremble. Not only because of fear, but also because all of his energy had been used up. His great Tao had completely collapsed. His entire person had become an empty shell. It was impossible for him not to tremble. You. The three of them could not form a sentence. His heart was filled with regret. At the same time, he felt a little self-deprecating bitterness. So the one who had been deceived was him. So the trap of words was really a trap. Wan Lu must have guessed that he wanted to escape, so he deliberately set it up. But in the end? Just like that, he obediently got up and jumped in, decisive, without the slightest bit of hesitation. As the saying went, the evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. It was laughable that he had been thinking so much just now. Everything was empty. Everything was empty. Sage Thousand Nether let out a low roar. He was like a lone wolf that had fallen into a crack in the ice. He looked up at the small sky and let out the saddest and most despairing roar of his life. How could he accept this? How could he not be sad? He had said many times before about obtaining hope in a hopeless situation. In the end, hope was like a bubble, popping and disappearing. It was a kind of unbearable torture. Sage Thousand Nether was now. What he had experienced today was more than 10 times, or even 100 times more. This was no longer a case of his hopes being dashed. It was as if he had been given a completely new script. From a proper winner in life and a future big shot, he had been directly sent to the 18th level of hell, and he would never be able to reincarnate. To be honest, it was already not easy for him to be able to roar and feel despair. Should someone else try? He might even go crazy. Tragic, it was truly tragic. But in reality, Sage Thousand Nether had to face reality because he realized that he could be even more miserable than this. Far, far more miserable. Because right in front of him, Qin Yu had transformed. When it came to matters like revenge, of course, it was only considered ceremonial to do it personally. After all, he was a true sage. Out of respect for him, Qin Yu felt that he had to let Qian Yu know how he had died. Although he probably didn't want to know. But Qin Yu wanted him to know that this was enough. Therefore, the world suddenly became deathly silent. The 1,000 Nether Saints stared straight at him, as if he had lost his soul. He did not make a single sound, and only his eyes widened, making one worry that they would explode in the next moment with a bang. He did not explode. After a long time, Qian Yu suddenly began to breathe. It was quick and hurried, as if he was on the verge of death, and was using all his strength to gasp for breath for the last time in his life. His nostrils actually emitted some very sharp sounds. Yet another line of 3 could not form a sentence. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. That's right, Qian, you have good eyesight. He cleared his throat and bowed slightly. Qin Yu of the Peach Garden greets Sage Thousand Nether. Pooh, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, like a broken switch, he could not turn it off no matter how hard he tried. Sage Thousand Nether spat and spat, but he was unwilling to close his eyes no matter what. He stared at Qin Yu, the hatred in his eyes chilling. Previously, he had thought about many things, but he could not figure it out. Now, he finally had an answer, but this answer was hard for him to accept. It turned out that from the very beginning, he was the one who had been schemed against. The funny thing was that he did not realize it even when he was about to die. If Qin Yu had not chosen to expose his identity, he would probably have thought that he had been defeated by some powerful and scheming dark true sage. Qin Yu stood up straight. The smile on his face disappeared, and his face was calm. He did not feel pity. His heart was the same as his expression, without the slightest fluctuation. When it came to revenge, as long as the innocent were not implicated, it was not excessive to do anything. Moreover, from the moment Sage Thousand Nether appeared, he had wanted Qin Yu's life. Including the time in the Scarlet Peak Strait, this was already the second time. He had wanted to kill Qin Yu twice, but in the end, he had been killed. Was this pitiful? If Qin Yu had failed, he would not have fared any better than Thousand Nether. You will not die well. He almost said another 3 words, but at least he managed to say one sentence, even though it was not a good one. Qin Yu lightly said, perhaps one day in the future, I will also die, but Sage Thousand Nether will not be able to see it. You can die now. Cluck, cluck. Strange sounds came out from Sage Thousand Nether's throat. His neck twisted upwards in an abnormal manner, causing his bones to emit terrifying cracking sounds. He looked straight into the sky. It was obvious that he was suffering some sort of terrifying pain. But strangely, there was a smile on Sage Thousand Nether's face. That's right, he was smiling. Qin Yu was certain that he wasn't seeing things. His heart shrank and an intense restlessness swelled up in his heart, as if something dreadful were about to occur. Damn it, he really couldn't be too complacent in his life. He shouldn't have spoken so much nonsense with him, but he hadn't even said 2 words to begin with. It was too late for regret. Qin Yu took a deep breath and lifted a hand. A tyrannical strength instantly erupted, shattering the dark ice and hurtling towards Thousand Nether. But at this time, his breath caught in his throat. His chest seemed to be pressed down by a great mountain, forcefully interrupting his breathing. Bang! The northernmost region of the East Sea that had been completely frozen and turned into a massive black ice sheet seemed to withstand the force of 1,000 caddies. It was instantly crushed apart. Lord Dragon Sage spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, he had truly been injured. There wasn't even the slightest bit of acting involved. With a look of horror on his face, he looked up and saw a giant eye appear in the skies. It was like an ancient heavenly demon had arrived, its pitch-black eyes like an abyss that could swallow all. Ice-cold, annihilating. Besides this, there was nothing else. Eye of Eternal Night. Dragon Sage screamed out loud. His originally pale face was now devoid of blood. Chapter 13:26. The world of darkness was like an inconspicuous shadow under the vast sun. It did not attract the attention of the world, and did not have a strong sense of existence. But there was a limit to this, to ordinary cultivators. The half-saints in the divine Tao circle who were trapped in the sea of bitterness might know a little, but most of them were unclear. Simply put, they knew that the world of darkness was not to be trifled with, but they did not know why it was not to be trifled with. The content that true saints knew was much more detailed. After all, with their status, even the rulers had to give them a certain amount of respect. For example, there were only true saints in the world of darkness. There was no half-saint of the bitter sea. Another example was that the number of true saints in the world of darkness was constantly changing. Another example was that in the world of darkness, there was an absolute expert that was above all true saints, known as the ruler. The ruler of the world of darkness was not the same concept as the ruler of the vast sun world, but without a doubt, he possessed an extremely terrifying power. It was a very simple logic. If the world of darkness did not have a mouth that could bite, would the rulers of the vast sun world allow its existence? Don't be naive. And the Eye of Eternal Night was said to be the most powerful and mysterious object of the world of darkness that only the ruler of darkness could control. The rulers did not say much about the Eye of Eternal Night, but there was some information about it that was circulated. Previously, it was said that the world of darkness rarely interfered with the matters of the vast sun world. Only when it involved the transformation of darkness would there be several intense conflicts. There was one time when the Eye of Eternal Night descended upon the vast sun world. No one knew the specifics, but in that battle, 3 true saints died, and a ruler personally descended to settle the matter. This was a secret of the vast sun world. Even the true saints did not know about it. Long Xing had coincidentally obtained it from an old fellow who had lived for a long time, after paying a price. That was why he was able to recognize the terrifying eye that appeared in the sky at first glance. His forehead was instantly covered with beads of sweat. The origin of the Eye of Eternal Night, if the rulers do not say, no one in the vast sun world knows. But there is no doubt that it is powerful. If you meet it in the future, run faster. These words were said by the old fellow who had told Long Xing about it. He did not doubt it at all. At this moment, his eyes widened, and he felt that it was difficult to breathe. Why did the Eye of Eternal Night suddenly descend? Could it be that it had discovered everything that the Thousand Nether Saint had done? But it didn't make sense. This was at most an internal conflict in the dark world. No matter who won in the end, it wouldn't cause too much damage to the dark world. They might even be able to nurture a peak true sage expert. Was there a need to make such a big fuss? Unless things were different from what he thought. The dark world had suffered a great loss. What exactly had happened that would alarm the Eye of Eternal Night and cause it to descend upon the vast young world? The death of the Black Turtle Patriarch was definitely one of the reasons. The Darkness True Divine called by Zhu didn't seem to be very smart, so the probability of him being killed was very high. Long Xing's mind was in a mess. Suddenly, a thought popped into his mind and his whole body froze. Qian Nether. Unless Qian Nether also died and the dark world was completely annihilated. Not only were they unable to obtain anything, but 3 Darkness True Saints had also died. At least 2 of them were at the permanent realm. This was the only way to make the world of darkness go berserk and cause the Eye of Eternal Night to descend. That's right, it's like this, it must be like this. In other words, Qin Yu had succeeded. He had actually managed to silence them. A strong wind suddenly rose up, sweeping away all the black ice shards. In the blink of an eye, a huge empty space appeared in front of him. It was as if it was filled with an invisible force, and the water of the eastern sea didn't dare to pour in. Everything in front of him was no longer concealed, and everything appeared in front of him. The Thousand Nether Saint's neck was strangely twisted as he stared at the sky. His eyes had turned pitch black, as though they were reflecting the eye of eternal night. Or perhaps it could be said that the eye of eternal night had borrowed his eyes to descend upon the eastern sea. Sage Qian Nether's aura had already been severed, but there was a strange smile on his lips. It was as if he had seen something happy, and it gave off an extremely terrifying feeling. And opposite him was Qin Yu. Lord Longxing almost stopped breathing. There was only one thought in his mind. He had finally guessed correctly once, but it was obvious that not only would he not be rewarded, but he would most likely die. With his own strength, regardless of whether his methods were glorious or not, he had killed 3 Darkness True Saints, the Black Turtle Patriarch, Bai Zhu, and Qian Nether. This was an indisputable fact. Even at this moment, Longxing had to admit that Qin Yu was indeed extremely awesome, but he was a little too awesome. Couldn't they leave some leeway? It was fine if he didn't make a move, but once he did, he would cut the weeds and eliminate the roots? Great, now that the Eye of Eternal Night has been attracted, I will also be implicated by you. We will both die, both of us will die. It was not that Lord Longxing was scared out of his wits by what he had said in the past, or that he was so useless that he felt despair at a single glance. It was just that the aura emitted by the Eye of Eternal Night was unbelievably strong. The Permitha True Saint, a big-shot existence of the vast Yang world, should be so strong that he had broken through the horizon? But compared to the Eye of Eternal Night, he was at most a relatively dazzling star beside the full moon. But a star was a star. Compared to the bright moon in the sky, its radiance was naturally incomparable. In his despair, Longxing could not help but suspect that the Eye of Eternal Night was in existence on the same level as a ruler. How could he resist it? He could only wait for death. In reality, Qin Yu's current feeling was even stronger than Longxing's. This was because when the pitch-black eye appeared in the sky, he felt that he had been locked onto. A terrifying and oppressive aura came from all directions, submerging his entire body. It was vast and boundless. A powerful destructive will that seemed to come from the entire world and was concentrated on him alone. That kind of palpitation and despair was something that could not be understood without experiencing it personally. Qin Yu did not know that this pitch-black eye in the sky was called the Eye of Eternal Night, nor did he know that it had a powerful deterrent effect even amongst peak vast Yang true sages. But there was one thing that was without a doubt: this eye was related to the world of darkness, and it was very, very strong. It was so strong that even with Qin Yu's current strength, he could only feel despair. Waiting for death, just as this thought appeared, it was suppressed by Qin Yu's mind and torn to pieces. Taking a deep breath, the power that came from the Xiantian spirit that was hidden within his body began to burn. He did not hold back, he did not care about consumption. It could be said that the power of the Xiantian spirit was Qin Yu's strongest trump card. It was because of this that he was able to erupt with super-strong battle strength and not be at a disadvantage against a true sage. But no matter how precious a treasure was, it would only have meaning if he was alive. If he died, everything would be for naught. Ah! Roaring towards the sky, Qin Yu took a heavy step forward. His bones crackled and crackled as his entire body was like an inflated balloon. In that instant, his body began to rapidly expand. 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet in the blink of an eye, he had become a terrifying giant that supported the heavens. His body was covered in black scales, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness and destruction. He looked up at the eye of eternal night and opened his mouth to roar. Rumble, rumble, shock waves visible to the naked eye appeared all around the giant's body. They were like raging waves that crazily surged out in all directions. A top hunter from the abyss, the abyssal Titan King, had arrived. It lifted its hand and a dazzling light erupted. It was like a sun had been plucked from the heavens, wildly burning between its fingers. This was nearly a third of the strength that came from the Sciention spirit within Qin Yu's body. It was also the limit of what he could control. Now that it had been forcefully compressed into a small ball, an unimaginably terrifying fluctuation of strength constantly erupted from it. Kacha, kacha. This was the abyssal titan's palm. The scales covering its surface constantly broke apart and scarlet blood gushed out before evaporating in the next moment. As if it had inhaled some of the blood that had evaporated into a blood fog, a layer of blood gradually appeared within the ball of light. Like a great sun filled with blood, it was filled with endless brutality. Waiting for death was impossible. In the past, when Qin Yu was as weak as an ant, he had dared to struggle for survival, much less today. The Eye of Eternal Night didn't respond, as if it didn't care about Qin Yu's resistance. But in the air, that terrifying oppressive aura suddenly rose up. From within the massive body of the abyssal Titan King, deep thumping sounds began to emit from within, like the beating of a great drum. It took a deep breath and roared out once more. The Sciention spirit in its hand suddenly released an annihilating aura. A slaughter was imminent. At this time, a figure shot into the skies, rushing between the abyssal titan and the Eye of Eternal Night. Puff! She spat out a mouthful of blood and her complexion paled. But she struggled to stand up straight and spread out her arms to face the Eye of Eternal Night in the skies. It was Tsang Hua. At this time, an astonishing aura was released from her body. The strength that came from old ancestor Black Turtle had been thoroughly absorbed by her and Tsang Hua. The puppet that was supposed to die in their place had been taken over by the magpie's nest and obtained everything. And it wasn't just this. After Qian Yu died, a portion of the darkness source that dissipated was also absorbed because of the darkness transformation ritual. Your Excellency Eye of Eternal Night, Tsang Hua and I are willing to follow you back to the world of darkness. I ask that you retract your thunderous rage. Tsang Hua spat out mouthful after mouthful of blood. Even though she was barely at the level of a darkness true saint, under the impact of the abyssal Titan King and the Eye of Eternal Night's aura, she was still severely wounded. The Eye of Eternal Night was silent. Its oppressive strength became even stronger. Tsang Hua screamed, "True Saint Bai Yu is still alive. Qin Yu killed Qian Yu and the Black Turtle, but he also gave me and Tsang Hua a new life. He killed 2 darkness true saints and returned 2 darkness true saints to the world of darkness. This is an acceptable result. If Your Excellency Eye of Eternal Night is unwilling to forgive, then Tsang Hua can only stand by Qin Yu's side and become your enemy. I ask that Your Excellency reconsider." The abyssal titan roared, "Tsang Hua, get out of the way!" He stared at the Eye of Eternal Night and the ruthlessness in his eyes intensified. After all, this is the vast sun world. Even a darkness true saint has to pay a huge price to descend. I want to see if Your Excellency Eye of Eternal Night can really attack without any restraints. A cold voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. "If I want to kill you, even if the vast sun ruler descends, he won't be able to stop me." His voice was calm and emotionless, but contained within it was an extremely strong confidence. Qin Yu's heart shrank, but he didn't retreat at all. "Then, Your Excellency, make your move. Let's see if you can kill me." Humph! With a cold laugh, darkness suddenly descended, wrapping around Tsang Hua, Tsang Zhu, and the almost charred true saint Bai Yu. "You killed 2 true saints and returned 2 true saints. Today's matter shall end like this. Qin Yu, I hope that you won't appear in front of me again." Chapter 13:27. Shuar the darkness disappeared, and at the same time, the eye of eternal night in the sky also disappeared. The terrifying pressure that seemed to be able to crush everything between heaven and earth suddenly disappeared. Rumble, that was the empty space formed after the water of the East Sea madly poured into the ice cap and disappeared. Long Xing panted heavily, his pale face showing a trace of confusion. Was it going to end just like that? To be honest, when he saw the eye of eternal night descend upon him, he was certain that he would not be able to escape. Was it good to be alive? That's right, this was nonsense. Lord Longsheng will tell you with his own experience. Good, very good. He lifted his hands to cover his face. At this moment, his heart was filled with emotions. Even with his true sage state of mind, he couldn't help but feel as though he was about to cry tears of joy. The trip to the Crimson Peak Strait had been full of twists and turns. It had been extremely exciting, but Long Xing swore that he would never experience such excitement again. As for Qin Yu, he glanced at the abyssal titan incarnation he had become. He could feel the malice in his aura towards the dragons, and then he glanced at the light in his hand that caused his heart to race. With a muffled groan, Long Xing closed his eyes. He felt that being a quiet blind man was not a bad choice. Treasure. Opportunity. There are so many of these two things in the world. Could it be that I can meddle in all of them? Forget it. It was not easy to live a stable life. Why did he have to let his dragon life ride on a roller coaster that could derail at any time? Towards Qin Yu, the dragon saint swore to keep a respectful distance. Space suddenly distorted. Long Xing, who had just made up his mind to stay away from the people of the Peach Garden, shuddered and opened his eyes. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Long Xing was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. It's not someone from the dark world. Long Xing breathed a sigh of relief subconsciously, and then his heart suddenly jumped. It was shameless to plant peaches and sell peaches. That's right, it was the Peach Garden Master who had crossed over and broken through space. His brows furrowed tightly as killing intent surged around him. His gaze swept across the surroundings, and his expression immediately changed. This aura? Shua Qin Yu flew over and bowed. Greetings, Honorable Master. To be honest, he was only surprised at the Yard Master's appearance for a moment before he understood. Clearly, the Dragon Sage was calling for help. As for why he was called a human, in the world of adults you guys would understand even if you saw through it. The Yard Master nodded. Who was the one who descended from the dark world just now? Qin Yu said, this disciple isn't too sure. It is a giant pitch-black eye with an extremely terrifying aura. It seems to be called the Eye of Eternal Night. At the mention of this name, his pupils subconsciously contracted. This was an instinctive reaction. This eye was just too terrifying. If the Eye of Eternal Night had not chosen to retreat just now, Qin Yu's chances of survival would have been minuscule. Since he knew that he was going to die, why did he put on such a show just now? The answer was simple. If begging for mercy was useful, then no one would die in this world. Only by flashing one's fangs and intimidating one's opponent would there be a chance of survival, even if it was just a sliver. In that situation, there was no room for him to take even half a step back or show any weakness. The Eye of Eternal Night. The Yard Master knitted her brows tightly and shot a glance at Long Xing. Her gaze was as cold as a knife. Long Xing hurriedly waved his hand. When I called you, the Eye of Eternal Night had yet to descend. You can ask Mr. Ninth about this, he can testify for me. He was so scared. It seemed that the Yard Master had taught Long Xing a hard lesson. Qin Yu coughed softly and said, the Eye of Eternal Night left not long after it descended. Master couldn't have arrived at the East Sea in such a short time. This matter had to be explained clearly. Otherwise, it could be said that Long Xing had evil intentions and wanted to put the Yard Master in a life-or-death situation. The Yard Master snorted coldly. Qin Yu, in the future when you travel the heavens, remember to keep your eyes open. Some people seem kind and friendly, but in fact, they are full of evil tricks and are thick-skinned and ruthless. Who knows when they will be schemed against? Longxing lowered his eyebrows and drooped his eyes, pretending not to hear her. You have the bigger fist, so you can say whatever you want. Anyway, I can't defeat you, and now there's Qin Yu, who I can't defeat. A trace of sorrow suddenly gushed out from the bottom of his heart. Lord Longxing felt that his life was too difficult. Why did Longxing suddenly become so dejected? With a gloomy face and a weak look, Longxing cupped his hands in obeisance. This matter has been settled. I won't disturb you and your disciple. I'll take my leave first. Goodbye. He turned around, his back looking bleak. Wait. Longxing sneered. I haven't asked you to leave yet. Qin Yu, tell me about your trip to the East Sea. Glancing at Longxing's suddenly stiff face, Qin Yu thought for a while and roughly guessed the yardmaster's meaning. He thought to himself, this wasn't my idea. My condolences, Lord Longxing. As for concealing the truth or covering up for Longxing, it was impossible. He would be considered a man of integrity if he didn't kick Longxing when he was down. Immediately, Qin Yu roughly told the yard master what had happened. Except for the part about the stone tower, he basically didn't hide anything. The yard master glanced at Longxing, her eyes as cold as a knife. Her face was expressionless. In other words, I have to thank Lord Longxing for helping me regardless of the danger? Longxing squeezed out a smile. The East Sea and the Peach Garden have always been close. I can't just stand by and watch. Moreover, this matter involves the Scarlet Peak Strait. Strictly speaking, Miss Ninth has also helped me. I really don't deserve my thanks. The yard master said, what Longxing said makes sense. In other words, Qin Yu has helped Lord Longxing a little, right? Why did the topic suddenly change to this? Didn't you say you wanted to thank me? Lord Longxing was a little confused. He always felt that something was wrong. But he was the one who said it. Was he going to swallow it? Even if he could be thick-skinned, would the yard master agree? His smiling face stiffened. Longxing stammered. This, of course, what the yard master said is right. Miss Ninth eradicated the Scarlet Peak Strait. Of course she helped me, good. The yard master suddenly clapped her hands, which scared Longxing so much that he trembled. I knew it. The dignified East Sea Dragon Saint wouldn't talk nonsense. After all, in this world, everyone needs to be responsible for their own word. He suddenly changed the topic and revealed a smile. Then, Lord Longxing, what are you going to give me as a reward for thanking Qin Yu? It's natural to get a reward for helping others. If everyone who does good ends up with nothing, who would be willing to help others in the future? Longxing understood that the yard owner was still angry and had made up her mind to extort him. Could he refuse? Of course he could. The choice was in his hands. But it was obvious that the yard master wouldn't let it go if he refused. With Longxing's understanding of the yard master, he knew what would happen next even if he thought with his knees. Taking a deep breath, Longxing looked enlightened. The yard mistress is right. I have indeed been negligent. We must properly guide the younger generation of cultivators. Only then will we be able to make this world a better place. His gaze fell on Qin Yu. His eyes fell on Qin Yu and pondered for a moment. Not long ago, I happened to get. Before he could finish, the yard master interrupted him. Qin Yu, hurry up and thank Lord Longxing. With Longxing's status, he will definitely satisfy you since he has spoken. Longxing roared in his heart. You bastard who planted peaches and sold peaches, don't go too far. But that was all. If he were to say it out loud, he absolutely wouldn't dare. The yard master could be unreasonable even if she was unreasonable. What would happen if she was reasonable? After all, the reason for today's extortion was that Longxing was in the wrong. He had done something he shouldn't have done, so the yard master took advantage of him. Qin Yu coughed lightly. How can I do that? If Lord Longxing is unwilling, I'll make you the villain, master. Long Xing hurriedly waved his hand with an anxious look. No, no, no. I'm very willing. Just say it, Miss Ninth. Isn't it just extortion? Our East Sea is the wealthiest in the world. The treasures in the Dragon Palace are piled up like mountains. I'll just treat it as spending money to avert disaster. It doesn't hurt. It really doesn't hurt at all. With a smile on his face, Lord Long Xing clenched his fists in his sleeves. Sharp claws emerged from his fingertips and rubbed against the scales on his skin, sending sparks everywhere. More importantly, his movements were perfectly concealed. Not a single sound could be heard. This power was not something that could be cultivated in a day or two. Let's go to the Dragon Palace. Long Xing expressed his willingness to open the Dragon Palace's treasury for Qin Yu to choose from. The main reason why he was so generous and made such a promise was that he had figured out the yard master's intention after getting angry. This extortion was a tacit equivalent exchange. As long as Qin Yu was satisfied, the previous matter would be written off. Otherwise, some things could still be revealed even if they were seen through. At that time, everyone's faces would turn ugly. The dragon girl was very anxious. She was waiting in the Dragon Palace. The terrifying energy fluctuations from the Scarlet Peak tsunami could be felt by the entire East Sea. She guessed that it must be related to Qin Yu. She hurried to find her father, but found that Long Xing was also missing. Her vision immediately turned black. The black turtle old ancestor was not easy to deal with. If something happened to her father. Fortunately, that situation didn't happen. Lord Long Xing returned with Qin Yu by his side. Moreover, there was an additional guest. With a happy expression, the dragon girl hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Yard Master. The Yard Master nodded and said, Peach Girl has been in a bad mood recently. Since you are her friend, you should visit her if you have a chance. The dragon girl respectfully said, Yes, I miss Sister Peach Girl very much. I was just worried that I would disturb her rest, so I didn't dare to visit her. Since I have your permission, I will make some preparations and set off for the peach garden in a few days. With that, she glanced at Long Xing and Qin Yu and said cleverly, The dragon girl still has some trivial matters to attend to. I won't disturb Father, the peach garden, and Miss Ninth. I will take my leave first. A trace of admiration flashed in the yard master's eyes. The dragon girl was very smart and had a good aptitude. In terms of bloodline, she was comparable to Bai Feng. Well, let's get down to business first and not think about this for the time being. He turned around and said, Long Xing, hurry up. Hurry to reincarnate. Of course you won't feel bad since it's not your family's treasure house. I hope that little bastard Qin Yu won't be too thick-skinned. Otherwise, if he's too ruthless, I will fall out with him. Gritting his teeth, Long Xing gestured with his hand. Yard Master, Miss Ninth, please come with me. Even if he hid, he would still be hit. What would come, and he could not avoid it no matter what. Chapter 1328. Although Qin Yu didn't know much about the Sage Dao Circle, he had heard more than once about the wealth of the East Sea Dragon Palace. It was said that the East Sea Dragon Palace was one of the richest clans in the Sage Dao Circle. Qin Yu was in a trance for a moment when the Dragon Sage opened the treasury. He suddenly felt that the descriptions he had heard before were too weak. What did it mean to be dazzled by dazzling jewels? What did it mean to be piled up into a mountain of rare treasures? He had seen it. He had really seen it. Fortunately, he was in a different realm now. He was shocked for a moment, but he soon calmed down and didn't embarrass himself. The yard master looked at Qin Yu and waved her hand indifferently. Go and choose well. Don't disappoint Lord Dragon Sage's good intentions. Qin Yu glanced at the Dragon Sage from the corner of his eyes. The Dragon Sage was smiling, but his eyes were sad. Qin Yu felt that the yard master's words were too good. He could clearly see the blue veins on the Dragon Sage's forehead suddenly bulging. He was really worried that it would suddenly explode. Master, I understand. Qin Yu cupped his hands and bowed. Then, he turned around and stepped into the treasury. He really understood, because he had already sensed a trace of deep meaning in the yardmaster's eyes. The reason why the treasury was called a treasury was that there were countless treasures in it. However, treasures were not precious enough if they could be piled up in large quantities, because good treasures were always rare. It was difficult to see one or two. How could she casually take out thousands of treasures? Even if she didn't take them, she had to go through the process. She could just treat it as an eye-opener. After all, few people in the world had seen so many good treasures piled up together. At the beginning, Qin Yu was calm. However, as he watched, he felt that his mouth was a little dry, and his heart was eager to take action. He couldn't help it. There were too many good treasures. Even with Qin Yu's current vision, he still felt that they were very precious. There were treasures that could enhance cultivation, temper the body, strengthen the soul, and even extend lifespan. There were many kinds of treasures. So, Qin Yu couldn't help but think that if he robbed the treasury of the East Sea Dragon Palace, he would be rich. However, he was just thinking about it. If he really dared to make a move, he would be forcing the Dragon Saint to fight him to the death. That old man's eyes were fixed on him right now. That's right. Long Xing stared at Qin Yu. In truth, he wasn't worried that Qin Yu would offend him. Right now, there was only a single thought in his mind. Take it, hurry up and take it. It's in that box over there. The aura inside is so strong that it's about to spill out. You brat, are you blind? Quick, do you see the wooden stake in front of you to the left? That thing looks ordinary, but it has a long history. It's a rare treasure. Back then, another true sage fought with me for it. In the end, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before he managed to get it back. Choose it, quickly choose it. Why aren't you making a move? Why aren't you making a move? Brat Qin Yu, you have gone too far. Don't say that my dignified East Sea treasury has so many treasures, but you don't even care for a single one of them. Hurry up. It was extremely urgent and urgent. Since it was this knife either way, the sooner Qin Yu chose it, the sooner he could feel at ease. Otherwise, the Dragon Saint would feel too uneasy if he was left hanging in the air. Especially at this moment, when he glanced at the expressionless side profile of the yard master. He always felt that this shameless old thief was holding back some dirty fart. Finally, they finished touring the treasury. Qin Yu took a deep breath and tried hard to hide the reluctance in his heart. Then, he went out and cupped his hand. Honorable Master, Lord Longxing's treasury is really all-inclusive. There are so many treasures that I'm dazzled. Unfortunately, there's nothing that I really need. After thinking about it, he pretended to be hesitant and said, How about I ask Honorable Master to tell me what I should choose? Bad ball. Hearing Qin Yu's words, the Dragon Saint's heart twitched. He suddenly had an extremely bad feeling. Sure enough, the next moment, he saw a faint but very gratified smile on the yardmaster's face. It was as if she was saying that the boy was worth teaching. Damn it, what did the Peach Garden master and disciple want to do? Don't forget that this is the East Sea. If you really annoy me, no one will have an easy time. The yard master glanced at the Dragon Saint, whose face was cloudy and whose eyes were filled with anger. She smiled and said lightly, Qin Yu's current strength is no less than yours and mine. If not for the fact that we are master and disciple, I wouldn't have said much. But since he has spoken, as his honorable master, I naturally have to do my best. The yard master paused and looked thoughtful. Then, she knocked her forehead. I got it. Qin Yu, your body is strong and you have many magical skills. But you lack a convenient treasure when you encounter an enemy. Long Xing laughed heartily. This seat has many treasures. If Miss Ninth hasn't chosen anything from the treasury, I still have several items in my private collection in the inner palace. I'll order people to bring them over for Miss Ninth to choose. He clapped his hands. Come, the yard master said, there's no need to trouble yourself. I suddenly remembered that there is indeed an item in the East Sea that is very suitable for Chinyu. The dragon saint's smile froze. His face turned livid and he stared at the yard master. Peach seller, don't tell me it's that item. The dragon saint had changed the way he addressed the yard master and his tone was full of murderous intent. It was clear that the dragon saint was really angry at this time. The yard master looked calm, as if she didn't care about what he said. So what if it is? You said you wanted to thank Chinyu. I didn't force you. The dragon saint almost exploded. How could you say such words? Have you no shame? Have you no shame? Fall out with the yard master. He must fall out with the yard master today. Even if he had to fight until the heavens and earth were turned upside down, he would never bow his head. Impossible. There was no door, no window, not even a crack. Impossible. He said these 3 words resolutely. The yard master narrowed her eyes. Think carefully, Dragon Saint. Do you really want to fall out with me and my disciple? Back then, I could beat you until your teeth fell all over the floor. Now that I've joined forces with Chinyu, maybe you're reluctant to leave the Black Turtle Patriarch and want to go down there to accompany him. This was simply a knife to his neck, a blatant threat. I'll beat you up if we fall out, and both of us will do it together. Don't talk about face or identity. You know I don't care about that. I'll definitely do what I say. The Dragon Saint gritted his teeth and growled, Peach seller, don't forget what you promised me. You'll never have any ideas about that item. Are you going to break your promise? The yard master sneered. It's Chinyu who wants to try it, not me. What does it have to do with my promise? She had made up her mind by saying that she would shirk all responsibility. The Dragon Saint wanted to cry because he knew very well that the yard master was right. Even if they had the geographical advantage in the East Sea, they had no chance of winning against him and Chinyu if they joined forces. But that item? No, he couldn't agree to it, no matter what. The yard master seemed to have sensed the Dragon Saint's current state of mind. She frowned and said slowly, although some things are seen through but not said, you and I both know very well what kind of role you played when Chinyu was in the Crimson Peak Strait. Of course, you can say that you didn't cause serious consequences, but you and I both know that this matter isn't that simple. Chinyu deserves adequate compensation. This is not excessive. If you still can't think it through, then don't blame the Peach Garden for being unreasonable and taking it by force. Chapter 1329. World of Darkness. This was true darkness, without the slightest bit of light. Everything was submerged in the night, and this had continued for countless years. Endless plains stretched as far as the eye could see, barren to the extreme. Besides some unknown shrubs that struggled to grow in the darkness, there was nothing but bare soil. Perhaps it was because over the endless years, it had been covered in endless darkness and had long since seeped into everything. Even the soil was black, whose strong winds blew past, stirring up endless amounts of dust from the ground. In this world of darkness, the black dust rapidly flew along the black skies. They passed through the vast plains, flying and flying until a silent palace appeared at the end of their line of sight. An invisible strength was released from the palace. As the strong winds approached, it was directly annihilated, causing the black dust to fall down. It had been like this for the endless years. Thus, even though the amount of dust that was swept up by the strong winds was limited, after years of accumulation, it still formed a massive ring-shaped mountain of black earth. It was like a high wall sealing the palace within. With each passing day, it grew taller and taller, like a cage that could never be escaped. The palace was spotless both inside and out. It was the same as this world, pure black, as if it were carved from the purest black crystal. A low and deep voice echoed out from the hall. As it struck the ring-shaped mountain, it was completely covered up, not a single sound leaking out. Eye of eternal night, why haven't you done anything? The icy voice didn't waver at all. Because Chinyu is right. Forcefully descending into the vast Yang world, has already consumed a great deal of energy. If you insist on killing him, you will have to pay a heavy price. This reason is not enough. But it is enough for me. If you are dissatisfied, you can appeal to the great desolation. I will accept all consequences." The icy voice vanished. The hall fell silent. After an unknown period of time, the deep voice echoed out once more. "Think of a way to investigate Qin Yu. There must be a problem with him." "Yes, Your Excellency." A third voice sounded out. But from beginning to end, there was no one to be seen in the hall. Strong winds continued to blow above the plains, sweeping up layers of black earth. After crossing a long distance, they sprinkled it outside the palace, causing the ring-shaped mountain of black earth to grow taller and taller, as if it would never end. Long Xing's complexion was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to rain. In truth, Qin Yu couldn't bear to look at him like this. Think about it, the dignified master of East Ocean, a true divine who was at the peak of the Haoyang cultivation system, was now like a bullied wife. His heart was filled with grievances and he wanted to resist, but he had no choice but to lower his head in the face of reality. The struggle, helplessness, annoyance, pain, and sadness were mixed together in an extremely complicated manner, and it was simply moving to the point that anyone who saw it would be moved. Ahem, if he thought about it carefully, wasn't what the yard owner was asking him to do a little too much of a bully? The yard master's calm voice rang in his mind. "Why? Do you think I've gone overboard?" Qin Yu didn't deny it. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Actually, I also tricked the dragon sage before. Although he wasn't honest, he wasn't too bad. At the very least, before the eye of eternal night descended, when the dragon sage felt that something was wrong, he didn't run away and abandon the Eastern Sea. This shows his character." The yard master said, "You're right. The dragon saint didn't run away, but this has nothing to do with his character. He just couldn't bear to do it." Qin Yu. He felt that he might have misunderstood something. The yard master confirmed his thoughts. "It's exactly what you're thinking." After a pause, she said in a calm tone, "Of course, I did make a promise that I wouldn't touch that thing. If you can't bear to do it and are willing to be a good person, you can give up. It's up to you." Qin Yu took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Lord Dragon Sage, I think you should agree to it. My master's temper isn't very good. If there's really a conflict, I can only say that I've offended you out of respect for my master." It was such a simple matter, and the yard master had already explained it clearly. The reason why the dragon sage had risked his life and was unwilling to escape the Eastern Sea was because of that thing. Ignoring everything else, just this point alone was enough to show how precious that thing was. So, was there even a need to consider whether he could bear to do it or not? Moreover, the Lord Dragon Sage was a dignified true saint of the Nirvana realm. His mental fortitude must be extremely good. A little oppression or something like that would definitely not be a problem for him. A mouthful of blood rushed to Dragon Sage's throat. Although Qin Yu looked calm just now, he could clearly see the subtle emotional changes between his eyebrows. He was secretly delighted that things might turn for the better, but in the blink of an eye, he had turned his back on him? Bastard who planted peaches and sold peaches. If he said that this matter had nothing to do with him, the Lord Dragon Sage would have diarrhea. A smile appeared in the yard master's eyes. She was even more satisfied with Qin Yu. At least the speed at which he adjusted his attitude could give her a high score. Moreover, although Qin Yu didn't talk much, he was ruthless enough. Although the dragon sage's face was still gloomy, the yard master noticed his hesitation. It was time to give him the final blow. The yard master suddenly said to him, "Dragon Sage, I think no one in this world knows better than you how difficult it is to deal with that thing in the Eastern Sea. So, at most, I've given Qin Yu a chance to try, but the possibility of success is very small. What are you afraid of? Or do you think that all your efforts over the years can't compare with Qin Yu's one attempt?" A struggle flashed in the dragon sage's eyes. He glanced at the yard master, took a deep breath, and gritted his teeth. Fine, I can agree, but only this time. In the future, the cultivators of the peach garden must never make such a request again. Moreover, regarding this thing, Miss Ninth must keep it a secret and not reveal it to anyone. It was just a single attempt. No matter how powerful Qin Yu was, could he compare with the efforts he had put in all these years? That was right, he would definitely fail. With this thought, the Lord Dragon Sage felt a little relieved. Then he felt that he had made a big fuss over a minor issue. Why did he feel that Qin Yu would take that thing away when the yard master made this request? He was so flustered. Could it be some kind of intuition? Jinx. Absolutely impossible. The man who planted and sold peaches was right. No one in this world knew better than the Dragon Sage how difficult it was to deal with that thing. Okay. The yard master readily agreed. I guarantee that no one in the peach garden will make things difficult for the Dragon Sage for this matter. At the same time, the yard master's voice resounded in Qin Yu's mind. Qin Yu, the opportunity has been fought for you. Whether you can succeed or not depends on yourself. But there is one thing I can tell you. Whether you succeed or not today, the matter of taking your pre-celestial spiritual power will be written off. A single attempt could offset a treasure that even the yard master couldn't take out. Qin Yu had to admit that he was looking forward to it more and more. Moreover, this thing was obviously not easy to take. Qin Yu could see clearly that the most important reason why the Dragon Sage agreed was that today was only a chance to try. If he had to forcibly take this thing away from the Dragon Sage's hands, Qin Yu was 100% sure that the Dragon Sage would go crazy. Come with me. The Dragon Sage's face was ashen as if he had died. He turned around and walked away. Miss Ninth, the yard master has always been a man of her word, Qin Yu smiled. Rest assured, Dragon Sage. I guarantee that I won't tell anyone about what happened today. The Dragon Sage snorted. Even if he didn't want to believe it, did he have any other way? He hoped that the master and disciple of the peach garden would be more shameless. But after thinking about it, the behavior of the yard master and Qin Yu seemed to be very shameless. As for the matter of moral integrity, it had nothing to do with it at all. Thinking of this, the Dragon Sage's face turned even darker. He felt extremely depressed. He had a feeling that something terrible was about to happen that would make him very uncomfortable. Stop. Stop right now. Taking a deep breath, the Dragon Sage suppressed the trembling in his heart. No way, no way. I have been serving that thing carefully and begging for it all these years, but I can't do anything about it. What can this boy Qin Yu do? Hurry up and let him give up. Then, this matter will be over. The place was inside the Dragon Palace. After passing through layers of palaces and entering the heavily guarded depths of the Dragon Palace, a trace of cryptic space fluctuation suddenly appeared. If Qin Yu hadn't achieved the Star River Divine Seal after condensing the body of laws, and if his power of space had not skyrocketed, he probably wouldn't have noticed it at all. Looking up ahead, everything was normal. The palaces were luxurious and exquisite, and everywhere revealed the prosperity and wealth of the Dragon Sage. After just a few steps, the figure of the Dragon Sage in front of him slightly distorted and then disappeared. Qin Yu glanced at the yard master. Seeing that the yard master's expression was calm and didn't reveal the slightest abnormality, he had an idea. Sure enough, his body seemed to pass through a layer of slightly cool water-like membrane, and he seemed to hear the roars of countless giant dragons in his ears. The scene in front of him distorted slightly. When his vision recovered, Qin Yu found that they had entered a deep-sea mountain range. The power of space. Hiding the entire mountain range in the Dragon Palace was a huge project. Even for a true saint, it wasn't a simple matter. Moreover, there was also that water-like membrane just now. Qin Yu could feel the terrifying power contained within it. If he was judged to be an intruder, he would probably be in deep trouble. But it didn't matter. The Yard Master had taken the lead to shamelessly fight, and the Dragon Sage had already bowed his head. Of course, Qin Yu understood that the reason he could get the chance to try today was all because of the existence of the Yard Master. Try with someone else? Even if they were both true saints, the possibility of Lord Dragon Sage bowing his head was very small. Presumably, the Yard Master had hammered the Dragon Sage in the past, leaving a psychological shadow in his heart. Thus, she possessed a strong deterrent. It was precisely because of this that the Yard Master had previously transmitted a message to him, saying that regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he and Qin Yu were even. It wasn't that he was shameless. He really wasn't. The Yard Master really couldn't do such a thing to his own disciple. It was just that he had already returned the favor. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Yu's eyes fell on the mountain range in the sea in front of him. Countless boulders were scattered in the ground, half buried in the ground. The surface of the boulders was covered with moss, as well as some small seabed creatures that had settled down here. This state had obviously been maintained for a long time and hadn't changed at all. His eyes continued forward. The central part of the mountain range was clearly missing, forming an eye-catching depression. It looked like it had been forcefully smashed out by some heavy object from the sky. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Could it be that the thing that the Yard Master and the Dragon Sage mentioned was here? At the forefront, Lord Dragon Sage stopped and glanced at the mountain range in front of him. Even at this time, Qin Yu could still sense a trace of extremely complex emotions on his face, a little resentment and a little helplessness. It's here. Lord Dragon Sage took a deep breath and raised his hand to point forward. Do you see the mountain gap? Walk over there and you'll naturally get it. With just this sentence, the Dragon Sage shut his mouth and didn't give any hint at all. Nonsense. He couldn't wait for Qin Yu to fail. Why would he give him a hint? What a **t hint. If the Yard Master wasn't here, the Dragon Sage would have already tripped him up. Qin Yu glanced at the Yard Master and nodded calmly. Go. In other words, there wouldn't be a problem. Qin Yu nodded at the Dragon Sage and stepped forward. Because he had already expected that things wouldn't be so simple, Qin Yu's expression remained calm when he stepped into the area of the boulders in the mountain range and the obstructive force descended. Chapter 1330. But soon, the calmness on Qin Yu's face could not be maintained. He had thought that the resistance came from the gravel, but he soon found that his judgment was wrong. The resistance came from the seawater. Very strong. Very strong. Very strong. Important things were repeated 3 times. How strong was it? If it was before, Qin Yu might not have a good way to describe it. He could only say that he had never seen it before in his life. But not long ago, the Eye of Eternal Night, the terrifying existence of the Dark World, came to the East Sea and locked onto Qin Yu. The two sides almost fought to the death. But now, feeling the resistance in the seawater, Qin Yu actually had a similar feeling to facing the Eye of Eternal Night. Compared to the Eye of Eternal Night's ruthless killing intent, the resistance in front of him was much milder. It only prevented people from getting closer. But now, the more Qin Yu felt, the more frightened he was, and the hairs on his back stood up. The power contained in the seawater was sleeping, or to be more precise, it was not serious at all. It was impossible to force his way through. Qin Yu had an intuition that if he really annoyed the thing in the mountain, he would immediately be smashed to pieces. He could not stop it. He could not stop it with his current strength. What on earth was hidden in this mountain? No wonder the Dragon Sage would rather take such a big risk than run away. No wonder the Yard Master was willing to disregard her reputation to get this opportunity. I have seen that creature in the mountain once before. It is incomparably rare and wondrous. Qin Yu, what you can do now is display your own strength and release your strongest attribute in order to move that creature in the mountain and obtain its approval. The Yard Master's voice was very calm in his mind. Believe me, if you can really get the thing in the mountain, Just this alone will increase your chances of breaking through to the position of dominator by at least 20%. Increase by 20%. It sounded insignificant, but it involved breaking through to the position of dominator. The profound meaning was enough to stir one's soul, enough to make one disregard everything. Qin Yu's eyes burst with light, showing the power to turn around to gain its approval. In other words, the dragon sage, a dignified true saint, had not been able to do it all these years. The thing in the mountain had such high standards that even a true saint would not be able to enter its eyes. Could he? A trace of hesitation appeared in his mind. After a few breaths, Qin Yu took a deep breath, and his eyes revealed a determined look. The opportunity was right in front of him, and the outcome would be left to time to verify. Thinking about it now would only waste his energy and would be of no use. Qin Yu took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Suddenly, crackling sounds came from within his body. Faint lines appeared on the surface of his skin, finally turning into a faint layer of fluorescent light. At this moment, his entire body gave off an almost translucent, jade-like feeling. Body of rules. A tremor spread out from beneath his feet. Qin Yu could clearly feel someone scrutinizing him. It was like someone had inadvertently opened a slit in their sleepy eyes and was looking at him with surprise. But that was all. The sense of scrutiny quickly disappeared, and so did the power contained in the seawater. Surprise flashed in his eyes. Was it over just like that? No, it couldn't be that simple. He licked his lips and stepped forwards. Behind him, a tinge of emotion flashed across the yardmaster's eyes. As expected, he had a body of rules. What an enviable little fellow. A cultivator who walked the true God path and cultivated a body of laws. This was a perfect match. In addition to the power of space and time, yin and yang as one, no matter how one looked at it, Qin Yu was a nearly perfect specimen. His future was limitless. Of course, it was also because she valued Qin Yu that the yard master had disregarded her dignity. She had forced the dragon sage to bow his head. Body of rules. The dragon sage's heart trembled. Seeing Qin Yu continue to move forward easily, he recalled how strenuous it had been for him to take his first step. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't jealous. But even though he was jealous, he had to acknowledge it. With the standard of a body of rules, it was natural for him to obtain recognition. But what came next wouldn't be so simple. That thing had a very high standard, and ordinary things wouldn't be able to enter its eyes. The resistance in the seawater appeared again. Qin Yu stopped and looked up at the gap in the mountain range. He somewhat understood what the dragon sage had said before. As long as he got there, he could get it. Obviously, walking to the gap in the mountain range was a test. The body of rules had been recognized, but it could only go forward for a short distance. Based on the distance between him and the gap in the mountain range, it was clear that this was not a simple matter. Fortunately, Qin Yu had a lot of trump cards, but in this case, he would have to expose them without reservation. To be honest, this did make Qin Yu a little uneasy. But soon, he suppressed this thought. If he could get the thing in the mountain range, then he would expose it. The second card, Qin Yu chose the Galaxy Divine Seal. With a thought, the phantom of the Divine Seal suddenly appeared. Then, the phantom of the entire galaxy appeared, flickering and flickering. It was extremely mysterious. Qin Yu's body emitted a halo of light. At this moment, it became even brighter. Obviously, there was some kind of additional attribute between the body of rules and the Galaxy Divine Seal. The yard master already knew this, so her expression remained calm. But this was the first time the dragon sage had seen the Galaxy Divine Seal descend. What he saw was different from the rumors. At this moment, he was finally sure that Qin Yu walked the true divinity path. Moreover, he had reached the unprecedented Galaxy Divine Seal, a profound level of reflecting the galaxy. No wonder this boy Qin Yu's strength had risen so quickly. With the Galaxy Divine Seal, Qin Yu had the qualifications to continue forward. But this was only the second step. There were still many difficulties ahead. I'm not worried. I'm not worried at all. The dragon sage clenched his cheek. He told himself to remain calm and that nothing would happen. The seawater resistance disappeared with the descent of the Galaxy Divine Seal, confirming Qin Yu's guess. He glanced at the gap in the mountain range, and a sharp light exploded in his eyes. So it was like this. In other words, as long as Qin Yu could take out enough cards that could gain the recognition of the thing in the mountain range, or some attribute of his own, he could continue moving forward. In his chest, Qin Yu's beating heart sped up. Maybe he could really do it. He continued forward. The seawater resistance arrived for the third time. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. He lifted his hand and pointed forward. As his finger fell, a belt of light suddenly descended from the star chart above his head. It was like a real galaxy running through both sides of the star chart. The dragon sage's heart, which had calmed down a little, suddenly twitched. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Holy shit, this what? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Not only him, but the yard master's face also changed slightly, revealing a shocked expression. Both of them were true saints, so they were naturally sensitive to the aura of the great Tao. At this moment they could feel the aura of the Tao from this belt of light. This was Qin Yu's great Tao. But the key was that he walked the true divinity path. He fused the rules of heaven and earth into his body, and used the divine seal to reflect the endless world. Without going through the sea of bitterness, how could he obtain the great Tao? The two of them walked on two completely different paths. But Qin Yu's great Tao of crossing the sea, which only orthodox true saints possessed, had appeared. If this wasn't shocking, then what else in the world would be shocking? Yard Master. The dragon sage took a deep breath and opened his mouth, but he was interrupted before he could say two words. Don't ask me. Look at the expression on my face. This explanation was very convincing. And at this moment, the yard master really wasn't in the mood to talk to the dragon sage. She was also very excited in her heart. She couldn't help but be excited, because Qin Yu's great Tao of crossing the sea of bitterness, which only true saints could condense, had appeared. It was a miracle that someone was born in an impossible place. And miracles often meant destiny. The vacancy of the ruler had existed for a long time. Throughout the endless years, no one knew how many amazing talents had appeared, but none of them had succeeded. In the eyes of the yard master, perhaps what was lacking was the vital fate in the unseen world. Qin Yu, after taking a deep breath and exhaling, the yard master said, "Dragon Sage, regarding Qin Yu's great Tao, please keep it a secret for the time being." With his realm, he could naturally see that although the belt of light contained the Tao, it hadn't really condensed yet. Once it was known by someone with ulterior motives, it would probably lead to a disaster. As for how Qin Yu's great Tao came about, the yard master's mind raced. Now, she had a rough guess. That guy had been arrogant all his life, refusing to bow his head even in death. In the end, he had succeeded. If the people in the underworld knew about this, they would also feel gratified because, in the end, he had won. Thinking of Qin Yu and an old friend who had died a long time ago, the corner of the yard master's mouth curled up into a smile. When this smile fell into the dragon sage's eyes, "Holy shit, this is too scary. Planting peaches, selling peaches. What does this bastard want to do?" I've nodded, but you didn't see it. Why do you have to show such a frightening smile? Don't go too far. After a few breaths of silence, the dragon sage said heavily with a gloomy face, "Okay, I promise I won't say a word." The yard master glanced at him. A nod was enough. Why did he have to speak so loudly? Was he expressing his dissatisfaction? Haha, he's got guts. So what if he's dissatisfied? Let me remind you, this is just the beginning. If I really didn't have any confidence, why would I waste so much effort? Humph, The thing that landed in the East Sea, at most you were lucky enough to get it first. After so many years, you still haven't gotten it. Can't you see that this thing is not fated with you? Don't you know what's going on? Maybe it's waiting for a person to bring it back to the peach garden. The resistance in the seawater slowed down a little. It seemed that a true divine great path that was about to condense was not qualified to be taken seriously by it. After a short hesitation, it seemed that it remembered the outstanding performance of the body of rules and the true God path, and reluctantly let Qin Yu pass. The terrifying power in the seawater receded. Success. To be honest, among all the cards in his hand, this was the one that Qin Yu had the least confidence in. The Dragon Sage was a genuine true divine big shot, but even he didn't get the recognition of the creature in the mountain. One could imagine how effective his half-finished great path would be. This was a pleasant surprise. He hoped that this was a good omen, which meant that today would have a perfect ending. Continue forward. 3-step. The Dragon Sage stared at Qin Yu's back. All kinds of emotions were rolling in his eyes. Back then, how much time did he spend to take the 3rd step? It was too long ago, and he couldn't remember clearly now. He really couldn't remember clearly, and he wasn't lying. But why did his mouth feel so sour? Was the gap between a human and a dragon really that big? And if he were to compare their ages? The Dragon Sage really wanted to close his eyes and interrogate his soul. All these years of a dragon's life, had he been living like a dog? Chapter 1331. For the 4th card, Qin Yu chose the power of the pre-celestial spirit. The result was obvious. When the power in his body began to burn, the resistance of the seawater disappeared without a trace. This was different from the incomplete Great Tao. It could be said that this was the card in Qin Yu's hands that he was most confident in. Nonsense, this was the power of the innate spirit. No matter how high one's vision was, it was impossible for it to be higher than the vast Yang world. Passing was a matter of course. The yard master looked at Long Xing and said, "I can't tell anyone about this either." The corners of Long Xing's lips twitched. He thought to himself, when Qin Yu confronted the Eye of Eternal Night at the Scarlet Summit Strait, I already saw it. Do you really need to do something like this? But what one thinks and what one does are very different. I know. Don't worry, yard master. Yes, that was it. Our Lord Long Xing knows when to yield and when to stand tall, and his mental fortitude is strong. In short, invincible ninja. Facing the mountain gap, Qin Yu took a deep breath. He didn't continue forward. At this time, his body of rules and the power of the true divinity Tao erupted. Superimposing the power of the pre-celestial spirit, the three gathered together and an astonishing change occurred. Qin Yu's aura was changing. To be more precise, in the eyes of the yard master and the dragon sage, he was still in the same place, but in their senses, he was empty. It was as if he'd become the air, and he'd become one with the world around him without the slightest difference. Heaven and earth transformation! Long Xing screamed. The yard master took a step forward abruptly. She regained her senses and suppressed the urge to rush forward. Another miracle had happened. If it was said that the yard master could still find some traces of the origin of the semi-finished true divine great path, then there was really no way to explain what had happened to Qin Yu. Body transformation was an ability unique to hegemons. Only hegemons, who were essentially a part of heaven and earth, could do something like that. They could call upon the boundless power of heaven and earth, and could summon heavenly might with every movement. But now, it had actually appeared on Qin Yu's body. The yard master was pleasantly surprised, but when her gaze fell on Long Xing, she was only shocked. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Impossible, this was impossible. How did Qin Yu accomplish this? How did he manage to transform his body into heaven and earth? This was the ruler's domain, and his true great Tao was only a half-finished product. Dong, a muffled sound came from the gap in the mountain range, and the calm undersea mountain range suddenly stirred up a circle of fluctuations. It was as if someone who had been sleeping soundly had been woken up by the sudden explosion of thunder outside the window and had turned over abruptly. The yard master's eyes lit up instantly. Beside him, Long Xing had a horrified expression on his face. He subconsciously wanted to rush out, but before he could even move half an inch, he was held back by a hand. Staring into his eyes, the yard master said slowly, "Long Xing, we agreed on one chance. If you fall out with me, I'll make you look bad." Long Xing subconsciously waved his arms. His mouth moved, but no sound came out. He felt that something very important in his life as a dragon had completely left him at this moment. He took a deep breath and stepped forwards, howling towards the mountain gap. There were no obstructions along the way. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from Long Xing's line of sight. Long Xing stiffened, and only after a long time did he let out a long breath. It was really long, so long that people couldn't help but worry that he would suffocate himself to death on the spot. His arm hung limply, and his body swayed for a moment before he fell to the ground. "It's over, it's all over." The yard master loosened her grip and took half a step back. Yes, half a step. Seeing that Qin Yu was about to succeed, she couldn't allow any accidents to happen at this critical moment. She was well aware of Long Xing's acting skills. Stepping into the mountain gap, Qin Yu finally saw the thing that the yard master and Long Xing had mentioned, a pitch-black lump of iron that had fallen into the mud at the bottom of the sea and was now mostly covered. At Qin Yu's age, after experiencing so many things, he had long understood what it meant to never judge a book by its cover. For instance, that lump of iron. In the past, when he had fallen into the trap set up by the sea spirit in the endless sea, Qin Yu had relied on that lump of iron to obtain the furnace and survive. Not long ago, the furnace had swallowed the flame of eternal night and refined a semi-finished great Tao for him. This was the power of an iron lump. Was it fierce or not? Back then, the iron lump Qin Yu had obtained was just a small one in his palm. The one in front of him was half buried at the bottom of the sea, and was as big as a calf. In terms of size, it was clear which one was fiercer. Not to mention that Qin Yu had already fully experienced its fierceness through the power contained in the seawater during his breakthrough. He walked forward, bang. The feeling was probably like bumping into an incomparably clean piece of glass in front of him without any preparation. Qin Yu felt a headache in his head, and then everything in front of him turned black. He took a step back and stared at the half-covered lump of iron in the sea. Does this mean I haven't passed yet? Boss, that's enough. Why are you still not done? I've taken out enough cards in my hand, and you're still not satisfied? What kind of person do you want to see before you're willing to leave? Do you really want to continue eating the dust and stay here for a long time? He stared at the big lump of iron, trying to use his eyes to express his attitude. He stretched out his hand and pushed forward, and continued to push. Okay, I didn't push. It seemed that his eyes were useless. Qin Yu thought about it seriously and looked at the distance between him and the big lump of iron. He estimated that he was only one step away. In other words, there was still one last hurdle. If he could cross it, he would probably succeed. As the saying goes, falling short at the last hurdle. Bah, how could this happen to Qin Yu? This was absolutely not allowed. Wasn't it just a trump card? Wasn't it just a trick? He didn't lack anything else. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu gritted his teeth. He vaguely felt that someone seemed to have warned him not to continue disturbing her. But now there was really no other way, just a little, just a little. He hoped that he wouldn't be hammered. What am I afraid of? Who am I afraid of? He couldn't remember. In his mind, a vague phantom appeared. It seemed to be a woman. Woman, where did this woman come from? Is there something wrong with my brain? Qin Yu took a deep breath. He didn't care about this for the time being. He had to get down to business first. He raised his hands. Then, at the bottom of the East Sea, at the gap in the sealed mountain range of the Dragon Palace, The phantom of the sun and moon suddenly descended. Boom, boom, an invisible impact instantly caused the seawater to tremble. Ripples set off undercurrents that wildly rushed in all directions. The big lump of iron that was half buried in the mud was instantly washed away, revealing its original appearance. Vaguely, he seemed to see some fine cracks on its pitch-black, rough surface. There was no time to think. The phantom of the sun and moon appeared, their light overlapping. There was a slight pause. With an impatient snort, the phantom of a woman appeared in the light of the sun and moon. "Chinyu, I think you are tired of living. I told you not to." Halfway through, she seemed to have sensed something and swallowed the second half of her sentence. The next moment, buzz, a sword suddenly sounded. Amidst the phantom of the sun and moon, the woman raised her hand and grasped forward. A sword shadow appeared between her 5 fingers, and a terrifying sword intent burst out. Without any hesitation, she swung her arm and chopped down with the sword edge. This sword chopped toward the seawater in front of Chinyu. It was full of obstructive power and instantly shattered. Chinyu's pupils shrank violently and then again. In short, it was very tight. The first wave was because there was really a woman. When her figure appeared, many memories suddenly emerged in Chinyu's mind. The second wave was because this woman was only a phantom, but she had such terrifying strength that she could split the seawater with a single sword strike. What about her real body? He didn't dare to think about it. The third wave was because he was hiding such a big shot in his body, but she didn't know about it. If she had evil intentions, Chinyu felt that he would have been dead by now. The moment the phantom of the sun and moon descended, the yard master and the dragon sage fell silent. Even the grief-stricken dragon sage widened his eyes and his mind went blank. This aura. This is. Without giving them more time to think or to be shocked, the sword slashed down. It was indescribably terrifying. It seemed that even heaven and earth would be shattered in an instant. With the cultivation of the Permitha true saint and the identity of a big shot in the vast Yang world, could he block it? The two subconsciously thought about it, and then their foreheads broke out in cold sweat. They felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and a piercing chill seeped into their bones. The two true saints fell silent. "Phew," the yard master exhaled. At this moment, a gaze suddenly fell on her. The dragon sage's face stiffened, as if his buttocks were on fire, but he didn't dare to move. "I won't say, I promise I won't say." At this moment, at the gap in the mountain, Chinyu took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to shrink his pupils. He strode toward the big iron block with only one thought in his mind. "Big shot, it's about time." The result was no. At this moment, Chinyu was only one step away from the big iron block. He could reach out and touch it. The invisible force appeared again. He sensed the vibration in this resistance. It was the same as when he obtained the big iron block's approval with his half-finished great path. It seemed to be hesitating at this moment. But this time, the big iron block didn't choose to raise its hand. The vibration resistance in front of Chinyu completely stabilized, as if it was confirming for the last time. What a headache! To be honest, this was beyond Chinyu's expectations. Moreover, he had almost used all his trump cards. He definitely still had other tricks or cards, but in Chinyu's opinion, they were not enough to break through the last level. At this moment, he was the closest to the big iron block, but it was also possible that he would completely fail at the next moment. It seemed to be close, but it was the most crucial part of the test. If he couldn't get the big iron block's approval, everything would be in vain. This thought emerged from the bottom of his heart. As his chest heaved up and down, it became clearer and stronger. What should I do? Chinyu's mind raced. But what happened next didn't give him a chance to continue thinking. This was because the phantom of the woman in the halo of sunlight and moonlight suddenly raised her hand and pointed at Chinyu with a sneer. It felt as if a big iron hammer had been lifted high and smashed heavily on his chest without any hesitation. Chinyu's vision darkened, and his chest suddenly felt heavy. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood touched the air, but it didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it burned fiercely, and the dark red flames jumped up with a bang. Chapter 1332. As the light of the sun and moon wove together, the woman's lips curved up, revealing an icy smile. Her eyes were filled with anger. To understand by looking at someone's face was likely saying that even this old lady's face wasn't enough? Good, very good, this was simply too good. The blood-red flames blazed, not releasing the least bit of heat. It was like a mass of paint that instantly melted into the seawater. A vibration spread out from the iron block. The resistance of the seawater vanished, and it was like a great mouth that instantly sucked in the flames. Then, as if it couldn't withstand the strength contained within the flames, its pitch-black surface began to rapidly melt like ice under the blazing sun. No, it was more accurate to say that it was disappearing. There wasn't a single impurity left behind, as if it had vanished into thin air. A perfectly round crystal pillar as thick as an arm appeared in front of Chin-yu. Compared to the black and rough iron block from before, the difference in appearance was like the heavens and the earth. Chin-yu suddenly staggered as if he had been ruthlessly pushed. He hurried forwards and grasped the crystal in his hand. Thus, the crystal melted. The moment it touched Chin-yu, it turned into liquid. In that moment, countless phantoms appeared in Chin-yu's mind. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, shields, gloves, arm guards, and so forth. Countless forms rapidly appeared. Chin-yu was instantly enlightened. As long as he wanted to, this crystal could transform into any form he wanted. It was like he had been slapped in the head. His ears buzzed and black spots appeared in front of him. He subconsciously shook his head, but when he regained his composure, he discovered that he had inexplicably made a choice. A sword. The liquid crystal rapidly flowed, constantly elongating. Then, a sword that was completely identical to the image in his mind appeared. The sword was wide and flat. Its surface was gray, as if it had been placed here for too long and was covered in a layer of dust. From the outside, it didn't seem remarkable at all. If one were to use the word ordinary to describe it, it would be perfect. But the moment his eyes fell on it, the cry of a sword resounded in Chin-yu's mind. It was clear and lofty, standing above all things. A terrifying tearing feeling rose up in his heart. Even though he was the owner of this sword, he could still feel a suffocating feeling from it, as if he was about to be killed. The word terrifying wasn't enough to describe the feeling this sword gave him. He couldn't help but gulp. At this time, the only thought in his mind was, if he used this sword to kill someone, perhaps before he could kill them, he would be torn to shreds by the sword. Holy shit! What kind of situation was this? It was completely different from what he had imagined. Chin-yu felt his entire body turn numb. At least you know your place. Under the halo of the sun and moon, the phantom woman lowered her head and looked down. Her eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. I'm warning you. Don't use this sword before you condense your great Tao. Otherwise, you'll die a violent death. Don't blame yourself for dying a miserable death. He paused for a moment before he continued. Also, I'll remind you once more. Don't summon me to descend in the near future. Otherwise, I'll beat you up. He turned around and took a step forward. Like a bubble, he disappeared with a pop. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't do it. Not to mention Chin-yu's current strength. Just that half-finished true Saint Great Tao was more than enough to resist sealing all memories. Humph. This smelly brat's rate of progress was faster than he had imagined. He hadn't even thought of how to order him around, and he had already jumped up. This time, he wouldn't go back to sleep. He had to think about this matter. He had invested so much into him, and it could even be said that he had paid a heavy price. He certainly couldn't just sit around and do nothing. The sword tilted its tip as if it were sizing up Chin-yu. Then, it noticed that its master was in a withered and powerless state. This half-finished great Tao wasn't even enough to suck in a single breath. If it wasn't for humph, would I have taken a liking to you? Forget it. In this place, I'll just endure it if I can. Whoosh! Without warning, the sword turned its tip and howled towards him. Qin Yu's mind tightened and all the hairs on his back stood up. His first reaction was that this thing was rebelling. His second reaction was that he was finished. It was as fast as lightning. Without giving Qin Yu the slightest chance to dodge, the sword stabbed into his chest. Fortunately, the scene of his flesh and blood being torn apart didn't happen. It was like a phantom, directly vanishing from sight. This sword had actually fused into Qin Yu's body. He hurriedly closed his eyes and sensed his own condition. After several breaths of time, Qin Yu let out a long breath. He gasped for breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. What was this? He had exhausted a tremendous amount of strength and self-destructed, but he didn't even have the qualifications to use it. Not only that, but he had also been ruthlessly despised and frightened. That's right, this sword was trying to scare him. If he couldn't even see this, then Qin Yu didn't need to mingle in this world anymore. Embarrassing, extremely embarrassing. Just think about it, what kind of experience would it be to be looked down upon by one's own treasure? Qin Yu rubbed his face and swept his eyes around. After not noticing anything else, he turned and walked away. The seawater was the same as before, but it was also completely different. This was because the strength contained within had now completely disappeared. Success. The garden master smiled. Beside her, there was a thud. Long Xing fell to the ground. His face was deathly pale, and his body was slightly curled up. He looked extremely pitiful. He looked blankly in the direction of the gap in the mountain range. Qin Yu walked out. His figure was clearly reflected in his eyes, but it also seemed particularly blurry, like a dream. How Long Xing hoped that this was really just a dream. Qin Yu had taken away the object in the mountain. He had actually succeeded. At this moment, Long Xing's heart ached. It wasn't only because he had lost his most precious treasure, but also because his confidence had suffered a destructive crushing. How many years had it been since he had discovered the object in the mountain? He carefully waited on him and tried all kinds of flattery before he finally managed to take a few steps. Although success was still far away, Long Xing had confidence in himself. As a true saint, he was immortal. As long as he persevered, he would succeed one day. That was what he thought, and that was what he had done. But Qin Yu had appeared. The first time they met, he was just a slightly outstanding junior, which had moved Long Xing a little. How long had it been? How long had it been? He had become Mr. Ninth of the Peach Garden, possessing an identity that even Long Xing had to treat seriously. He had entered the mountain, he had come out, he had taken away the object in the mountain. Why? Why? I, the dignified East Sea Long Xing, have worked hard for countless years, but I can't even compare to a little boy. In just a short period of time, he had done it. All of Long Xing's pride and arrogance collapsed at this moment. If his heart wasn't strong enough, he would have gone crazy long ago. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Honorable Master, this disciple has succeeded. He turned and nodded to Long Xing. Thank you, Lord Long Xing. These weren't words of ridicule, he really wasn't. Although Qin Yu had been embarrassed by the long sword's threat just now, he still had time to think about it. Whether or not he was embarrassed meant that he was in a good mood. Of course he was. To be honest, he was in a good mood. Only a complete true saint Great Tao could barely move the long sword. Not to mention anything else, just this point alone was enough to show how terrifying it was. But one shouldn't be too ostentatious. Moreover, looking at Long Xing's grief-stricken expression, Qin Yu felt that hiding the joy in his heart was quite humane. Cough cough, one shouldn't be too ostentatious. It was fine as long as he obtained the benefits, but why did he have to make it known to everyone? Besides provoking envy, jealousy, and hatred, what other benefits did he gain? Chapter 1333. After bidding farewell to the dejected dragon sage, the Peach Garden master and disciple returned through the transmission array. Everything went smoothly. The only interlude was that during the transmission, Qin Yu vaguely sensed some abnormal fluctuations in the yard master's aura. It disappeared in a flash, so fast that Qin Yu could not be sure whether it was an illusion or not. Looking at the back of the yard master, Qin Yu thought for a moment and did not say anything. He went to the East Sea to save people, and changed his appearance to hide his whereabouts. Therefore, besides the yard master, no one in the Peach Garden knew that Qin Yu had run away this time and stirred up trouble in the East Sea. To the outside world, it was only announced that Qin Yu was cultivating in seclusion, so everything was calm after he returned. However, on the third day after returning to the Peach Garden, a major event happened. The 3 white phoenixes in the Peach Garden transcended their limits and stepped into the bitter sea to become a semi-saint. That was the day when the condensed aura of the saint descended. The Peach Garden was filled with cheers and laughter. All the dependent forces were overjoyed and quickly offered congratulatory gifts. As the vassals of the Peach Garden, their interests were already one with the Peach Garden. Although the yard master was extremely powerful and could intimidate all heavens by herself, Bai Feng had broken through to the semi-saint level, and the Peach Garden was stronger, so they naturally had a stronger guarantee. Qin Yu had risen too fast. When he closed his eyes and opened them again, he was already like the sun in the sky, shining so brightly that people could not look at him directly. No one had the time to get close to Miss Ninth. Of course, they were in awe and apprehension, and at the same time a little uncertain. After all, with Miss Ninth's current strength, he was qualified to leave the Peach Garden and establish his own sect. Fortunately, Peach Maiden and he were already Taoist companions, and this was known to all heavens. Now it was just a procedure. And this matter also made everyone secretly sigh. The yard master's vision was as accurate and powerful as ever. When the marriage was spread, there were many dissatisfied voices, but now they were all well-behaved and did not dare to say a word. With this marriage, even if Miss Ninth really established her own sect, the Peach Garden would still be the Peach Garden that they could not afford to provoke. When Bai Feng broke through to the semi-saint level, the disciples of the Peach Garden came to congratulate her. When Qin Yu presented a large blood-colored fragment, the atmosphere became quiet. That day outside the Lost Garden, Qin Yu joined hands with the yard master to kill a saint and killed the netherworld saint of the Nirvana realm, breaking his great path as an apology from the entire Sage Dao circle. Today, although Qin Yu did not take out all of the great path fragments, it was still a third of it. It was undoubtedly precious. After all, during the birthday banquet in the East Sea, there was a half-sage who dared to take the risk to kill Peach Girl just for a bit of Sage Huai's Dao accumulation. There was no need to say much when comparing the two. Maiden looked at Bai and said, "I ninth maiden I ninth. White I Bai I maiden I ninth. Great third I sect brother I third I maiden I clan I you. I and I master. And I sect I. His words were bright and magnanimous, and it was very comforting. Eldest senior brother smiled and said, "After hearing what junior brother said, I want to go into seclusion again. Everyone wants good things, and it doesn't like to wait for people." Everyone laughed. Eldest senior brother looked at Bai Feng and said, "You are lucky, so don't refuse. Junior brother is telling the truth. The great path of true sage is like a pearl covered in dust." After hesitating for a moment, Bai Feng took it with both hands. "Thank you, junior brother." As the blood jade fell into his hands, his breathing quickened and his face flushed. For a half-saint, could there be anything more fortunate than obtaining a true divine's great path fragment right after breaking through? Bai Feng could tell you that there was no such thing. If not, Why would the third Mister of the Peach Garden be so excited in public? Thinking about some of his thoughts at the beginning, he deliberately refused to participate in seclusion, and then looking at Qin Yu, who was smiling calmly in front of him, a trace of guilt rose from the bottom of his heart, but it immediately turned into warmth and gratitude. Second senior apprentice brother sighed with emotion. Breaking through to half-saint and receiving a true sage great path fragment as a gift once this news spreads out, I have no idea how many old fellows will turn red with envy. He coughed. Junior brother, because of my cultivation, I fear it will be difficult for me to make a breakthrough in the near future. So, I probably won't have a share of the great path fragment. I hope that junior brother can continue to work hard and gather more good things. Otherwise, when I break through, the difference in gifts will be too great and I won't agree. There was a burst of laughter. Everyone said that second senior apprentice brother was right. Today, seventh senior apprentice sister had changed into a beautiful and charming face. She looked over and said, I believe that junior brother will definitely satisfy us. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He said, You are too ruthless. Can I take back my gift? By phone cough. She flipped her hand and put away the great path fragment. She seriously said that a gift that had already been given was like spilt water. How could the dignified Miss Peach Garden do something so shameful? At the opening banquet, there was only one table of wine. The disciples of Peach Garden were all there. They toasted and joked with each other until the night passed. After leaving third senior apprentice brother's courtyard, he walked with Lei Xiaoyu for a period of time. She unreasonably demanded that when she entered the sea of suffering, she would need a gift even more precious than the holy Tao fragment. She groaned and groaned until Qin Yu nodded. Only then did she leave, satisfied. Qin Yu let out a long breath. He looked back in the direction of Bai Feng's courtyard and smiled. He could naturally see that everyone was joking around. This sort of relaxed and friendly atmosphere made him feel comfortable. The reason why Qin Yu was able to blend into the Peach Blossom Garden so quickly and become a part of the Peach Blossom Garden, perhaps it was because this place was different from the others. But the truth was that there was a shortage of people today. Peach Maiden had ordered people to deliver gifts, but she didn't attend today's banquet. Qin Yu couldn't help but worry about her current situation. Perhaps it wasn't too appropriate to say that their hearts were in sync. But, when Qin Yu returned to his dwelling, there was already a maid waiting outside. Peach Maiden invited him in for a chat. This was the second time the two met after the East Seas longevity banquet. What left Qin Yu a little relieved was that Peach Maiden's condition was relatively stable. With his current cultivation, eyesight, and also knowing the truth, Qin Yu could naturally sense many things when he looked at Peach Maiden. He cupped his hands together and bowed. Greetings, fourth senior apprentice sister. Peach Maiden nodded. Little junior apprentice brother, you've arrived. Please sit. She was distant and indifferent. She gave off an extremely cold feeling, as if she didn't belong to the mortal world. Qin Yu thanked her and sat down. Is fourth senior apprentice sister doing well? Peach Maiden said, Good. She was silent for a moment. I asked little junior apprentice brother to come today, because there is something I need your help with. Qin Yu said, Fourth senior apprentice sister, please speak. This time, Peach Maiden was silent for an even longer time. A trace of pain appeared on her cold face. She slowly said, There is a problem with father's body. Qin Yu's heart shrank. He frowned. Is it very serious? Peach Maiden nodded. Indeed, his senses hadn't been wrong during the transmission. There was also the feeling he felt when he contacted the garden master at the Scarlet Summit Strait. His frown became tighter and tighter. What sort of boundary was a true saint? They were existences that stood at the peak of all existences below the ruler realm. They were one of the strongest existences in the vast Yang world, undying and everlasting. With their boundary, if there was a problem with their body, it wouldn't be a minor matter. Qin Yu solemnly said, fourth senior apprentice sister, rest assured that as long as there is a chance, I will do my utmost to help Honorable Master recover. He thought of the strength of a pre-celestial spirit. To turn the rotten into the miraculous, to reverse yin and yang, life and death, perhaps it could be done. He stood up and cupped his hands together. If that's the case, then I will go and pay my respects to Honorable Master. A trace of gratitude appeared in Peach Maiden's eyes. She bowed. Thank you, little junior apprentice brother. When Qin Yu came to pay his respects, he didn't need to wait at all. He was directly allowed to enter. With his current cultivation, this was the treatment he deserved. Greetings, Honorable Master. The garden master sat at a round table and drank tea. She beckoned him over and said, "Rise. Come over and drink some tea together." She took a cup and poured out a fragrant aroma. Qin Yu nodded and sat down. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Honorable Master, this disciple has come to offer up some of the strength of a pre-celestial spirit and place it in the Peach Blossom Garden's storehouse. There is no need to exchange for it. It is a precious life-saving treasure that can only be used at a critical moment. I will have to trouble Honorable Master to handle this matter on your own. I apologize for troubling you." As he finished speaking, he lifted a hand and light rapidly surged in his palm. Masses of the strength of a pre-celestial spirit scrambled to appear above his 5 fingers. The garden master's eyes flashed. She glanced at Qin Yu and said after a moment of silence, "You just came out from Peach Maiden's place?" Qin Yu nodded. The garden master smiled, a gratified look in her eyes. The lines of her face softened a little. She glanced at Qin Yu and shook her head. "This girl is disobedient. I'm afraid she has already told you. I was originally planning to tell you after some time, but—" she lifted a finger and pointed. "Put it away first. In the entire vast Yang world, I'm afraid you are the only one who has the strength of a pre-celestial spirit. It would be a sin to dissipate even a trace. But unfortunately, it can't help me." Qin Yu frowned. "Honorable Master, why don't you give it a try?" "Perhaps," he was interrupted by the garden master. "I've already tried the strength of the pre-celestial spirit that I obtained previously." She didn't continue speaking, but the result was self-evident. Despite having a bad premonition, Qin Yu's heart suddenly contracted at this moment. A hint of sourness and heaviness arose in his heart, causing him to frown even more tightly. "Honorable Master," the garden master smiled. "Put it away. I have something to tell you." With a flick of her sleeve, a ripple appeared in the space, directly isolating the inside from the outside world. After Qin Yu withdrew the strength of the pre-celestial spirit, the garden master narrowed her eyes. "My question is an old grudge. I have to think about it carefully. So let's talk about your question first." She looked at Qin Yu. "You've walked the true God path, but now you've achieved only half of the great Tao. Is it because that big furnace has come alive?" It wasn't a question, but a straightforward tone. It was obvious that she already had an answer to this question. Qin Yu nodded. "Yes. I have to thank you, Garden Master, for hiding this matter for me." The Garden Master laughed heartily. "I'm guessing that after you discovered the truth about the big furnace, you couldn't help but think that a true saint could be so shameless as to lie through his teeth." Qin Yu wanted to laugh, but his heart was too heavy. He could only nod cooperatively, indicating that he indeed had such a thought. The garden master shook her head and lifted her hand to point at him. "Once your cultivation becomes stronger, you'll have fewer scruples, right? You actually admitted it directly without being tactful. However, I do deserve your thanks. It's not only because I helped you conceal the truth about the big furnace, but more importantly, I was the one who threw the big furnace into the endless sea." Chapter 1334. Qin Yu suddenly raised his head. His eyes widened and his face revealed shock. The yard master smiled. "You don't believe me?" He got up and paced back and forth, a look of reminiscence on his face. He sighed and said, I've never suffered any losses in my life. Most of those who offended me were met with misfortune on the spot. A small number of them were fine for the time being, but there would be trouble in the future. That's why I made countless enemies. The only exception was a friend of mine many years ago. We got to know each other after a fight. But do you believe that? That guy was just a semi-sage of the bitter sea. He was beaten miserably by me every time, but he had never really failed. He could even fight back against me. The yard master paused. I don't admire many people in my life. My friend was one of them. In his early years, he gave himself many names in order to avoid being hunted down. But the one most people know is probably the Furnace Saint. Furnace Saint. Qin Yu was shocked. He took a deep breath and slowly regained his composure. So that's how it is, the yard master said lightly. Back then, the Furnace Saint was trapped in the bitter sea and could not reach the other shore. After many failed attempts, he was unwilling to be so angry and decided to forge his Tao with a furnace. This violated the rules of Vast Yang and could even be seen as challenging the will of Vast Yang. So in the end, the Furnace Saint died in the face of the tribulation. The furnace in your hand borrowed the power of the tribulation and was finally tempered into an embryo. Throwing it into the endless sea was the wish of the Furnace Saint before he died. He wanted to use this place to choose his successor, but some changes later were beyond my expectations. He looked at Qin Yu. The endless sea originally had no spirit, but because the great furnace fell into it, it absorbed a wisp of the aura of heavenly tribulation and was born. This caused the great furnace to be hidden away, and no one has been able to obtain it. After countless years, you went to the endless sea to make a name for yourself. You killed the sea spirit and obtained the furnace. Then, you were taken into the peach garden. So, Qin Yu, you and the peach garden are fated. This fate has been buried a long time ago. Qin Yu nodded. Master is right. Furnace Saint, Furnace, Sea Spirit, Peach Girl, this fate was very deep. The yard master said, I don't mean anything else. I just want to explain to you why I know about the furnace. You can't completely condense your Tao because there are too few flames in the furnace. The flame of eternal night alone is not enough to support the furnace. To put it simply, the furnace needs to continue replenishing its energy. The more flames it has, the stronger it will be. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. In other words, the furnace could be constantly strengthened and upgraded. After devouring the flame of eternal night, it could directly refine half of the great Tao. If it absorbed other flames, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for it to refine the Tao? However, there was one thing that was very clear. Flames that could satisfy the requirements for absorption and were useful to the furnace were definitely of a very high grade. Finding such a flame was definitely not an easy task. The fire of eternal night was an example. There's one more thing I want to remind you of. The yard master shook her head with a strange look on her face. Although the body of this furnace is extremely sturdy, it's not a real defensive object. The opponents you'll face in the future will be stronger and stronger. Don't ever use it as a shield. Otherwise, if one day the cauldron is destroyed, there will be no way to repair it. At that time, you won't even have a place to cry. Qin Yu bowed. This furnace was obtained by the Furnace Saint using his life as the price to gamble with the heavens and earth. Before, this disciple didn't know the inside story and acted rashly. In the future, I will not blaspheme it again. Honorable Master, please rest assured. Her words were beautiful. Not only did she promise the yard master, but she also expressed her admiration and gratitude to the Furnace Saint. The yard master smiled. With Qin Yu's intelligence, it was not difficult for her to guess his intentions. All right, that's about all I've said to you. If you want to hear more, I'll tell you a story. Qin Yu took a deep breath. I'm all ears. The yard master took a few more steps. It seemed that when she spoke just now, she had indeed prepared a draft in her mind. At this moment, she spoke without any hesitation. A long, long time ago. This is not the usual opening of a story. It was really many years ago. It was so long ago that I only had a vague consciousness at the beginning, and I wasn't sure which era it was. After thinking about it carefully, that period of time was probably the happiest time in my long life. I didn't need to think about anything. Every day I listened to my master's sermons. Although I couldn't understand everything, I always gained something. He looked at Chinyu with a solemn expression. I think you already know that I created the peach garden and was called the yard master by the world because my body is a peach tree. It is extremely difficult for a mutant to attain Tao, but once I succeed, my strength will be far stronger than that of an ordinary true saint. What's more, I had other opportunities to attain Tao. The West Mountain Scholartree Sage's body is a scholartree tree, and he was my only and best friend in my early years. We lived together for countless years, and I originally thought that this kind of life would continue forever, but the calamity descended just like that. My master's strength was exceedingly high, and he was the supreme ruler of the world. Yet, he still couldn't withstand the catastrophe. In the end, his blood splattered across the vast sky, and he perished. After this battle, the entire small world fell apart and fell into unprecedented turmoil. The yard master looked a little emotional. Under such circumstances, with my and Scholartree Sage's strength at that time, only death would have been awaiting us. However, a section of my master's corpse just happened to fall beside us. In order to protect ourselves, the two of us refined and absorbed my master's corpse. With this, we established our foundation and broke out of seclusion as true saints. Qin Yu's heart trembled violently. He had never imagined that the yard master would have such a background. A spiritual plant under the ruler had finally absorbed his corpse and attained Tao and become a saint. This also proved how terrifying the ruler was. Just a section of his corpse could actually raise two true saints. Moreover, they were peak true saints like the yard master and Scholartree Sage who had attained Tao. However, since the yard master and Scholartree Sage came from the same sect and had accompanied each other as spiritual plants, they were each other's only friends. Why were they in such an irreconcilable situation? The yard master was silent for a while. Then, she suddenly smiled and shook her head. Are you curious why I fell out with Scholartree Sage and even became irreconcilable enemies? In fact, the reason is very simple. We have become saints, and we are no longer small spiritual plants. Our strengths are different, and our horizons are different. Thus, our hearts have changed. The two of us attain Tao as deviant. We are both spiritual plants, and we have absorbed the power of our master's remnant body. This has led to us being almost the same existence. As long as we can kill each other, we can easily fuse and absorb the other's power, devouring it completely and making it a part of ourselves. To be honest, I have also experienced such temptation. I resisted it, but Scholartree Sage didn't. After the great battle, the two of us left the small world fragment and truly stepped into the vast Yang world. That is how we have come to this day, step by step. At first, I was inexplicably angry and resentful towards Scholartree Sage. But after many years of careful reflection, I gradually figured out many things. Perhaps Scholartree Sage didn't want it to be like this, but the temptation in his heart was too strong. It eroded his mind bit by bit, and finally distorted his nature. But even if I figured it out, the past cannot be changed, and I can no longer return to the past. The yard master exhaled. Or perhaps this situation is actually something that I am subconsciously happy to see. Because only by being enemies with each other can I have the opportunity to kill Scholartree Sage and seize his cultivation. Then, I will have the opportunity to attain the vacant position of ruler. But unfortunately, regardless of whether it is me or Scholartree Sage, we have fought each other for many years, yet we have no way of truly killing each other. But in the end, Scholartree Sage probably won. This is because there is indeed a problem with my condition. Once I die, my great Tao will definitely be devoured by Scholatry Sage. This was already decided when the two of us absorbed our master's corpse to attain Tao. It is not something that can be changed by humans. Sometimes, I also think that perhaps this is the punishment that we had to bear when we absorbed our master's corpse to attain Tao. We offended the ruler and betrayed our loyalty. But if we didn't do this, we would have died back then. So even if we were to make a new choice, today's outcome would still be the same. I do not regret it. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Master, is there any way to remedy your current situation? What is the cause of the problem? Only by finding the cause could she deal with the symptoms and achieve twice the results with half the effort. The garden master's eyes revealed a trace of pain. In the past, I was schemed against by Scholatry Sage, and my great Tao was damaged. After I fled to Vast Yang, I hid myself and recuperated. It was also during that period of time that I met your master's wife. She was the only woman that I cherished in my life. I once swore that I would love her and never betray her in this life. But fate makes fools of men. Your master's wife was implicated by others and perished. I personally slaughtered everyone, but in the end I was unable to save her. Only Peach Maiden was left by my side. I swore to your master's wife that I would take care of her for the rest of my life, and that I would never allow her to suffer any harm. But, in the end, I still broke my promise. Peach Maiden was injured by an ancient venomous beast, a horned fish. Although I tried my best to cure her and remove the poison, her soul had already scattered and could no longer exist. I had no choice but to use my own great Tao as the foundation and consume my own Tao as the price to set down a seal to imprison Peach Maiden's soul and forcefully extend her life. At the same time, I also sought out the secret art of the myriad soul Tao. After Peach Maiden cultivated it, the part of her soul that could no longer be fused with was transformed into a seed and scattered throughout the world. This seed was used to cultivate a portion of her soul so that when her main soul was no longer able to support herself, she could fuse with this portion of her soul and continue to extend the existence of her soul. So that was how it was. After figuring out the ins and outs of this matter, Qin Yu's first thought after he recovered from his shock was that this matter was related to sage scholatry. He looked up at the yard master, a questioning look in his eyes. The yard master seemed to have seen through Qin Yu's thoughts. She shook her head and said, "I have carefully investigated this matter. None of this has anything to do with sage scholatry. This is because sage scholatry has also lost his wife and children in these past years. Compared to me, his specific experiences might be even more difficult. It's just that his heart was cruel and his will was firm. He allowed them to die on their own and didn't try to save them like I did. Thus, he managed to preserve his own life. I have told you before. Just like how the two of us became enemies, I suspect that these matters are retribution that has fallen upon us. We betrayed our loyalty, offended the corpse of a ruler, and achieved the great Tao with the body of a different being. All of these are probably not tolerated by the Vast Yang will." A chill suddenly gushed out from the depths of his heart. Qin Yu felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave, and his body stiffened. If everything was as the yard master said, then for these countless years, he had been enduring the endless punishment of the Vast Yang will. The death of his wife and the scattering of his daughter's soul were all because of him. As he thought of this and looked at the yard master's calm face, Qin Yu could imagine what kind of torment he had endured all these years. If it weren't for the strength of the Saint Path and the firm willpower of the yard master, he would have already gone insane. Something was wrong. Qin Yu suddenly looked up. He had grasped the crux of the matter from the yard master's words. Could it be that the crux of the yard master's problem was because of Peach Maiden?